For the first time. Shane Larson goes defensive. We're almost 3 wide as we have Meisel now getting involved in the action, but it's Larson who leads Arnold in second place.
Come in with all that traffic right there.
Yeah, really strategic. Oh, there's a big accident there. Who was that spinning out? There's an LMP2 involved as well. The 38 car. Oh, that's wide from P2 there. He's in the barrier.
You're coming up on the field right now. This is our tightest battle on the track right now. In the 7th spot is Matthew Duder, right behind Agustin Castro and Justin Hall right ahead of him. So this is a battle for the 5th, 6th, and 7th spot. And it looks like Matthew Duder right there. Oh, we've got a car in the sideways in turn 3 again.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome along to WSRL Endurance Series for the season finale at the famous Sebring International Raceway, one of the staples of endurance racing worldwide. The Sebring 12 Hours being one of 3 in the Endurance Triple Crown. We're joined by Mike Braun, myself, Tom Dillon this afternoon, but quickly having to get the race done, race started first, so we'll drag in Mike in just a moment's time. But well, the prototypes are ready to go. We're wasting no time to get into the action this afternoon. It's the number 70 on pole position with the number 33 of Joshua Lahn lining up alongside his teammate Daniel Willis as they head through Sunset Bend now, and we get ready to get the racing action underway. 6 hours of Sebring ahead of us, half the distance of course of the real life race around this circuit, but certainly a very attritional affair as the green light starts to fly around the pit lane and we get underway for the Sebring 6 hours in WSRL. Down into turn 1, it's the number 70 who leads the way. The number 98 not able to make up any ground, neither is that car in the background as we switch up to the GT3 field, trying to get down into turn 1 this time rather single file, rather nice into turn one. No one really making any moves. It's a 288 who took pole position in that field. One of the Porsches trying to make up some moves, as well as the BMW further down the field. A couple of changes in LMP2, by the way, as I think the Vaporworks lost a position in that number 86. Here are the three actually, GT4 cars that we've got this afternoon heading down into turn one. They're pretty line of stern as normal. Jacob Money, and I believe that's the 401 MIA Team Merc just ahead of him. That battle may just be a little bit more interesting than we expect. A big afternoon, a good afternoon to Mike Braun, who joins us in the commentary box. And well, Mike, it's been a pretty quiet start to this race, but excited for the next 6 hours.
Yeah, no, this is going to be an iconic, 6-hour race. This Sebring is just an incredible racetrack, and with the recent update that iRacing did on it, they rescanned it, and it just looks absolutely amazing. But this is going to be a great long race. It's going to be interesting to see, speaking of the updates, about the GT3s, how they handled the tarmac here at Sebring. Because of that update with the tires. I mean, that makes a whole world of difference in the GT3 car. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys do when they come out of a pit stop and see what those cold tires feel like going into turn one.
Yeah, absolutely. As Justin Barrera has managed to get himself up into P2. This is in the number 98 shut up and drive it car. And I can't see it on my screen, but Mike, what happened?
Looks like Joshua Lane may have had a problem coming into that turn and got sideways possibly. I don't know if there was a little bit of smoke or if he blinked out. I'm not sure, but somehow he dropped back to the 4th spot. But Justin was able to get up into that 2nd spot pretty easily, and he's right on the leader right now.
Definitely trying to attack that leader as soon as possible. That number 70 car sharing the honours with the number 33 over the course of this season. Justin Barrera, it's about time he got a race victory. I'm not too sure whether he's running this solo this evening. He has been so far in the 4-hour races, but maybe opting to have a teammate for this one, just so he saves himself a little bit of sanity. As waiting, as apparently I'm hearing in my ear that he is actually by himself today, which is crazy than most. It is, yeah. It is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely crazy. I mean, I'm going to be jumping in a car for the end of this race, barring that our car is still running at the end, and I'll run 3 hours. But man, 6 hours, that's just crazy. Justin is a machine, and I mean, he's putting some good pressure right now on Dan Willis as they're coming on to the Ullman straight here for a second. See if he can get a good draft of them down Ullman and into Sunset. We'll see if you have to make that pass coming down the front straight.
He's definitely going to give it a go here, Tentacle Grey, because we have got a car in the pits. We'll find out who that is in just a moment's time. But Justin Barrera looking to push for the lead of this race down into Sunset, throws the car in, goes a little bit deep. Actually, whether it was him going deep or the number 70 trying to sort of defend from him, I'm not too sure. But out into the pit straight here, the bumps such a huge factor here at Sebring, on board with Justin Barrera down into turn one. There's the car. It was a GT4 emerging from the pits down into turn one. There's a spinner as well that the two LMP2s just had to narrowly avoid, as we're on board with Justin Barrera still trying to put pressure, if he can, onto this Maradna Sapphire number 70 through the left-hander, easing onto the throttle. Justin Barrera just trying to bide his time here and wait for an opportunity to present itself up to the hairpin. The LMP2s are so squirrely around this track, I'd say. Very difficult to get them into a proper rhythm, and that's something that Justin Barrera is going to have to manage throughout the course of the day. But it looks like right now that the number 70 has just about got the measure on him.
Yeah, he's hanging on to that 3/4 tenths of a second advantage right now as they're coming into turn 10 and 11. It's a good run right now, and I think Justin is just biding his time. He's just waiting for a chance to really take advantage. It looks like that Justin is a little bit quicker than Dan in the Maradna Sapphire car, but Dan could be just saving his tires a little bit too. So it's in a long race. It's 6 hours long. You have to save the car, you have to save the fuel, save the tires. I mean, it's a whole lot to do in a whole 6-hour race, and it all adds up on each stint. So you really have to manage each stint really well as they're coming down Ullman straight right now. And We'll just have to see if Justin tries to make another move or not, but it sounds like he was lifting just a bit coming at the end of that straightaway. So, Tom, I think these guys are just going to stay nose to tail for a while, unless Dan makes a mistake. I think Justin's just going to hang out right behind him for a while.
Yeah, absolutely, and it makes sense as well. You can just save a little bit of fuel in that slipstream, as we see Aubrey Gundel in the number 57 trying to just make up whatever ground she can. As in fact, we have seen a change of the lead in LMP2 as Tentacle Grave has gone through Justin Barrera in that number 98 as the Maradna Sapphire. Apparently he hasn't, but definitely has. There's the number 70 behind, so Justin Barrera goes through. There we go, there goes Justin Barrera through into the lead of the race. I apologise, we've got some issues that we're troubleshooting behind the scenes. He's not in a Tentacle Grape car. I apologise. It does say that on your timing tower, but apparently it's an issue with our overlay software. So I believe he's a shuttle and private car instead. So we apologise to Justin Barrera for that. I mean, we could sort of just call him Justin Barrera and it would work throughout the course of the race, but he does take the lead of the race for the first time this season, at least in the first stint. And well, I can tell you as well, it's Metamorphosis. Thank you very much, Randall McGrew, for filling me in on that one. As this is the first time that Daniel Willis, who's fallen down to fourth position now in the Maradna Sapphire, clearly an issue for him. It's the first time he started this car this season, Mike, and well, clearly I think he'll be wanting to hand it over to Nathan Olsen as soon as possible.
Yeah, Dan's a really good GT3 racer. I've raced with him for a few seasons in some leagues, and the LMP cars are definitely a different animal, a different beast. And if you're not used to them, it's hard to jump from a GT3 to an LMP. There's so much difference going on in the car, so many different feels. And Sebring is not a track to take lightly. There's so many grooves and bumps and things, and these LMP cars do not like that at all. So I was watching him run earlier, and it just seemed like he was just a little edgy on the car, and I'm wondering if that's what happened, and that's how Justin got by coming into turn one that last lap.
86 is attacking the 33, couldn't get by down into turn one, a difficult place to make a move. The around the outside can sometimes be the favoured position there, but 33 holds on to second place just about as Justin Barrera starts to extend this gap. 3.5 seconds is now his advantage, and I think he's going to need every single one of those 3.5 seconds to try and hold on to this as we start to already lap the GT4 field. I say the GT4 field, the too strong GT4 field. It's actually the 493 who's in the lead of that at the moment. Barrera gets around them nice and easily. MIAT Merck in second place in the 401. They're having a battle, and I think with those two, this is one of those races where you just don't want to be in the lead, do you, for a little bit of it. And I'm talking specifically about the GT4, because when you've only got two drivers, there's not a great chance that you're going to find yourself having a massive gap as the race goes on.
Yeah, it should be. I think those two guys are just going to stick together and just make it a battle between the two of them for the entire race. We've got some guys that didn't come out today. It looks like we might be competing with the World Cup possibly, and some guys wanting to watch that. But we still have a great turnout in the GT3 field. Full, looks like about 20 cars running in the GT3 field. So good turnout for those guys, and still a good turnout in the LMPs with 6 cars out there. As we're kind of going through the field right now with the number 17 car, the DS Racing. Nice orange and white livery on that Merc coming around. That's probably still one of my hands down favorite sounding cars in the game is the Merc. I'm really looking forward to see what those new GTP cars sound like when they get all of them turned out, Tom. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how that works its way into all these endurance races with those new GTP cars.
I'm very excited for GTP, particularly as well with the LMH being so successful in the World Endurance Championship this season and last season. Of course, it will be even more interesting to see those just develop some in the real world and in the sim as well. A few have already made their way over to R-Factor 2, for example, the Van Wall LMH, but not very successfully. As we see, this is one of the other Maradna's cars, the Maradna's Black, the 328, 16th position in GT3, so towards the rear of this GT3 field. The closest gap in this field is actually 1/10 of a second. It's Dream Prismatic Motorsports Athena and Maradna's Yellow, as I think they were heading out down to Sunset if I'm not mistaken. But looking further through this field, it's still the 98 who leads. Vaporworks are just about losing touch to Muradna's Green in the number 33. And one thing that I am finding fascinating is just how far to the left-hand side these guys are running through that final corner.
Yeah, that's always been the trick here when you come on there is make this Ullman straight as long as you can, and you really get out as far as you can coming into turn 16, just so that you get that extra little inch of runaway, and just kind of pivot the Kern to come down and just clip that inside curb just to get that good long straightaway. The longer you're on the throttle, the faster you're going to go at the end of it. But the catch to that is also you're going to use more fuel. So, we're back to that fuel mileage game on endurance races. But it looks like these guys are getting around good and clean. I haven't really seen but one car that was off the track. But here is your leader in the GT3 class, number 288, the DS Racing MV Skin Lab car. Getting around real clean, already pulling out to a 5-second advantage, Tom. So it looks like at least the leader here is starting to really pull away, but it looks like it's a little battle for that third and fourth, right not too far back.
It definitely is, and actually if you have a look at this, the three cars all within a second of each other. In the middle of this battle is the Shut Up and Drive It G1 car. This is all for second place in this GT3 category, wearing a little bit of gold in that number 294. Is trying to get into second place and take that gold medal a little bit later on. 4.9 seconds to the lead of the race once he does get past, so plenty of room to make up time. Only 11 minutes into a 6-hour race, can't really be judging your position just yet, but down into sunset, a little bit too far down, won't be able to make a move on this occasion. I don't think there's a great urgency from these guys to make a move, and I feel like potentially in sprint races and things we would have been seeing a bit more aggression, but I think given the fact that this is a 6-hour race, it's a bit of a unique challenge in terms of the context of a WSRL endurance championship. It's unique in that they really have got a different outlook to this race. And this is something that me and Randall were talking about in the previous round, that when you come to a 6-hour race, you've got a different outlook compared to a 4-hour, and I think that's why we're seeing this greater hesitancy so far.
Yeah, as a driver in a 6-hour race, your status is different, completely different. I know when I go to a 6, a 12, or a 24-hour race, my mindset is completely different. It's just about turning consistent laps, turning clean laps. Where if you're in a sprint race for only half hour to an hour, you're pushing the envelope. You're trying to get as fast as you can for those laps. Where the endurance, you just want to stay clean. You want to keep the car in one piece. And then you're also looking at your fuel mileage. You want to try to inch that extra lap in so that your pit stop at the end is going to be shorter, or that you can cut a pit stop at the end of the race out. So it's just a completely different mindset in endurance races, Tom, that you have to save the car till the end rather than just try to fly through the field here at the beginning.
There's a hello to the Donkey Wonky in the YouTube chat. It's probably the more unique name that we've seen as the 57 gets around the 255 today. Hello to you if you are around in the YouTube chats, anyone over the course of the next 6 hours. We'll be reading all of your comments and things, as many as we can. Don't know if the racing is going to get intense and we can't get to them, as here is a bit of an intense moment to the 33, who has now got round the Metamorphosis car of Justin Barrera for the lead of the race. He's just about going to squeeze through a GT3 as well, but can Justin Barrera have a fight back there at any point in the next couple of laps? 8,000th of a second, 800th of a second is the gap at the moment as it lengthens back out through the braking zone. Here's that battle for second position in the GT3 category as well. It's the Shut Up and Drive It once more against the Muradna Yellow, with the Prismatic Motorsports Athena looking to capitalise further back down into turn 1. It's actually the Athena car that might have the best chance at making positive moves in the right direction in this race, but not quite into turn 1. We'll have to wait. Onto the grass goes the BMW, still trying to hound away at this Porsche. As we go back to the battle for the lead of the race, it's Joshua Lan in that number 33 car, and Justin Barrera as well. Justin Barrera will be a bit frustrated that he's lost that 3.5 second gap, or whatever it was that he had in the end. He's a little bit slower on the previous lap by the tune of about a second or so, I think, to that Muradna's green car. So definitely having a bit of a push for this one. That being said, the GT3 traffic is starting to be such a pain on these guys. Yeah,
they're getting a little pushy through these. I mean, you could see the Muradna's green really, bully his way through that traffic a minute ago. And like we were saying earlier, this is an endurance race. It's a 6-hour race. You have to pace yourself and work your way around and not try to wad the car up in the first 15 minutes. So I was a little surprised to see the green car push his way through the traffic like that. But Justin Barrera still sitting right behind him by about a half a second. And then you got your GT3. This is your second, third, and fourth place car. They've been nose to tail for the last few laps, and I have a feeling that these guys are just going to stay like this until pit stop, unless somebody makes a mistake. I really think these three drivers right here are seasoned enough to. You got Scott Angelo, Justin Hall, and Conkley in there. That they're all three of them are seasoned enough that they're just waiting for time to get by. They're not going to push any effort. They're going to fuel save and do what they can in these GT3 cars. So it should still be a good long race for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think long is going to be the word of the day here with 6 hours ahead of us. It's the Sebring International Raceway. And was it disused Air Force Base, actually? I remember I did a 12-hour race here once, and I did a load of reading on this circuit. It's a very interesting history, actually, starting all the way back to the 1940s. This battle still, as you say, rages on, but not really raging, I think is the right word. I think it just staying consistent, staying within their bounds for the time being, as is Metamorphosis and Miranda's Queen. They're pretty line of stern at the moment, as well as the MRA Team Merc has come into the pits in the GT4 category. That's second place, and also last in the GT4, mind you, into the pits, and presumably not taking any further part in this race, I'm assuming, is the Sapphire Sim Sports also registering us out on our timing graphics. So we'll let you know if they are able to get back running again. I think here, in terms of the battle for the lead in LMP2, as it extends even more, I think Justin Barrera is just not getting as much luck. I mean, I don't think he's got as much pace as the 33 as well. I think that's something that we need to keep an eye on. But I also don't think he's having as much luck with the traffic up through this sector too, where it's so difficult to get through traffic. These guys in this battle have been quite lucky in that the LMP2s haven't really impeded them at all. 0.3 of a second is that gap now, as we see the 33 trying to scythe his way through this GT3 field. It's just a case of traffic management, isn't it, being the key to this race?
Yeah, luckily there's only 25, 27 cars on this track. When you get into the 50 and 60 car field, that's when traffic just becomes a complete nightmare. But the first couple times that these LMPs are going to come around for traffic, it's going to be a little congested because they're still trying to find their way around. But after probably about 2 hours or so, everybody's going to kind of get sprung out pretty good, because this is a good sized track. This is 3 mile long, I think it was. So it's definitely going to be a long track to get everybody spread out and not have any too much chaos, where if you're on like a Road Atlanta or whatnot, where the track is a lot smaller, endurance races on that are just hairy. I mean, you got cars every turn that you're trying to pass. But as you see queuing in, sitting in the third spot right now in that Vaporworks Motorsports number 86, just getting through some GT3 field right now. He's got a good gap between in front and behind him right now, so he's able to take his time coming through this traffic. But here's your LMP class, Tom, coming through your the second, third, and fourth in GT3. So they were just getting through that battle right now, so that second, third, and fourth spot should be separating just a little bit, letting those LMP cars by, Tom. It's just, you can see the gap starting to change just a little bit in that second, third, and fourth spot in the GT3.
Yeah, it was Jürgen Grandel running a lovely jumbo livery. See that in the real world all the time, the Racing Team Netherlands car. This isn't a Racing Team Netherlands car, but it is in fact a jumbo car, regardless, looking very nice. Sitting down in 18th position, but that battle for second position has just widened out. You're right, it's 0.5 of a second now between the 294 and the 268, and we'll see how that develops. I think you're right in saying it may just stay line of stern for the time being. DS Racing are attacking the Tabula Rasa esports car. In fact, they're going to make that pass up into the other position. I think that was for 16th in classes. Now we see Matthew Leary, and here it is, 317, able to get up into that 16th position. Maradness Black is just behind them. 255 able to get up into 16th position, and Tabula Rasa trying to attack them. It's Dominic Anglachico in this car. So I was so sorry. My little brother is going on a sleepover and he's just decided to scream outside my front window. I apologise. As there we go, there's a spin.
Yeah, it looks like Dominic Angelicchio just kind of sucked a tire off coming on that section right there. And it's going to drop back about 3 seconds now behind that DS racing car. Dropped him back just a tiny little bit as he's coming around to come onto the, looks like the Ullman straight right now. But as you can see on the track map up there, it's a pretty wide open run right now. Everybody's really starting to separate. And it looks like your LMP cars, the 33 and the 98, both got through that top 3 in the GT3 class, so they're starting to pull away just a bit. But yeah, here comes your second place car right now, the Metamorphosis car of Justin Barrera. He's dropped back about 2.5 seconds behind that Maradness green car of Joshua Lane. He's separated just a bit now. But Justin Barrera's lap time still is about a second. His quick lap time is still about a second behind Joshua Lane. So it looked like Lane really was able to work through the field and get back up to the top here. But you can see that these LMP cars are just a little hairy coming out of these turns. It's like they're chasing the tail just a little bit, Tom. So it's going to be interesting to see how long they can get these tires to last through, a full stint, if they're going to be able to double stint them. And we'll have to see what happens here.
There's a move from Shane Larson up into P13 as he goes through into turn 1. I think that was a case of the BMW just basically moving aside and letting him through, which is a sensible thing to do at this stage in the race. It's 7th in class. This is for the Maradness Black now is Shane Larson's next victim, so to speak. The 334, the Maradness Black car in the GT3 category, the Maradness Purple car, I should say. They've got 2 GT3s running today, one a little bit further up than the others. Through Sunset Bend they go. Very tight line through there, and Shane Larson might just find himself able to get alongside and poke a nose down into turn 1. Where can he find a way through? Maybe turn 1 is his best opportunity. He'll definitely try and stick his nose down there. He goes and brakes as late as he can, just gets to the apex before his rival, but can't quite find the speed out of the corner, and that is frustrating for him, but definitely not anything concerning just yet, as we see Georgina McKay actually behind him here. This is a battle for position actually with that number 59 car, who has had some issues earlier on in this race. We'll get through up into 6th position. Here are the overall standings. That's MIA WSRL endurance car on a comeback trail, needing to get back up to that LMP2 field, and I suspect without being lapped, though already has been lapped now, this is going to be a very difficult day for them. As Larson now dives down the inside, I apologise Mike, down the inside into the hairpin, going to just about make that move, and Larson is going to get into that position. He's just really quite maturely gone for that move. He's waited and waited and waited, then eventually just chucked it down the inside and able to get through.
Yeah, he made a good move on him. It looked like it's just a good dive bomb, hard pass on him. Like we said earlier, though, that there is a difference between passing in the endurance races and passing in the sprint races, and that was almost a sprint race type pass, but he was able to make it move, get it done and dusted, and is actually pulling away now. Got about a second gap back to that Maradness purple car. But Shane is a quick driver, really fast driver. Good to see him back out here on the track and running up through the field already, Tom.
Yeah, it's certainly impressive, isn't it, how much he's able to make these moves, because he was only behind there for half a lap and he was able to already show his nose and then eventually make the pass into that tighter corner. There is a battle for P8. It's between the Shut Up and Drive It and the Maradness Yellow. They're still basically side by side. 2/10 of a second is that gap, and I think they keep just trying to flirt with the idea of making a move, and it's again not quite happening just yet in this race. Still plenty of time, as there's a cliche for you, plenty of time to make that move. Only 25 minutes into the 6 hours, and I think now, Mike, it's probably a question to talk about what you do with your drivers. Obviously, you and your team are running 3 hours split, but do you think there's merit to maybe 2 hours, an hour, and maybe an hour, particularly in GT3 where you're pitting on the hours? You can split up the race quite nicely.
Yeah, no, that's what's nice about the GT3 cars. That this is actually the car I'll be jumping into, God willing, that it lasts the first 3 hours. I'll be in it for the last 3 hours. But the GT3s, the tank, you really get the tanks to manage. You want to get your fuel saving to 1 hour mark, and that way you have a good hour time. It's just the way the timing works out for the endurance races. The LMPs, I'm not too familiar with how the fuel mileage works on them, but it usually seems that those go about 30 to 40 minutes. So you really want to stretch those fuel mileages out as long as you can. But in the GT3 cars, you really want to stretch that fuel to be just over an hour long, and that way you can get less stops and then you limit your driver changes too, because there is an extra time frame for the drivers to come in and out of the cars. But yeah, these endurance races add so many different layers of complexity to the race, to be able to, to manage your tires, manage your fuel, where, some of the official races or the little sprint races, you're just balls to the wall the whole time. So
absolutely, and it is such a difference. And as well, this league, remember, we do run a WSRL. I say we. You do run a sprint league as well. I say sprint league. The races are still about 45 minutes long, if off the top of my head. So it's not a full sprint. There's still a little bit of an endurance aspect to it. But compared to this, it's definitely a sprint league, and it's interesting to see how the drivers can approach the two types of races very differently, actually, Mike.
Yeah, because the WSRL, we have a couple other leagues going on as well. We have the Sprint League, which we just wrapped up about a month ago, and we're going to be announcing the tracks and getting that started back up in February. And all those races are around 40 minutes to 1 hour long. So we call that the sprint races. And then we also have the IndyCar League for WSRL that will be starting back up soon as well. So we like to dip our toes in a little bit of different things, all the different places, and have different types of leagues for different drivers to come join us. And, in our, I've seen some other leagues that we're, 50, 60 plus drivers in a weekly event. And that's what we're looking for when we get the season 4 kicked off for the Sprint League in February. We're going to have opening signups here pretty soon, and we're still trying to work out the final details of what car we're going to run for the prototype. It is going to be a multi-class, so it will be a prototype and a GT3 class. So it's going to be fun, and then we're really looking forward to bringing season 4 out here real soon, and get these guys back out in the Sprint League.
Definitely, and the endurance has certainly been a success as well, even if there has been a slight dip off in attendance towards the end of this season. That's always natural when it comes to endurance leagues. You see that no matter the game, no matter whatever, you always get a little bit of a dip. But I mean, we still got an incredible attendance today, don't get me wrong. So it's always nice to be able to see that we can get a grid of cars going, as we now see Olivia Hayward in the 289. This is 19th position in GT3, and last as well, if I'm not mistaken, trying to make up whatever ground possible with a 21-second interval to the next car. Not been a great day for that 289.
Yeah, I must have spun off earlier or had a little interaction somewhere, possibly. But yeah, that's a big gap for somebody like a prismatic car. They're usually really quick around here. So you would think they'd be a little bit closer to the field, but it's still a long race. We're still not even to the 30-minute mark, so it's still a long way to go around this race. 6 hours is no joke, but when you're driving, it's going to blink in come faster than a blink of an eye, and it's gonna be like, oh shoot, it's 5 hours down and 1 hour to go. So these guys need to stay in touch with the cars in front so that they have a chance to make a move, maybe when they come into the pits this first time.
Speaking of, 33 is into the pits for the first time. That's the Maradna screen, as is the Vaporworks number 86. So first pit stops for the LMP2s starting to happen. There's the 57 streaming into the pits as well. We'll see what happens here, whether they do take tyres or not. Bang on 30 minutes. That actually is quite useful for these LMP2 cars. That means now they're strategy can take that into account in a similar way that the GT3s can with the hours, and looks like it is going to be tyres for this Miranda's green car. They're onto the jacks, which would suggest a change of tyres, as is the car directly behind them. Miranda's Sapphire go into second position. They're going to go a lap longer than their teammates, and Justin Barrera does what he wants and he's going to stay out for as long as he can, I would suppose. And I think with Justin Barrera here, you don't have to make it look nice, pit stop strategy, and he's actually blessed in a way with the fact that he hasn't got a teammate, because he doesn't have to say, oh, you have to be on by this time and, you know, we need to be doing half an hour stints. He can just put fuel in the car and go as long as he can.
And Justin's also known for managing his fuel mileage really well. Some of the other leagues that I've seen him in, he's gone 1 to 2 laps longer than some of these other drivers, just on a regular. So his pace might be a little bit slower on his lap times, but that's probably because he's saving his fuel. He's trying to manage that fuel to get a little bit shorter stop, to get just a little bit better control of the car, and it seems to be working right now as he's coming down Ullman into the Sunset turn. Let's see if he can actually get around Sunset Bend and jump into the pits here, because it should be about time for him to come in, and it looks like he is. Tom coming in the pits for his first stop.
The important thing to note here as well is he's gone 31 minutes, so a lap extra than the cars behind, which means that even though he is running at a little bit of a slower pace than that 33 car, he is able to go a lap extra on the fuel, which could be absolutely pivotal as we head on into the latter stages of this race. Of course, still a lot of running to do before then, but right now this is where we're at with that, as he goes into the pits, as does Daniel Willis in the number 70. We're all waiting for, well, not all waiting, as Daniel Willis is doing a reasonable job in the car at the moment, but I think all the competitors are waiting to see what Nathan Olsen can do with that car when he gets into it a little bit later on in proceedings, as that's going to be very interesting, isn't it, to see how fast these other Miranda's guys can go.
Yeah, Nathan Olsen is just an absolute alien. He is, and over the last year or so, just seeing this progression on how fast he's gotten, it's going to be crazy to see what he can do when he jumps in the car. But these guys that are in the Miranda's team, just in general, they all work together and train together, and they really do a good job. And it's good to see Daniel behind these guys and really working with them. He's a great coach, and I know he's supported this league with some coaching sessions and whatnot. So Daniel Morad is a really neat guy. I've actually worked with him a couple times for some coaching, and he's super friendly and super knowledgeable, and he's helped me out a bunch in a few different classes before. So to see Justin Barrera back out on the track, he's only 4 seconds behind that Miranda's green car. But like we said, he was able to cut an extra lap out. He was able to go a little bit longer. So we'll have to see if he can actually run that even deeper into the race and go farther into this 6-hour race and extend that pit stop just a little bit. And maybe he can make that last pit stop a little bit quicker because he needs to get less fuel. So we'll have to see how it plays out later on, Tom. It's still, 5.5 hours to go.
And as well, the Miranda's are a very smart outfit, aren't they? They're very well run. Even if you just look at the liveries, they've got very well presented cars, and it's nice to see a team like that at the top of a timing tower always, because it shows that if you put in the work to organise a team properly, you can find yourself at the top of the tower. Here is a battle in the GT3 category, as well, the 70 going to just about ruin it for a moment. It's the 283 and the Miranda's yellow car trying to attack for podium position, this Prismatic Motorsports Athena in GT3. Both of these cars within the same, actually I was going to say within the same subclass, but I can't quite see their number plates to make a thing for that. Trading paint's not doing something on my my end. So wait and see what happens here. Rachel Conkley and the Miranda's yellow, maybe into turn 1 will be the best opportunity for this Prismatic car, trying to just get onto the tail of the Porsche whenever possible. Porsche, so definitely no situation where you've got someone gaining a load on the straight and then not so much a little bit later on in the lap. Down into turn 1, no room just yet for that move. Brakes a little bit earlier as well, will carry more momentum through the corner, maybe out of it as well. It looks like right now the Miranda's yellow car is soaking up that pressure and just allowing to ride with it.
Well, and you can see in that front bumper cam view how rough this track is. I mean, just the whole front end of that car was just bouncing all over the place coming into turn one. The Ullman straight and that front straight are so brutal because those were the airstrip runways. So I mean, it is just rough on these cars, and I mean, I can only imagine driving a real car around here for 6, 12, 24 hours, whatever. I don't know that I could withstand the G-forces and all the pressures of just bottoming out coming through, the sunset curve. It's got to be just an absolute nightmare, Tom, to try to drive a real car through there. I mean, I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, I mean, I've driven on bumpy kart tracks and got off hobbling because it's ruined my back that much. And then you think about Sebring and the car's 10 times bigger, 10 times faster, and the bumps are 10 times worse. I haven't got a clue how they do it.
Yeah, as you see Joshua going on the inside, and then we switch back to Scott Angelo. So, Angelo is in that Maradness car, Maradness yellow, right in front of that prismatic car. I mean, these guys have been nose to tail, and they're coming on to the Ullman straight right now. So, I mean, it could be a drag race down the back straightaway here into Sunset. We'll have to see if that prismatic car can get a good draft, or like you said, they're both Porsches, so there's no speed difference. There's no advantage to one car or the other. It's just about driving them right now. But I really think that this is going to be in that this is going to fall into that circle of being an endurance race. You want to just take your time, sit there, and just wait for a mistake, or make a move when, in the pits. You're not going to be pushing the limits at all when you still haven't even touched the 1 hour yet mark, Tom.
Yes, and very cheeky from our producer to put a message on the screen that's suggesting I'm too young to get back pain, which, to be fair, is probably true. But anyway, as we press on, the still line of stern they have been for the much of this first stint, actually, probably about another 20 odd minutes before they come into the pits, as we now see Roberto Arthur in the 255. And well, I think this GT3 category as a whole is going to turn into a bit of an interesting race, as the MV Skin Lab car, the 288, is definitely controlling the race at the moment for the majority of this first stint, but that can change very, very quickly and very, very easily, as now we see Roberto Arthur trying to make a move up into P13 in the GT3 category, down into turn one. Maybe in a sprint race he'd make that move, and once again we go back to that different mentality, because I think that would have been an audacious dive bomb, but maybe it was the last lap of a sprint, you would have gone for that.
Yeah, no, like we've been talking this whole entire time, it is just a complete different mentality. You really have to save the car. I mean, it's not go for broke right now, because we just passed the first half hour mark, so you still have over, less than 5.5 hours to go. So you want to wait, like right now, that would have been a good sprint car move right there, just to dive into the turn, into the hairpin into turn 7 and try to make that move. But because you still have over 5 hours to go, you really want to take your time. You just want to, don't want to make any careless mistakes and take both of you out. I mean, I don't know how many times you've seen cars go diving into the hairpin, somebody lock up the brakes and take both cars out, and it's only 40 minutes into this race, so they'll take their time. You'll see a lot of nose to tail driving, and they'll keep going.
Yes, definitely. As one of them are at this LMP2, so 33 on this occasion, not quite able to get round the GT3 as comfortably as he would have liked. He got away with it in the end, as we see this battle rage on between the 255 and the 249. This is one of those moments in a race where you really are just trying to sit in there and wait for that moment to present itself, as is the 377, the Natural Solar Porfia racing team, in that vibrantly green livery. It's a bit of a gradient as well, very fancy stuff, but trying to get around this Mercedes as well. In terms of this GT3 category, you've got the Pro versus Pro-Am, 2 championships as well. I think we may be able to pull up the points for that in a moment, though actually come to think of it, we'll see. But anyway, how does that affect the driving when you're attacking people and they're in the 2 different classes?
Well, I mean, it gives you, the one car goes way wide coming into the sunset and loses a spot. Hector goes on the inside and takes over that 15th spot now. But the difference is in the 200 numbered in the GT3s are the pro-ams, and the 300 numbers are the amateurs. So it's basically based on I rating. So these two cars here are the 300 numbers. You got the 377 and the 317 battling it out. So you see the difference in the classes right here. These guys are battling for 5th and 6th overall in their class. So you've got 8 cars in the AM class right now. And then you got 11 or so in the Pro-Am class, with the numbers starting with the 200 digit. So it just kind of, when you're racing cars, you're not necessarily racing each other when you're a 200 or 300. So you also know when you're coming up to somebody that's a 300 that, you might be coming up faster on them. They may race you, but they're not going to race you as hard as if they're running in the same class. It just, if somebody is faster, like in a Pro-Am car that's behind you, you just let them go by. Maybe you'll learn something when they go by. You'll see some lines, you watch their braking points, things like that. So it may, it may help you out later on in the run, Tom, when you let one of those faster cars go by.
All of this is being race management, of course, which is something I always put a lot of emphasis on when it comes to endurance racing and sprint racing as well. But they're two different skills. Oh dear, there's almost a collection from the Athena car on the Miradnish Yellow. That was very, very hairy for a moment indeed into their hairpin, just about able to get the brakes on in time. Thank goodness these GT3 cars have got anti-lock brakes, because that might have got a little bit ugly for a moment. But race management is just, who do you let through? When do you let them through? What pace do you do? And it's such an important thing. I'd argue that even if you're half a second off the pace, but you've got incredible race management skills, and you know when to go for traffic, when to back off, when to let someone through, I think actually that can be a far greater skill than actually the racing itself.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's being able to preserve the car. There's some guys out here that can hot lap, all day long, but after about 3 or 4 laps, they're sideways spinning out of a turn. So you have to think about it. If you spin off or go off the track, you're going to lose, 3, 4, 5, 10 seconds, depending on how bad your off is, and losing that much time. But if you can stay just a half second off the pace and not lose that full 10 seconds, it makes dividends in a long stint, especially a long race like this. If you can keep the car going and stay out of trouble for the whole stint, that's just gold. That's what you look for in an endurance driver. You look for somebody that can just keep the car out of trouble and keep it, rubber side down and between the walls, and not, get it sideways. That's the end goal with endurance racing.
And that is as well the guy that you chuck in at 4 in the morning in a 24-hour race to go into the graveyard stint.
Yeah, no, I've been that guy. I've been the guy that starts it at 4 in the morning, and then I've also been the guy that jumps in at the end at 3 in the morning and try to finish it. And man, it's, you put everybody in your back trying to survive and get going. As you see my partner right there in the gray 299 jumping into the pits for his first pit stop. We're about 45 minutes down, so it's still a little earlier than I thought the GT3 cars would be coming in. But we'll see how the rest of the field comes through with it just coming up on the 44-minute mark right now.
Yeah, we expect that, as of course we are running slightly limited fuel tanks for all of the cars in this field. So to be fair, 45 minutes to an hour is the sort of range of when the pit window opens for the GT3 cars. Is asking if you even know how to drive a Ferrari, Mike. Do you know how to drive a Ferrari, Mike? I should hope so, with 3 hours to go.
Yeah, Ferrari still, even with this last update, Ferrari's still one of the easier cars to drive. It just being that I just found out like right now that I'll be driving, so I have done no practice on Sebring since the update. I haven't driven the Ferrari around here yet, so that could be interesting when I jump in the car at about the midpoint. It could be some entertaining TV for sure. Just saying, I don't know. We'll see.
There's a race leader into the pits in the GT3s. It's Giancarlo Leiter in the 288 out of Portugal, as does Justin Hall and a few other of the GT3 cars, I should say. This actually is going to be an interesting battle here between the Athena and the Miradnish Yellow. Whoever has the faster pit stop here is probably going to get out of the pits ahead. Always frustrating to see a battle changed in the pit stop phases, but it is what it is, I suppose. Sometimes in racing, don't have the random variable of the pit crew themselves, of course. All about hitting your marks correctly. Let's wait and see who gets out just ahead. If you just peer over the team tents, there are the two cars beside each other. Athena and the yellow car, the Prismatic Motorsport. Athena stopping in the box just ahead. It's all about who gets off of the jacks and away first. It looks like it is in fact going to be the Maradna's car off of the jacks first, but can they put in as little fuel as the Athena car? And now I'd suggest actually maybe it's a little bit it's actually, there we go, there goes the 268 ahead before the Athena car, but actually quite significantly ahead. And I was going to suggest, Mike, is there any merit to slightly under fueling the car to get track position?
See, at this point in the stage, I think it's too early to worry about that. If it's later on in the stint, maybe, you know, around the 5 hour mark or on your last stint, say it's, you know, 5:20 or 5:15 and you still have 45 minutes to go, like you were saying earlier, you got a 45-minute tank. So if you're just short of that finish, you want to fuel up the tank just enough so it'll finish. But you know, some guys might even push that envelope. They might go a little bit less to try to get that track position and maybe back the car down just a bit to try to save that fuel. But there's so many different tactics that you can take, so many different plans that you can do. But all in all, it's like we've talked, you want to get the car control, you want to have that drivability. And if you wad the car up because you're trying to overdrive it, all this fuel strategy just goes straight out the window. So the first goal is just to keep the car on the track the entire time.
Absolutely. Here's Jürgen Gondel trying to make up ground in the Green Valley Motorsport. The 387 Jumbo car has got the DS Racing just ahead of him to try and attack. As one of my favourite things about this version of Sebring is the fact that there's no actual brake markers. It's just cones that go 3, 2, 1 as you get to the corner. And well, if someone knocks those away, I don't know what happened. But anyway, down into the hairpin. Won't be too far back to make a move just yet, but has to stay in the slipstream. A couple of big straights here as well, where you can gain a lot of time on the slipstream. Not a great deal of dirty air kicked up by GT3 cars, of course. A DS Racing car holding on to this 13th position quite well at this stage. And, well, I think when you're here, they come back. The tracks workers are wonderful on iRacing. Brave track workers, actually, come to think of it, to run out while cars are going around to put cones back on.
Yeah, some of the other games that I've played in the past, the racing games, you go through and you try to knock down all the cones so that nobody else has those visual markers. But it is nice that iRacing is able to reset them because, you know, some of us would be completely lost without those markers or those you know, brake markers at all. I don't know. Some of these guys could not make it around this track, and the next guy behind you tries to brake coming into this turn here, and those cones or lines aren't there, and they'd go off into those tires so fast. As you see, Aubrey Kundal still in that 57 car in the LMP class, just cutting through some lap traffic right now. As you see, Aubrey taking his time, taking his sweet time coming through this traffic. No need to really push and press through. He has nobody behind him right now, no close battle. He's got about a 7-second gap back, so he's got a lot of room to be able to make those times and make those nice, easy passes in that 57 wrong stuff black car. So it was a good job getting through there, and then let's these guys get back into some battle. Looks like that 323 has a little bit down. Oh, coming off the wall.
Into the wall, and that is going to be frustrating. That just about ruins their day. Get back onto the track safely. There are people coming, and oh dear, just about able to get the car turned round. Not ideal at all, and I suggest maybe even a fast repair used at this stage. Look at the crabbing, I think, only slightly. I think that suspension may be just a little bit bent, Mike. Just a little bit.
Yeah, and I was just notating that it already had some damage on the front end of it, and you just start overdriving the car and you spin out into the grass, and, you know, especially now after this last update, they really changed the physics of the off-track stuff. So as you see him trying to turn in the grass, it's super slippery now. So anytime you put any tire off the grass, the cars just go completely into it and start spinning out. So tough break for that Natural Sir Portofino 323.
Into the pits. Unsurprisingly, can't really be continuing with that. And to be fair, they've got away with it a little bit because they're just right on or just after the pit window. You really want to be crashing when you're on your in-lap, don't you? If you go to crash at all, so that you can say, oh, well, I was coming used to pits anyway, it doesn't matter. As hello to Pedro Vargas Sim Racing in the chat, here to support my team DS Racing. As well, to speak of the Devils, here they are, 255 out of Spain and Portugal, running the dual flag in this race, and having a pretty decent race so far, just cresting that top 10 potentially towards the end of this. Wait and see how that develops, as there you go, 9th in the GT3 Pro-Am battle.
Yeah, it's good showing from them right now, running the 255. It looks like he's got a little bit of a gap all around him. He's able to pull away just a bit from the 387 behind him, the Green Valley Motorsports car. But the car behind him is that AM class car, so as you can see by the car numbers. So it's not a real hard battle to try to stay ahead of them. But the shut up and drive it car right ahead of him is still about 18 seconds ahead. So it's got everybody's going to get settled in. As you can look on the track map up on the screen there, that there's cars just about in every section right now. So like what I was saying earlier, the LMPs are going to be coming through the traffic, but it's going to be a lot easier as the race goes on because everybody's going to be spread out so much.
As the sole GT4 runner is back out. They haven't been running for a while from what the information on my timing screen has been telling me, but the MIA Team Merc, well, race victory. Like, I mean, they've got to be taking that at this stage in the race.
That's one way to take the victory, right? Just sit in the pits, take a 37-minute long lap. Yeah, I'll take that any day.
5-lapper around Sebring. Nothing easier to win. So down the 33, getting around. I love that camera angle of the tracking the car through. I think that final corner is called Le Mans Curve, if I'm not mistaken. Been a while since I've looked at corner names of Sebring. Apart from that, going to my team and that bloody corner that I keep crashing at. It's usually the corner names for me. But anyway, around the outside into Sunset. That is very, very brave. Don't get onto the marbles. Oh no, just about keeping the car in check. My word, that can be a moment for you when you're sitting in the car and you think, oh, I've got the space around the outside, and you think, oh no, maybe I don't. You just about hold on to it.
Yeah, at the end of the Sunset Bend, it comes up on you so fast, and with those bumps, it really wants to throw the car sideways. So I mean, anything could happen. You never know what's going to happen coming around that turn, especially when you're trying to go around the outside of another car, a slower class car, not knowing what's going to happen to them. As you see the number 387, Jorgen Grundle, coming in for a pit stop. Looks like it's a little off cycle from them. I mean, it's only 53 minutes down. He's not the one that wrecked earlier, so I'm not sure why he's coming in right now. Just a little bit off cycle. He might have some other issues with the car, Tom, but we'll have to see what happens.
I'm not too sure. I don't believe they could have pushed this tank to this point, the 53-minute mark. That would be pretty intense fuel saving. Here's Scott Angelo. Something has happened to him, clearly, as he goes onto the grass. And oh no, the car that is an incredible save, actually. Come to think of it, that is not easy at all onto the grass. Does he hold on to it, or is there going to be a little bit of nasty business with it? No, the LMP2 behaves quite nicely down into the hairpin, just about sandwiches in between the two GT3 cars, but there goes through the 431 MIA car. And, that was a very, very good save from Murad Cielo.
Yeah, no, that Scott did a great job of collecting that. As soon as I saw him touch the grass, I didn't know what he was going to be able to do, but he was able to wrangle it in and hang on to it and only lose one spot. And he lost to Shane Larson. Shane is actually flying through this field right now and up into the 3rd spot overall in the GT3 class. Next on his sights is the Justin Hall car and the 294 and the Shut Up and Drive It car. As you can see, you should be able to see Shane. There he is coming onto the straight, not too far back now, about 4 seconds back, really starting to work his way through this GT3 field, and we're not even into the 1 hour mark yet. So that shows a good drive coming up from Shane. As you see an LMP car coming off the track, Georgino was just missed that hairpin turn somehow. We'd be talking about the brake marker spots. Is coming into brake spot here. Let's see what happens to the 59 car. Just looks like just missed it. absolutely missed it. Couldn't get it slowed down. Did the right thing. Instead of trying to cut through the grass and getting spun out, just takes that little bit of a slowdown and just take that time to come around clean and rejoin the race and not lose too much space.
Oh dear, though, just trying to poke a nose on the 4-3-1 and has to stay behind. Shane Larson doesn't want his hard work undone at this stage in the race. That 5-9 needs to, I'd say, without being rude, just get back into your rhythm a little bit after obviously just missing her breaking point, Georgina McKay. But make sure you don't, as Shane Larson, where you get some tyre temperature there down into Sunset Bend. I mean, it's a little bit cheeky when you've got an LMP2 behind you. I mean, weaving to get tyre temperature is a genuine thing that people do in endurance racing. But when you've got an LMP2 behind you, maybe there's a better time to do it, Mike.
Well, he might have been showing the sign, hey, go ahead and pass me now. Because there's really, I usually tap my brakes just to kind of flash the brake lights or something. But that might have been the point where Shane was just saying, hey, okay, get past me now. I'm going to stay right here. That might have been what was going on. I'm not sure. But that was better spot anyways for that LMP car that comes by is to wait to them straightaways. As my producer's telling me, that's why we wreck all the time, Mike. But I seem to recall the last time I raced with our producer that he pulled over to let me go by because he was so much slower than me. So our producer, trying to talk about me wrecking and whatnot, it's not very nice of him. So I don't know. We'll see how that goes, Tom.
I always like to remind our producer that he got beaten by Robert Schwenkler to the XTC Championship this season. I mean, technically he didn't race for like all of the season, but that's not the point. He still didn't win the championship.
Yeah, well, he'll kick us off the next broadcast, maybe, Tom. Yeah. So we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, well, there's me off the next XTC season. Good one, boys. But, anyways, I'm being threatened now. This is scary. Oh dear. It's anyway, 4-3-1 car still going around. Shane Larson is staying on his consistent line at this stage. It's unusual because I think about the tyre temperature things. He shouldn't be struggling for tyre temperature at this point in his stint. I mean, you see it sometimes in WEC. I actually remember the Spa 6 hours, not this year, but last year, and there was an LMP2 car just casually weaving around into Puon. It's like you can't really do that when you've got a GT3 behind you. But that's early in the stint, and that makes sense, particularly in real life as well, where debris on the tyres and things, there's a lot more formed than it is in iRacing. But tyre temperature at this point in the race shouldn't be a concern, so maybe you are right in that it was an odd way to let the car through.
Well, I mean, it's, when you're in a real car, especially in a GT3 car, you could wave a finger up the, back window or out your window or something like that. And, there's a guy that I know on our team that actually has a button on his button box that's the middle finger out the window. But some of these races, they have the chat disabled, so you're not able to use things like that. So it might have been just his way of telling him, hey, go ahead and get by on this next section here and just go ahead and get by. But as you see our leader in the LMP class, Joshua Lane, man, he's coming up on some traffic trying to cut through, but he's going to wait right here. I mean, that's his teammate just ahead of him in the 328 car. So his teammate lets him go by on the inside. And Justin Hall, man, these guys are just going at it. I mean, we're barely into the 1 hour mark right now, Tom.
It's unbelievable. I mean, you'd think it was with an hour to go. But anyway, endurance racing quickly becoming, on the sim as well, clearly now, a case of sprint for 6 hours. There is actually a lapping from Shane Larson. So that's why he's a little bit frustrated. There is in this league no responsibility, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Mike, of the car that's being lapped in. There's no same class blue flags, is what I'm trying to say. I think it was clarified in the last race that we did here. I could be wrong, that may have changed, but as far as I'm aware, as of last round, that is not was not the case, as now Lard is trying to get down the inside, as Randall, yes, correcting me, well, not correcting me, but agreeing with me that blue flags is informational only, as I think we discussed this last time, that actually is an iRacing thing. It's just too hard to police in terms of a league itself.
Yeah, it's kind of a gentleman's thing, if you know a faster car is coming up on you, just hold your spot. But it's also the job of the faster car to pick a good spot to get by, not to force the issue, not to, plow through the cars. So it is, a gentleman's thing in this league, a gentleman's rule, I guess you could say, that you want to wait till it's a clean time to get by and go by. So the WSRL league has really done a great job, even in the sprint league. The first couple, I hear some tires squealing. Oh, there's somebody sideways right there.
Into the wall as well, just about. That is Andrew. No, it's not. Sorry, this is Andrew Korczewski. Can't quite see who that. I think it's the Maradnish Yellow, It is the Maradnish Yellow falling down the order now. Here's the replay of what happened, just spinning around. Scott Angelo able to keep it out of the wall for a moment, and then just taps it on the left-hand side. Probably not a great deal of damage, but certainly damage to his confidence in this race, and will have to try and get himself back into this stint. As here he is, Scott Angelo, just rather tentatively continuing on. And I wonder, I'm not a huge iRacer myself. I want to race an MX-5 once, so I have got credentials, and from what I know, the damage model is quite aggressive like, but I don't know how it is in the Porsches with hits like that.
Yeah, it has definitely updated in the last major update of the crash model, but it doesn't look like it did too much damage at all to it. But you can suffer some, tie rod damage or something, because he did hit that left front corner pretty good. But I can only imagine how difficult the Porsche is to get around turn 1 around here, because that's such a fast turn and such a bumpy turn. And with having that motor all the way in the very back of the car, that pendulum effect when you're coming around that turn, it just wants to chase that tail end around. But as you can see on the front end view right here, it doesn't look like there's too much damage at all. But he is going a little bit slower than he was earlier, so I wonder if he did suffer a little bit of suspension damage coming into that, just tapping that wall, Tom, just a tiny little bit.
And you can get sort of suspension damage, can't you, where it doesn't actually bend the steering, but the car starts to feel a little bit lighter and things like that as you go through the course of the race, and it can just slightly upset you, and you've got to drive around it, and you don't even realise it at some stages until you go into a corner and you've not got as much downforce as you did before. But here is the 334. This is Matthew O'Leary in the Radness Purple. It's the shut up and drive it A2 that he's trying to attack, not into turn 1, way too far back. Would have been an audacious dive bomb. Might have just got there before he'd reached turn 3. The car ahead, but gaining ever so slightly, 0.3 of a second. This gap, 4th I should say, will probably be a pretty decent haul here for the Maradni's Purple, given the fact that I believe they are an amateur car. I think it's a red plate on that Maradni's Purple. It is. It's a 300 number, isn't it? I believe. Yeah, some blue plates on the car ahead. It's down into the hairpin they go. This hairpin is such a difficult corner. My least favourite corner on Sebring, I would say, as half an hour is up. And well, here are the championship standings as the LMP2s start streaming into the pits. This is our first hour of racing. Here are the championship standings in LMP2, as this must be for the sprint championship, I believe, because here's the GT3. Here we go. Miranda's Purple lead the way in the 334. Apparently, they're on twice, as miraculously the GPVA's Natural Solar Porphyry team have got 161 points 3 times. As I see what's happened here, this is talking about the drivers. This is the drivers' championship, Mike. I see what's happened. It's put the drivers on instead of the teams, but also the teams as well. So there we go. Miranda's Purple lead the way. Then it's GPV, it's Natural Solar Porphyry. Then it's Prosciutto Punch, the 323, the 395, the 317. The 328 and 324. So I believe what's happened there is it's the same thing here, is that each driver has got his own entry, and it's sort of like a drivers' championship. But if you want to take us through the pro-am standings, Mike.
Yeah, so in the pro-ams, you got the DS Racing's MV Skid Lab and with 180 points, and then the Shut Up and Drive It team in that second spot now with 178. The MIA Endurance and WSRL BMW with 170 points. Then my guys in the Empire Racing team with 169. Shut Up and Drive for 163, along with the Prismatic Motorsports Athena, and then the Shut Up and Drive It A1 with 160 points. And then we jump back into the LMP class. So we've got the SRD Road LMP2 with 297 points. Fast Cactus Racing with 279.
The Wrong Stuff at 265 in that third spot. And then you got Justin Barrera in the fourth spot with 262. And the Wrong Stuff in the fifth spot, 261. And the 499 Racing with 260. So you've got three teams there battling out within 3 points of each other. So, I mean, it's still a close battle with Justin out there on the track right now in the LMP class. Running as an extra lap. We saw the LMP starting to dive into the pits. And Justin's still hanging on to that second spot right now. So, I mean, he could make a pretty good move in the point standings here on that last race right now, Tom.
Yes, as the Miranda Sapphires exit as well now, the 70 car, they haven't had the greatest of luck today, as I believe they are leading the championship at number 70, the car that Nathan Olsen drives, and probably their worst result of the season. So here's what I suspect those are the sprint championship standings, because that number 70 has won every race, and I'm not too sure how they're not on the championship standings. But anyway, we've got Justin Barrera in the interview room. Always fireworks when we drag Justin Barrera into the broadcast. Well, let's see what fireworks there are this evening. Justin, bit of an attritional one for you. 6 hours long, and only done one 6-hour race solo myself. And I have to say, I needed a lie down for a good 48 hours after that. But how are you finding it so far?
Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you okay.
So far it's okay. Had an interesting start to the race, and not sure exactly what happened to what's his name? He's in the lead now, but earlier I think he got on the power too early, and then he like spun it almost. Can't remember. Joshua Leif. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's what I figured happened. It just looked like all of a sudden he disconnected and disappeared on me. And then I got the second, and basically I was trying to stay with the other Morales car, and he, I guess, slipped up a little bit. So now I'm just trying to keep myself where I'm at.
Do you want to do our 3-weekly roundly Justin Barrera track guide?
Yeah, we can do that once we get back over to the start again.
All right, well, we'll ask a couple more questions before that. Then, in terms of the 6-hour race, how are you approaching this? I said that you don't have to worry about strategy when it comes to drivers and things like that. Is it just, oh no, Shane Larson, I apologise, Justin is going to make contact with the BMW, and the BMW spins round. It's the 294 as he got all squirrely all throughout that. Did Shane Larson. The BMW spins around and out of second position as well. Just about gets onto the track before the 317 can overtake him, and that's actually a lapped car, so no huge drama there, but that's a flashpoint in this race. And back to Justin. So Justin is obviously having better fortune than this 294, but we said that you don't have to worry about any of the driver change things like that. Are you just a case of here, no strategy really, just fuel it up and see how long you can go?
Yeah, pretty much. I'll tell you more after this.
Oh no! Oh. As there you go! Oh, Justin Barrera has got into the wall almost. He's able to hold it well held, Justin. As, oh dear, with the GT3. And, well, that's the first time this has happened.
It's alright.
Do you, what's it, your track guide now?
Yeah, my wing's damaged.
Oh dear.
Alright, we'll go for a track lap. We're going at first. Usually we stay over to the right and then brake a little late, turn in, see if our car feels still fine. Car feels decent. Brake at the 2 cones, hard. It's a little skittish on the back because of the wreck. Keep it turned into the left. Power. Move the brake bias up half a percentage, 49.5 for this. Again, brake around the 3 to 2 area. Get it rotated in. Accelerate outwards. We still have a quick repair, so we're good. I don't really want to go in if the car drives fine. Brake around between the first and second set of cones for right now, because we're not so sure how the car is. Slowly roll onto the power. Left, stay overboard to the right. Brake down, get to those curves on the left and to the right. Clip it as much as you can on the left. Move brake bias back 0.5%. Brake right after the 3 set. Get your car over this corner. Onto the left. Onto the right. Brake as much as on the left. Go through traffic. Just blend in with traffic. We got a bunch of traffic to deal with. So now we're gonna be careful because of all this traffic that's possibly battling each other. We're gonna keep it tucked in. This is probably best to keep it tucked in. And then, of course, that's a lap. Not the best lap, unfortunately, but it is what it is.
Well, very well done to keep that on the road after the crash on the previous lap. That's impressive to see how you manage all of that. Mike, do you have any questions for Justin?
No, Justin's doing a great job. Justin, this is Mike, and you have always been the fuel saving master. So with the changes in the clutching, the way the clutch now, how are you doing fuel saving in these LMP cars when they really kind of eliminated using the clutch?
Really, at this point in the race, or in general, since the clutch was, basically to save an extra bit of fuel because they never turned the fuel off when you're under deceleration. Now that you come off the throttle, fuel is completely turned off. Outside of the clutch would only really be used for now, mainly if you want to coast more and keep your speed up slightly instead of just coming off the gas. Because if you're off the gas, you still are decelerating using the engine. But as of now, just coming off the gas is probably the biggest thing without disrupting the flow of the car. Coming off slightly earlier than usual to save it.
Yeah, so basically just backing the corners up just a little bit farther. So
exactly.
You're doing a masterful job. You always do. You're always about a lap, at least a lap ahead of everybody else, or a lap longer, we'll say, than anybody else on the track. But you seem to be doing a great job, and you're still able to manage the car with that left rear damage on the car right now. But fantastic job, Justin, so far.
I didn't see what happened. It looked like he may have he went in too deep, or I don't think I messed that corner up personally, but
we're actually watching it in replay right now, and it does look like that car did just overbrake or overmiss that turn.
I think he got fixation on my car, probably.
Yeah, we're kind of just coming to it right now.
Oh yeah, it wasn't. You were an innocent party, Justin. He just misjudged the speed through the corner. It was absolutely your corner. So just one of those things, I'm afraid.
Yeah, probably.
And
it's somebody that's actually usually a pretty good driver. I think Scott was just maybe just missed the corner markers and it just slammed on the brakes, and it was just kind of an unfortunate thing. But Justin, you are an absolute legend for being on comms with us and actually going through that whole thing and not yelling and screaming at somebody. So kudos to you for that, my friend. Good job on that.
I really want to curse on the broadcast and possibly get you guys demonetized or anything like that.
Thank you, Justin. Legend as always, and well, good luck for the rest of the race. Hopefully, you get to speak to Alex and go at the end of it as race winner. Only 31 seconds.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Cheers, Justin. Oh dear, that was Justin Barrera, the absolute legend in the in the LMP2. Well, these races never fail to amaze me, Mike.
But we couldn't have timed that any better if we planned it. I mean, we're talking to a driver for an in-car, and all of a sudden he gets blasted by a lap car, or a different class car. As we're going back and watching Shane and Justin get into it, coming into turn 15 right there. I mean, it looked like Shane was already a little hairy coming into that section. He just couldn't get the car slowed down, and he just got into the side of Justin. So I mean, it's I don't know. It's hard to tell on that one, but. Yeah, it's tough break for Justin Hall losing a spot to Shane like that. I'm sure he'd rather lose it to him actually getting past legitimately. But yeah, that was a rough corner bear. But as we jump around and go watching Justin still driving around, it's got a little bit of damage to that left rear. I think the top speed is going to be hurt just a little bit, some of the downforce on the car. But his lap times right now are still around what he's been pacing, right around the 150s. So it's really not hurting him too bad with that aero damage. So we'll have to see. He'll get it fixed on the next pit stop. There's no reason to bring it in right now because he's, still clicking off about the same lap times he was earlier, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, as we see coming through Justin Barrera on that Shane Larson incident, I think it may have been a case, Mike, just slightly jumping onto the curb, as in the curb just slightly upset the car, and he just was a passenger at that point and went straight into the BMW. But again, in racing, you just got to say that's one of those things and move on and apologise for it. Of course, is we've all done it when we've been, a long stint and you just sort of get a little bit dozy and you make a mistake like that. But anyway, as we continue on, here's a replay of something that happened to Scott Angelo.
Yeah, I wondered if Scott's having some issues with his equipment. I mean, because that's almost like the wheel disconnected or something, maybe, because that's very unlike Scott. I mean, he's a very clean racer. He's a good driver. I've raced multiple leagues with him and have had some great battles with him. So I'm wondering if he is having some hardware issues right now on trying to get things to work right, because it seems like he is in the pits right now. Yeah, I don't know. It's very unlike Scott to make mistakes like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say, just looking at the replay on the YouTube screen for now, because it didn't pop up on my screen on the game, and that is a nasty accident, isn't it? One of those you just get on. Because to be fair, you say it could be an equipment thing. It could be a case of he just looked at a second monitor or something to try and see pit numbers or whatever, and he's just managed to find himself on the grass. And again, something that I've done in the past. I managed to flip my car at Port Ricard once by hitting a cone. That was an interesting one, to say the least. But Will Coffey here is in the 57. He's in the wrong stuff black car in 4th position. Still a chance to get up to this 86. Speaking of, the Vaporworks car is gaining on Justin Barrera ever so slightly, and only lap by lap, not really constantly. 32 seconds from Justin Barrera to the lead of the race. I think Justin, this pit lane time couldn't come to him fast enough to get that damage fixed.
Yeah, he's still, I mean, if you look at the last lap for Justin, it was still a 150.6, and his whole race, I've been watching his lap times, and they've all been around the 150 mark. So I really don't think that he doesn't need to get this replaced right now, but they should be coming up on their 3rd pit stop here soon. As just a minute ago, you saw Will Coffey in the 57 car, so that was a driver change for the 57 car. It was Aubrey Kundal earlier, and Will jumped into it just on that last stop that they made. But Justin is going to be an absolute legend in this race, and he is going to be running this whole 6 hours by himself. So looks like he's been able to extend for one more lap to try to really push that envelope. But Q Nin in that 3rd spot. Q's just about 2 seconds back. And Q's been able to work his way back up in that Vaporworks SimSport team, number 86. He's been able to work his way quite a bit closer to Justin Barrera in that 2nd spot. So Q's having a great race right now and hanging on to that 3rd spot, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you said hanging on to this spot. I think he's going to try and attack Justin Barrera any chance he can get here. As you said, the fuel obviously for Justin being something in his favour, but Q hasn't got any damage here. So maybe this is going to be a case of, well, if I can get up to Justin, I might as well be aggressive with him, get him offline. And all of a sudden, Justin isn't adjusted perhaps as well as he might like to the damage on that car, and all of a sudden, Q finds himself going his way through. As for the GT4 field, I want to bring your attention to that for a moment. It is my belief that both cars are still not running. MIA Team Merc, despite being the only car around, is still in the pits and somehow in 2nd position in a category of 2. The other car's not running. So that's an interesting one. I think we can put a line through the GT4s in this season and say that, well, that is them done for the time being. It's a fun category. And they were great at the other rounds, but unfortunately just today not getting the teams together. GT3 though, that's the strongest category so far. They haven't got many battles throughout that field right now. No cars within about a second of each other. However, they are coming into the pits about 15 minutes past the hour. That's about what we'd expect. 45-minute stints as Empire Racing and GPVA Naturalist Sur Le Pauvre into the pits as well. maybe a little bit early, come to think of it, 45 minutes, and then you're talking about an hour and a half, aren't you, when they next expect to be in the pits, but nothing major there, just a little bit behind on their fuel numbers. Of course, if they pit slightly earlier off sequence, then that would explain that. Here's Joshua Lard in the lead of the race. It's extended this gap a great deal now in that Maradness green car. Is probably going to go for, I'd suspect, either another hour and 20 minutes or or another hour and 40 minutes, I should say, or he's going to come into the pits at the next stop, or perhaps even the stop after that, so on the 2 hour mark. That's what I'd do, Mike, if I was in these cars. I'd go 2 hours each for the first stint, then an hour each for the last one, because I just think 3 hours may be a little bit too much for one of my drivers, particularly having been used to the 4 hour races and the potentially 2 hour stints.
Yeah, and that's usually how we plan ours out as well. We might start like the first sessions out is like 1 hour for like a 24-hour race. We may plan out like the first couple stints to be just 1 hour, and then once you get into a groove in the middle of the race, then you go for those 2 hour stints. As you see Q coming up on some lap traffic, and the 289 car making a wise decision and just getting out of the way. Might get a little bit of a slowdown there, but made it easy for Q to get by. But back to the driving techniques. I mean, the driving scheduling. That's the way we start off. Is usually do like a 1 hour stint for like the first run, and then we do 2 hour stints once everything gets into the groove, everybody gets comfortable, and you start going, and then ride it out for 2 hour stints all the way out through the race. The longest I've ever done is a 3 hour, and that was because the guy that was supposed to take on after me actually disconnected just as I was on my in lap. So as I jumped in the pits, he was nowhere to be seen, so I just stayed in the car and kept on rolling, and I ended up doing a 3 hour stint at Spa, and actually had my best laps of the race during that stint, because it was right around the daylight where the sun was coming up and the track was at its best, and man, I was flying around there. But I don't know how Justin's going to do a 6 hour stint. He's got to have just some special seat that could make to sit in there the full time and actually be comfortable. I mean, that's a long time sitting in a rig like that.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And as well, this is going to sound really absurd. I know Adam's probably going to be preparing some kind of message for me after I say this, but when you're, particularly my seating position as well, it can be quite hard on the lower back and things when you're pushing the pedals, and you don't realise that you can actually, if you've got the wrong posture, you can actually do a lot of damage throughout a course of a 6 hour stint. Here we go again, he says. There's the message. But you can do a lot of damage to not necessarily your back, but everything throughout the course of a 6 hour stint, even a 4 hour stint, or just a generally longer stint. Is if you're constantly pressing the brake pedal and you're putting a lot of force through everywhere in your body. I know it's not like a sporting event, like a proper sporting event. I imagine you'll probably be in more pain doing a 90-minute football match, but that's quite beside the point. My point is that you can find yourself, if you've got the wrong posture, getting into all sorts of trouble, just muscular-wise, just hurting yourself.
Well, and you talk about a physical, the things that go through you physically for a 6 hour race, but what about mentally? Being able to stay focused for that whole 6 hour race. I mean, that's one thing just to sit here and watch your teammate go around or something like that, but for somebody that's driving that entire time, running for that whole 6 hour time, you have to be laser focused that entire time. I mean, the only time you can really kind of take a second to kind of unwind is coming down that back straightaway, but then you have to be amped right up when you come into turn 17 into the Sunset Bend. I mean, that is a very important turn on this track. So, I mean, that whole time you have to mentally be ready for this whole 6 hour stint.
Yeah, and the mental preparation is such a huge thing. When I did do my 6 hour race, and it wasn't so successful, but it was one of the most mentally draining things I've ever done, because you're just sitting there and you do an hour, and this was at the Nürburgring, where you can break up the stint quite nicely. You only do 3-4 laps per stint, and it was absolutely horrible. I got to the end and I was just shot, basically. It was horrible. I wasn't even... I apologise. And I was mentally shot, and it was horrible. And I wasn't even keeping pace with the leaders. Justin is.
Hey, Tom. Adam Thompson here. Quick question, man. After that 6 hour race that you had, did you not do well because your back hurt?
Cheers, Adam.
Okay,
No,
that's all I wanted to know.
This was many years ago. But no, I'm complaining about my back constantly because I'll tell you that. No, I'll tell you what it is. I had a crash when I was karting a couple of weeks ago, and it has destroyed everything, and it still hurts. But it's terrible stuff. That is close. That almost hurt for the number 70 car. My word, just about squeezing through. That's a nervy moment for the GT3.
Yeah, there's never a dull moment when you're trying to pass some of these lap cars. I mean, the difference in speed in the LMPs to the GT3s is not a whole lot, but what it is that corner speed. It's all that downforce that these LMP cars can carry through those fast sweeping turns, and you know that they gain so much feet coming around to these turns with them. But as you see our leader in the Maradness Green, car number 33, Joshua Lane, out in front and with a 36-second advantage back to Justin Barrera right now in that Metamorphosis car. Justin is still pacing around with that damaged car, but his last lap was not much different than Joshua in the lead spot. So Justin's still able to keep on that pace, but he has Q Nin in that Vaporworks car, not too far back, just 1 second back. So Q is able to work his way a lot closer and just trying to reel in Justin a bit. But I mean, if we want to keep going back in the LMP class, then you've got the Wrong Stuff black car number 57 with Will Coffey at the wheel right now. Will's just, about 5 seconds behind Q in the third spot, and then the Maradna Sapphire in the fifth spot. So, I mean, it's still a good battle for that top 5 cars, top 6 cars. Yeah, they're getting around really good right now as you see the lap times between Q and Will right now down at the bottom of the screen. So, it's going to be a battle here coming down towards the end. Will has really gotten a lot faster with this LMP car. At the beginning of the season, he was still trying to get his feet wet with it, but Will Coffey in the car and really on the move right now, trying to reel in. He did a 159.6 last time by, where Q was a 150 flat. So, I mean, half-second quick last lap around. So Will looks to be the guy on the move right now in that LMP class, Tom.
It absolutely does, and well, for the first time, he's up no positions at the moment. However, he is definitely chasing 1:48.998, his fastest lap of the race, and about a second and a half faster than anyone else in this LMP2 category. You are absolutely right when you say he is on the move right now. Will Coffey has he's obviously had some coffee because he is driving like a man who has got absolutely nothing to lose.
Yeah, he is driving like a madman right now, just like his SDK picture here of the professor. He might be wanting to go 88 miles an hour down that back straightaway. He might be, time lapsing through the track around, but he is definitely flying around right now as Q is actually putting some pressure on Justin here soon. So, you got your second and third place cars about a second back, but Will Coffey about 5 seconds back in that fourth spot and is really making some good moves right now, Tom.
So we're approaching an hour and a half into this race. So that's 25% race distance, I believe. And maths was my worst grade at school, so excuse me. I think it's 25%. And as we stand here, where is your prediction? Who do you think is going to go on to win this in the 2 categories?
Well, I mean, Miranda's green car is really setting the pace right now. I mean, it's 36-second lap or 36-second advantage. So, I mean, it's like a third of a lap right now. So it's really his race to lose at this point. But it looks like there's going to be a great battle for second and third in the LMP class. So, I mean, it's still kind of anybody's race between Justin Q and Will right now. In the GT3 class, the DS Racing 288 has been on the pace the entire race so far. I mean, it got an 18-second advantage back to Shane Larson, but Shane did work his way up through the field to try to get in there. So Shane has been flying, so I don't know if he took some damage when he got into Justin a minute ago, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. If he's able to reel them in. And I'm curious if Shane's going to end up doing the race by himself or if he has somebody to co-drive with him. I mean, we already know who's winning the GT4 class, so we don't really need to touch base on those guys. But the GT3, I mean, that's the closest. As your leader's jumping in the pits right now, Tom.
He is. Giancarlo Leiter in the lead of the GT3 field, right on time, really, around the hour-and-a-half mark, leading the race into the pits as well. So is the DS Racing and the PPA Racing team, as Pedro Carrera says, amazing Giancarlo with a love heart as well. That gives Shane Larson the lead of the race, but for how long? One more lap maybe before he comes into the pits. If he can extend two, that would be mightily impressive over the course of the stint. It's been a reasonably troubled stint for Shane Larson, who has had incident a little bit earlier on that he got away with, in fairness to him. Here's Will Coffey going around right now. Vaporworks Q-Nin, I wonder when they'll be coming in to the pits. Probably around about now. We're on that half-an-hour mark for the LMP2 field. Maybe Justin Barrera going another couple of laps. I'm not too sure, but the pit stop strategy is something that is enthralling to keep up with right now, Mike, because it definitely is. Whilst it's pretty cookie cutter in terms of everyone is going along and pitting around the same time, there's still everyone going either a lap or a lap under or a lap over everyone. It is very interesting.
Yeah, and that's that's what we've talked about. That's how you really are able to get ahead in some of these endurance races. If you're able to keep pace with somebody else and within a couple tenths of each other, and still milk that fuel a little bit longer and last just one lap longer, that pays dividends at the end. Because wow, you see that Justin dive through those two cars right there, coming into the last turn here. Q-Nin locks it up coming into that hairpin.
That's going to allow Will Coffey to go through. He has a nice little wave as he stops the car to go through, just to make sure that there's nothing happening to Q-Nin. But after an absolutely incredible couple of laps in terms of pace, he's going to get his reward, albeit slightly luckily. It wasn't be luckily in the end, as he goes through and gets third position, the wrong stuff black car, and now he can go and consolidate on this podium, something that he's fought so hard for. Here is your car and the 288. I believe here though your car is being lapped, Mike.
Thanks,
Tom. I just had to point it out. There's an abundance of caution for viewers who weren't aware. But anyway, the DS Racing car is currently sitting in fourth position, 10 seconds to shut up and drive its A2. As there goes Coffey through into the Le Mans corner and just about holds on to the car as well. Oh no, onto the grass, and he holds on to it. And my word, that's going to be a little bit of a heart in the mouth moment for Will Coffey.
Yeah, it looks like he seemed to push the moment, especially with Q closing back on behind him. They really pushed that coming out of turn 16 to come onto the straight. But here comes Q-Nin trying to get a place to pie, trying to take advantage of something. Zach gets a little sideways. Man, what a crazy last lap or so right now. It looks like Zach got a little sideways coming out of Sunset and may have tapped the wall. But Q-Nin goes on the inside of turn 1 and takes over that fourth spot in the LMP class. And Will Coffey's going to drop back third and fourth. So Q up to third and Will back into the fourth spot, Tom.
Yeah, that would be frustrating. After trying so hard to get that position, got a little bit of luck, but just caught up in that traffic as well. And, well, Q wasn't going to miss out on that opportunity. Will Coffey now has to reset himself and try and attack once more down into the hairpin. We go. And it's just a little bit deep from Q as he goes through in his 86 car. There will be an opportunity for Will Coffey. He's just got to be patient now and wait for it to come to him. Down into Sector 2 with his circuit. The whir of the LMP2s is always nice to hear. It's a wonderful sound of endurance racing. Here's a replay of the spin of Q-Nin. As here we go. The 288 apparently moved over on Justin. I'm hearing in chat. There we go. There's the tap, and then there goes Q-Nin trying to avoid it, and the ever so fragile rear brakes of the LMP2 just letting him down there. As here it is once more, as I'm not really sure what the 288 did that was wrong, but Justin certainly having a bit of a scary moment with him.
Yeah, it looked like he braked a little too early, possibly. I'm not sure to see, but it looked like it backed up Zach a little bit in the Empire car, and then Q just slammed on the brakes and just got locked up. So just one of them racing deals, possibly. It didn't look like it was too much of a malicious act, but it looked like he was just braking a little early, trying to get into that turn clean. But as you see, Shane Larson back in that second spot now, 14 seconds behind your leader. That's about as far as it's been for the last little while, so we'll have to see what kind of laps that Shane can turn. Last lap by, he was a full second faster than your leader. So we'll have to see if Shane can close that gap as we're just coming past the 130 mark. So we 130 down and 430 still to go, as it looks like the next wave of pit stops for your LMPs is Q and Will, both in the pits at the same time. They were nose to tail last time by on the track. So Tom, we'll have to see how this pit stop works out and who can jump out first.
Both of them taking tyres by the looks of it onto the jacks in these LMP2 cars. Can Will just get out ahead? He's off of the jacks in more time than the car behind him, as Vaporworks now need to get away. They get away at almost the same time. It's going to be a drag race in the pit lane, and Will Coffey has just about got this. They're going to be side by side out of pit lane. One of them is going to have to yield. Here's Will Coffey on the outside line, gets it in pit lane.
Wow, both of them sideways coming out of pits. Man, that was a great pit stop for both guys. Good battle, good clean racing from both these guys to actually separate themselves from each other. Because when you're in the pits, they're actually ghosted, so you can be on top of each other. But once you come to the end of pit lane, they were able to separate, and they actually made it nice and clean coming out of the pits. Good clean racing from those guys coming out of pits.
That was absolutely incredible stuff, wasn't it? Out of pit lane to have such a close battle with each other. And it was the fact that they gave each other room. They were squeezed all the way up to the wall for a moment. And, well, frustration from Q Nin, who has fought so hard for that position. Here's a replay of the absolute bedlam occurring at the end of pit lane. You can see the pit stops in all of their glory. Onto the jacks later is Will Coffey, and then just about is able to get away sooner than his opponent. And, well, watching the pit stops in all their glory once more. I mean, Mike, as he gets out of pit lane, how nervy must that have been?
Oh, I don't know how they survived that one. I mean, Will came in second, and he was able to just get away just ahead of him and hold his line. It was a great drag race coming out of the pits, but that could be back to the fuel mileage thing. So what we were talking about is, saving fuel in a race. That stop right there could have been based on fuel mileage, is actually having to fill the tank less than Q did. Maybe Q used up more fuel that last stint. Will used a little bit less, so we'll have to see. As you see Q Nin just doing a little drift gymkhana action coming around turn one, coming out of the pits on them cold tires.
Yeah, Peter Solberg would have been proud of that one. Well, good car control from Q as we go down into turn one. And he's just about going to hold on to this car, and it looks like Will Coffey is going to use that pace that he had built up in the previous stint to try and continue going around it. As Justin Barrera in third position, he's got a little bit of breathing room now, though of course these haven't come into the pits just yet. Neither has the Justin must have done, because the Miranda Sapphire has got ahead of him. There goes the Miranda Sapphire into pit lane and back into sixth position as well. So in fact, no, I think Justin has pit and the Miranda Green must have not done. Timing tower's jumping around a bit there, Like, I don't know if you can make sense of it all.
Yeah, it looks like Justin's still sitting in that second spot, about 41 seconds behind the Miradnas Green. And in the car now in the Miradnas Green is Wayne Castile. So that was a driver change for your top car. So we got Wayne out in front now in the 33 car, and Justin about 42 seconds back. So they've been able to hang on to that, 30 to 40 second advantage quite well. And then in the third spot in the LMP class, you've got Will Coffey in the 57 car. Oh, we got Shane Larson off the track. Looks like coming out of turn one. Oh, sideways and tags that wall. That is a hard hit, Tom, coming out of there. That should be some severe damage on that front end, Tom.
It absolutely should, and that's going to be a quick repair for Shane Larson, almost certainly now. What frustration for him after such a strong stint in the build-up to this particular stint, and he's just managed to find himself into the wall and now probably limping back to pit lane. That's frustrating for Shane Larson, and now all of that hard work is quickly undone. And I imagine he's just now going to wait. He's going to just brave it out, and well, he's in second position. Why not?
That must not have been as much damage, but man, that looked like a hard hit coming out of turn one. So we'll have to see what his lap time looks like on this lap here. I mean, his last lap was a 2:06, but that's also because he had spun out and hit the wall. So we'll have to see if he could still keep it in that 2:01 lap time. Yeah, I for sure thought he was going to have to come in and get that repaired, because that was a hard hit with the car flying and spinning around like that.
Yeah, absolutely. His MIA Team Endurance car is going to press on in this race. 19 seconds to the lead of the race, and has got 12-second buffer to the car behind. So really, there isn't much to lose for Shane Larson here because he's got such a massive buffer behind and a pretty big buffer ahead. So as long as he stays in no man land and can keep within about 5/10 of his best lap, he should be pretty golden to limp this onto the next pit stop, which should be just about after the 2-hour mark, of which we've got about 20 minutes until we hit.
Yeah, it's still a long race to go, and it's off cycle right now for a pit stop, so it's not like he really was close to the pit window because they had just pit not too long ago, so he didn't really want to come in. But if he's still able to turn a 2:01 lap, I mean he's keeping pace with the cars ahead of him right now, so he's not in too much damage. As he's still able to hang on with these guys. So he should be okay, it looks like, to be able to make it till that next pit stop and maybe do a fast repair at that time to try to get the car fixed up. But he's still hanging on to that second spot right now, closing in quite a bit. He had to lift off as these guys go slow coming out of Sunset. Man, that was way slow for that BMW coming out of there, as you see Shane just closing that gap big time coming around. As Shane comes by, it was still a 2-minute 0.5. I mean, that's a crazy fast lap for something that the car just actually tagged the wall. As we're going to hang in with these guys right now, as you see Shane trying to get through these lap traffic coming in, and he goes hard into that turn and just gets by. So he's obviously, that the car didn't sustain too much damage. Just he's able to make moves like that and still turn the lap times that he is right now, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely, and this just shows the class of someone like Shane Larson, who's able to hold on to this car and not be exactly slow. There must have been not a lot of damage there, as it was a nasty hit, but perhaps the damage model just hasn't quite calculated perhaps fairly, and he's managed to get away with it, which would be incredible luck if that is the case, because this is a battle for position, mind you, for 10th position in the GT3 category between DS Racing and the PPA Racing team. #hacks, says Adam Thompson. Couldn't wish to put on such an accusation on a driver like Shane Larson. But anyway, I'm loving this race director message thing. It's being used in totally the wrong way, but it's incredible, Mike.
Yeah, I ignore him even when he's in my ear anyway, so I get used to it, so we're okay. But we're closing in on that 145 mark, so it's as you see Marco right behind Shane. I mean, he's been flashing his lights since Shane made that kind of a dive bomb move on him, and Shane really hasn't been able to pull away. But Marco doesn't seem to be too happy with him right now, even though that he is a lap down to your second place car. So hopefully he doesn't try to make an overly aggressive move on him. Maybe he can sit behind him. I mean, Shane is a quick driver, and he can sit back here and just maybe save some fuel on him and whatnot, but we'll have to see how that works out coming into turn 1 here.
How will it end up as down the inside goes Vallela and can't quite get the move sorted, as holding on to the position is this 431 car. That was brave stuff. It's not able to unlap himself. That would suggest that there is a little bit of damage from Shane Larson. The fact that he's being pressured by these lap guys. We spent an hour and 45 minutes best part of getting the pace to lap these guys, and then all of a sudden you're being pressured by them. Adam says he overtook both of them. I appreciate that, but the fact is he's definitely more on pace with them than he was before.
It might be sacrificing his top line speed. That might be why Marco's able to reel in down like the Ullman straight or down the front straight, because Shane just does not have that top speed. But because Shane is driving so quick, he's able to carry his speed through the turn and actually pull away just a bit through all the turn sections. That might be why Shane's able to, like this section right here, you can see Shane pulling away just a bit from Marco, but when they get back on the straightaway, I wouldn't be surprised to see Marco right back up on his back bumper again.
Absolutely is. Here we go, the 431 trying to attack now the next car that he wishes to lap. it's going to be Lilac Zia in the 289, the Prismatic Motorsports. Behnke have lost. Oh, there goes the Prismatic Motorsports, letting through the 431, and as well the 255, just keeping out of trouble. Smart stuff at the moment, as 3 cars have been lost out of this race in the GT3 category. It's Maradnish Yellow have called it a day, as have Prismatic Motorsports, Athena and the Natural Solar Porfia racing team all out of this race. 12 laps, 9 laps and 3 laps they are down, as of course are the 2 GT4 cars that were running. They've both retired from this race. No one yet to be a victim of the DNF in the LMP2 category. Here's the Wrong Stuff black car trying to attack Justin Barrera. Really good work so far from Will Coffey in this mega couple of stints to catch up to the guys around him in all of this LMP2 chaos that's been going on so far. 1 second is that gap, that GT3 car just opening up that gap somewhat, and Coffey has to get around the jumbo car. Inserting Jaws theme song here, as need to invest in it. Well, not invest, we'll get the soundboard at him so we can play these things. That would be incredible.
But yeah, you can see Will. I mean, his last lap was almost a full second faster than Justin. But as we talked to Justin earlier, and we brought it up before, Justin is a KG guy that actually really works on his fuel saving. So he may have a lap time goal that he sets himself for, and it looks to be right around that 150, minute 50 mark, because he has been consistently at that lap pace. So as you can see, his left rear has been repaired after he got tagged earlier in that left rear, so he was able to get his quick repair done. But Justin has been able to keep his car right around that 1 minute 50 mark, barring that, the lap where he was in for the pit stop. So he's been able to keep pace, and he actually pushed it up to a 149.5 that time by. So he's able to step up just a little bit, maybe because Will was reeling him in. But yeah, Will Coffey definitely setting the pace and starting to really put some pressure on Justin Barrera now, finally.
Justin's got to be mindful to deal with this pressure as the GT3 traffic starts to work against him in a way. 0.3 of a second now. This is going to be a difficult moment for Justin Barrera. How do you react to this? He's been driving now for 1 hour and 45, and the difference he's got compared to the cars around him is that he knows he's still got another 4 hours to drive in this one. And it's going to be interesting to see how he manages that sort of pressure and the continuing pressure here from Will Coffey, who will, I imagine, sniff the first opportunity and capitalise on the first opportunity he can find it. But right now, just got to play the long game, as we so often say in these endurance races. This will be one of their best performances of the season. Wrong Stuff Black capitalising on that misfortunes of the number 70 car early on in this race. Madness Green goes fastest lap of the race, 148.4. He is also on an absolutely incredible run. Is Wayne Castile now in that car? Here goes Will Coffey around the outside. He goes over the Metamorphosis car, down the inside he goes into the chicane. He's going to get second position as Will Coffey, and that is a wonderfully brave move and a wonderfully executed move as well, Mike.
That was a great move from Will. He knew the track. He knew what was coming up. He knew that he could push him really coming around the outside of turn 14 and be on the inside coming into the Le Mans turns and onto the Ullman Straight. So Will Coffey up into the second spot now. So he's really bringing it on right now and pulling away from Justin already. As you see, Q-Nin still in that 4 spot, about 5 seconds behind the Justin. But we're back to the GT3 leader of Francisco in the 288. Francisco with a 20-second advantage on Shane Larson in that second spot. So Shane's still able to keep pace right now with that damaged car. He actually turned a 159.9 last time by. So that was almost a full second lap faster than Francisco's last lap. So, that damage, I don't know how that damage did not do more to the car. Anytime you see a car fly up in the air, you think that it would done a hard damage on that suspension. But as we're going through the AM class now, this is your leader in the GT3 AM class, the 327 of Shut Up and Drive of Bjorn Stage, out in front in that AM class with Maradnish Purple in the second spot, about 3 seconds back. And that Wayne Green, enough of the chatter in my ears, producer sir, but AM class 327, you've got Bjorn really setting the pace right now in that AM class. Tom, he's in 3 seconds advantage, and then you got a big jab back to that third place in the AM class with Prosciutto Punch. Still one of my favorite team names ever on WSRL. But Andrew Korostecki in the car right now, about 41 seconds back of the Mirandas, so about a half a lap back behind. But still around, chugging around, and still turning some good laps around right now, Tom.
A definition of no man's land is probably in this car right now is 41 seconds to the car ahead, a lap to the car behind, really just trying to keep concentration. Now that's the order of the day for him. Here's Bradley Alves. He's trying to chase down that podium. He's got 53 seconds to the next car in that GT3 Pro-Am category for a podium in Pro-Am, of course. And again, that goes to one of those things that he's just got to keep hounding away for and try and see if he can maybe over the course of a stint get 20 seconds out of that. You've got 45 minutes stint. See, okay, can I get 25 seconds out of that? And then we'll go from there into the next stint. But I think getting the car into a position where, as you have the next driver coming in, make sure that their job is ever easier, and that's really the goal of this endurance racing. Here's the Empire Racing blue car. Speaking of no man's land, 26 laps to the next car. I think they may have had a slight issue there. Is that your car, Mike?
Yes, that is my car that I'll be jumping into here in about another hour or so. But it does look like Zach did have a little runoff earlier. We watched him coming out of sunset that one time and did get spun out. But I don't think 26 laps is correct. I do show him on pace with some of the other cars ahead of him. So I think that might be a little wacky haywire. But looking at some different scoring that I have, he is really only about 16 seconds behind the PPA rate, the GPA car just ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think that's going to be a nice sight for you, is it? As you head through into your stint as 1 lap to GT3 leaders. That is incorrect. That's 26 laps to presumably the LMP2 leader, I am assuming. So thank you, Randall McGrew, ever our saviour in the broadcast text chat. That we could see. Here we go. It's not actually that bad. He's just got a position. So there you go. You can breathe a sigh of relief, Mike.
Well, Tom, what could go wrong? I think I told you off air. I have not driven on Sebring since the rescan, and I have not driven a Ferrari around Sebring yet. So honestly, what could go wrong in this stint that I'm going to do?
Realistically speaking, as long as you keep it out the wall, I mean, hopefully for you the setup's not awful, because I've had it times before where my teammates have set up a really fast setup. For some reason, when it comes to the so-called esports setups, they always seem to be really difficult to drive. So I hope you haven't got an OP setup in that car.
Yeah, I have no idea. We'll find out. Like I said, I have 0 practice with the car, and I got a 3-hour stint coming up ahead of me here pretty soon. So it will be fun. But we're just cresting into the first third of the race. We're coming up with 2 hours down and still 4 hours still to go. And it looks like you got your LMP class still way out in front is the Miranda's green car with about a half a lap advantage on Will Coffey in that Wrong Stuff black car. Then you got a pretty close battle for third and fourth. Those guys have been running together the entire first 2 hours here so far. As you see, Will Coffey just ahead of Justin Barrera. So Justin's been able to hang it within striking distance of him. And then Q-Nan about 5 seconds back in that 4th spot. Still within striking distance. If somebody makes a mistake up ahead of there, it could give a chance for Q to really push that envelope. And then you go back to the 5th spot of Georgina McKay in the Prismatic Motorsports, number 59. Georgina about a minute and a half back, so just over a lap, 3/4 of a lap back. And then in the 6th spot, you got the Miranda Sapphire car, number 70, with Dan Willis in it. Dan was in it from the start, so I'm wondering if he's going to be pulling a solo or if somebody's going to be jumping in here around the halfway point or not. So the LMP class is pretty spread out right now, except for those middle cars. As you see, the Justin actually getting a quicker lap time than Will, about a half second back now between 2nd and 3rd. So that's going to be a good battle all the way to the end in that LMP class, Tom.
It is. I think the LMP2 class is very much an example of when you've only got 6 cars running, it can actually be a more interesting race than if you have like a field of 20, because realistically speaking, any minor incident that happens, all of a sudden you can find yourself from 1st to 6th in a very, very quick space of time. And likewise, you can find yourself go from fourth to first in, again, an equally short space of time. Here's Justin Barrera then trying to attack Will Coffey once more. The traffic is not being nice to either of them. Maybe just about giving Barrera a slight advantage here as he looks to attack Will Coffey, but doesn't need to be overly aggressive here. Has to miss the apex and go deep into the corner to get around this GT3 car. Justin Barrera still with a long time to go in this race, and he needs to make sure he doesn't use all of that mental power he's got built up battling Will Coffey here. He needs to make sure that he's calm and that he takes a swig of water or whatever. I hope he's got water with him, otherwise that's going to be a very long afternoon indeed. But this is a case of Justin Barrera now. This is where, when you're doing a 6-hour race solo, this is where you start to question, you know, how realistic is it that I'm actually going to get to the end of this race? Because now all of a sudden you've gone from just driving your stint, which to be fair you can do all day on a sim. You can just keep driving, keep pumping in consistent lap times, hitting your fuel numbers. Now this is where Justin Barrera has to think, actually I'm in a different race situation. There's some variables being thrown at me. How am I going to manage those, and can I keep my concentration through doing that?
Well, yeah, that it's going to be absolute just a monster to try to get through. But you know, you bring up the point of having a drink with you, but you know, 6 hours, if you have a little bit of water, if you start drinking your water too early, you're going to need a longer pit stop coming up here pretty soon, rather than just changing tires and adding fuel. So you know, you got to also manage your body and be able to you know, physically stay in tune for that 6 hours and not have to use a possible restroom break or something like that. But even if he gets through this without having to make a good long stop like that, he is going to be an absolute legend for this race.
He is, and well, I think the key to bathroom breaks is making sure that you relieve yourself well before the race and then just sort of weather the storm, so to speak.
So to speak. This broadcast has definitely gone downhill recently. I think just the conversation we've had, I don't know what we're going to do the rest of the way out.
Well, we've only got an hour to go, Mike, so oh, you've only got 4 minutes, haven't you, before Randall hops in for the third hour?
Yes, sir.
Well, there you go then. So we can press on, and well, I think what I was doing along the endurance stints, I managed to practice my bathroom breaks and got them down to a good 40 seconds. Obviously, there's a lot of variables involved with bathroom breaks and things in endurance racing, but if it could look like Godspeed, my friend, Godspeed indeed. But well, my point is that it can be done within a pit stop window.
No, yeah, it could be. So we'll have to see how that works out. But this will be my car that I'm going to be jumping in here in about an hour. So I'm going to jump off the broadcast here quickly and go take my personal breaks and then hopefully jump in the car and actually hopefully make some moves on some cars. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Are you going to be doing any laps in the next hour to sort of get your eye in with the car?
Oh heck no! Let's go. We're just going cold turkey. We're gonna, like I said, what can go wrong? Let's do this.
It's a bold move from you, Mike. And well, I couldn't do that myself. I have to at least do 5 laps to get into a car. And I think it's impressive as well if you are going to be able to keep pace, because I don't know whether you find it, but I find myself when I'm doing my first laps off a track, good 5 seconds off the pace. It takes me a while to get within pace of everyone.
Well, and especially, honestly, just with the new tire model that they have in the GT3s, it does take a full lap to almost 2 laps to really get a good amount of tire temperature in them. And those first few turns with the GT3s has become really sketchy, real hairy now. So you really got to watch the balance of going into the turns and especially when you come off of running hot tires and going into cold tires. It's such a drastic difference when you're changing the tires now in these GT3 cars. As we may have had a little runoff with somebody here. I think this is a pass earlier that Justin made on Zach, but there was nothing wrong with that. Not sure what happened. Oh, we've got a car off the track. It looks like Justin Hall, our 3rd place car in the GT3 class. Looks like he was off in the hairpin section. I'm not quite sure what happened there, Tom.
No, I don't know what happened. Just, again, maybe getting a little bit dozy.
Got into Justin.
The race. And, oh dear, yeah, ran into Justin. And that may be a case of perhaps Justin getting a little bit dozy into this part. I didn't see the incident properly to tell you properly what happened. But here it is again, down into the hairpin they go. Justin gets spun round. He spins himself round, and there was nothing the BMW could do, and he just went the wrong way, Justin, there, and that is frustrating. And through goes the number 86 as well. Justin loses out in his podium position.
Little Justin on Justin crime there, but it looks like Barrera, when he was doing his ride along, he was talking about changing his brake balance. So I'm wondering if he missed on that or was overthinking it and trying to get in that. That was the section where he mentioned that he does change his brake balance on the car. So I wonder if something happened with that. I don't know, but it looked like he just under braking lost the back end of the car. And ended up getting into Justin Hall just a bit. So hopefully it didn't do too much damage to Justin Hall as he dropped back behind Shane a little bit farther. But it looks like the GT3 class is really spread out right now. There's no close battles with any of the cars. Closest battles about 4 seconds back between the 4th and 5th place cars. But you can see a little bit of damage here to the Justin Hall's car and that left front. So we'll have to see how he's able to manage the car the rest of the way through this stint as we're coming up on the 2-hour mark, Tom, right at 2 hours now.
And well, Mike, thank you very much for joining us. I believe this is you ducking out of the broadcast as we hit the 2-hour mark. But thank you very much for joining me. And as we drag Randall in, I'll ask you for your closing thoughts.
It's turned out to be about what I figured the race was going to be right now. Everybody is getting spread out right now, especially with the lower turnout. Everybody is minding their P's and Q's for the most part. But it's going to be a good race. It's going to be interesting to see if the Miranda's Green in the LMP class is able to still set that pace and still get through the traffic cleanly, because they've got a full minute advantage right now on the Wrong Stuff black car. And then, I mean, in the GT3 class, the question's going to be, can Shane Larson get that car up to the front? I mean, he's a full 18 seconds back now. He's had a couple little runoffs here and there, but, if he can get settled down and work his way up, could he get a good battle in with that DS Racing Skin Lab car, the 288? So we'll have to see how it comes out. As for me jumping in the car, we'll see what happens. Hopefully I have a faster pair left in there for me when I do a little stint somewhere off the run. But thanks, Tom, for having me. Adam, thank you for having me along for today, and good luck, guys.
Here's Mike. Thank you very much for joining us as well, and we'll drag in Randall McGrew, and not enough fans from parts of the world for you, Mike. Adam's words, not mine.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks. Yeah, I love you too.
Welcome to the commentary box, Randall, as we try and get this broadcast back on track, and hopefully Mike can keep it on track. It's Justin Barrera and the number 86 having a little bit of battle. How are you, Randall?
I'm doing well. Enjoying the race so far. How are you doing up here in the booth?
I'm doing great. And on the subject of toilet breaks, I know you made it very clear in XTC that you use something excellent. So I imagine toilet breaks during long stints are quite easy for you.
That's right. First thing in the morning and then all day long. Nothing but excellence.
Well, I can't disagree either, but welcome along to the broadcast as Wayne Castillo is leading the race. Justin Barrera is still attacking the Vaporworks car, but not quite fully just yet, and having to wait and see if he can find the move as the window wipers start to go on for Barrera. Maybe a little bit of dirt onto the windscreen. He's had to get cleared down into turn one, thinks maybe about to move, just almost pokes his nose there, tries to let him know that he's there. Just think about forcing a mistake if at all possible. A little bit deep into the corner goes the 86. Barrera is still hounding away at the moment. And how can you manage this pressure, Randall, when you're going through a race? It's so difficult, isn't it?
It's absolutely difficult. You see the 86 has been a little bit off the apexes the past few corners, maybe watching his mirror a little too much. One of the best things you can do is just ignore your mirror, trust the drivers around you to not make silly moves, make sure you hit your marks, slow in, fast out. That's the best way to defend. And right now he seems a little fixated on that mirror, missing a couple apexes. Now he's made his way through some of that GT3 traffic. He has some open track ahead of him. A little less distracted. I think we're going to see a bit stronger defense here over the rest of this lap.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're at that stage in the race, I don't know if you'd agree, Randall, where you start to think about track position, because even though you've still got 4 hours left, it get to the point where you think, actually, if I'm keeping behind for another 15, 20 minutes and then start to build on my advantage, then all of a sudden I've got this podium. This is where the podium position battle starts to hot up somewhat, as you are a good chunk into the race now at 2 hours. Barrera is still 4/10 of a second behind. Maybe he'll be content with staying behind, and go against what I'm saying. I don't think that's how Justin Barrera will be approaching this. He goes onto the grass for a moment and into Sunset Bend, just about holds onto the car. That is his line through there. That wasn't a mistake, obviously not onto the grass, but he's going to gain so much exit speed as well. 1/10 of a second into turn 1. Can Barrera find a way through? Not on this occasion, maybe not. He's going to go so late, and he does go late, and he gets the position as well. Barrera into P3.
I think Q saw what was coming and kind of just let it happen instead of having to fight for a whole nother lap. We saw that he took very different lines through Sunset. There's about 5 different ways to take Sunset, and I'm not sure if any of them are actually the right way. So you'll see a bit of different lines from different drivers through there, depending on what they're going for. If they're on older tires, if they're on full fuel, they're really pushing, they're doing fuel saving. There's a lot of different ways you can go through that corner. Right now, Justin Barrera got it done. And you're mentioning it's a smaller field, this race, than we've typically had in this league. That kind of changes the complexion of a race, especially at a place like Sebring, where normally you would be more worried about traffic management. With a small field, it's going to come down more to pace than race management. So the smaller the field, the more room you have to race and to really open up the taps. So we could see a little bit different a flavor of a 6-hour race here.
Down the inside goes the DS Racing car on that Sodi livery. Shut up and drive it A1, and he's going to get into 9th position. A strong move from Stephen Finch in that 96. I apologise. Oh, there we go. So, sorry, it's the shut up and drive got overtaken. So Stephen Finch isn't the one making the move. It's the DS Racing car ahead. I couldn't quite see which one our camera was focused on for a moment there. These driver boxes ever confusing. It's Marco Villela who has made the move in the DS Racing 255. He's actually having a quietly pretty decent stint, is Villela. He's made up a couple of positions over the course of it. He's lapping right around the 2 minutes, so right around his best as well. His best is a 2:42, and he's last lap now was it's a 2:78, so he's definitely within a couple of attempts. Will Coffey into the pits. They're extending their stops here, the LMP2s. It was right on the half-hour mark, wasn't it? And then now all of a sudden it's starting to go a little bit over. Is that something that's just happening as they get through traffic and things, and they use a little bit less fuel, maybe, Randall? Or is that just they're going slightly longer than 30 minutes? They're able to make up that 5 minutes to go over the sort of normal pit window.
If you just get 1 lap extra out of your fuel run, you'll see that pit window starts to open up more and more. You see the likes of Justin Barrera, who's always really good at fuel saving, able to get extra laps, and then before you know it, your competitors are pitting 2, 3, and even 4 laps before you. And while the pit window is pretty small here, I don't think they'll be able to eliminate a pit stop completely. But at the end of the race, it could be just a splash and go and not even need tires. So these laps add up in the end. So you really like to see a driver with some fuel saving, especially if they can maintain a pace the way Justin has. He's only 13 seconds off the lead. We've seen him have a couple of issues. If not for those issues, he would be knocking right on the door of that 33.
He absolutely would. You're bang on there, actually, because he's not exactly had the pace to keep up with that 33, but he's certainly had the fuel strategy and the fuel stint. He's a few tenths a second a lap slower than that 33 car. It's not a major difference. And when they have obviously changed now, that 33 car, when Castile in that car, as Justin Barrera comes into the pits around the 2 minutes and 2 hour and 8 minute mark, up to his pit stall he goes. And I don't know how much of these cars you've driven around this circuit, but do you think double stinting is a potential for them here?
So I have not tried the LMP2 since the update. Now that they can change tires and refuel at the same time, with this limited pit tank or fuel tank, I believe that changing tires is probably still free. Now, it's when you get to the end of the race that it's going to be interesting, because you may not need a full fuel tank to get to the end. So since they're only going about 30 minutes, the tires should be good to not have to change them if you're not taking a full tank. So I don't really think that's going to come into play too much. Now, on the GT3 side, they're going a little bit longer on those tires. That could become a little bit dodgy, but even still, they should be able to run a full hour without really having any tire struggles. So that shouldn't really come into play too much if they have to take a shorter stop at the end, just keep the tires on. That might win you a race. That might be something you need to do for fuel saving. Basically, you just want to spend as little time in pit lane as possible.
There's hello in the YouTube chat as well, Giancarlo Lighty says Vamos DSSSS. I assume that means DS, and he's just added a few S's for emphasis towards the end. But thank you for watching the stream. You guys are having a pretty decent race so far, in 8th position in the GT3 category. Layla at the helm of that car at the moment is driving a very, very decent race, as we just mentioned. But here is Daniel Willis in the number 70. Oh, sorry, he's Francesco Barrera in the 288. There we go. Got there in the end. The race leader in the GT3. He's also leading the way in the GT3. This is a DS Racing Skin Lab car on this occasion. So the DS Racing side going from strength to strength in the lead and in 8th position. 2 cars in the top 10 has always got to seem it's a positive and a successful race, Randall.
The 288 car is always a contender in the GT3 category here in this league. Normally, we've seen them in the 4-hour races go a little bit off cycle with their strategy and be there at the end. This time, leading the way the whole time, so maybe a change in strategy due to the way the tires work, the tire changes work while they're refueling, or maybe because it's 6 hours instead of 4 hours, maybe a little bit of both. But wow, some GT3 traffic really clogging up this LMP2 race. But here comes Will Coffey on Q9.
It's Gundel now. She's taken over that car as Aubrey Gundel down the inside makes the same move that Barrera made on that 86 and gets up into 3rd position once more. These two continuing to battle over the course of the race and making this LMP2 fight ever more enthralling lap by lap. Here is a replay of what's happened to quickly change the 86 into the lead of the race. Went through into Sunset Bend, then get held up by the GT3 car. Had to back out on the outside, I think. No, just went for it, and wow, that was just enough to give, however, Aubrey Gundel that extra speed to get down the inside into turn 1. I'd argue, actually, Sunset Bend isn't the greatest place to be making a move because you're opening yourself up to being attacked again down into turn 1, and that's the counter-attack pretty much point in case.
Well, in this case, Q was really held up by that GT3 car. He made that late thrust going into Sunset and then suddenly found a windscreen full of a Porsche and had to really back out of it, and absolutely right, set Aubrey Gundel up to take that position back going into turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And now as we head through into the rest of this race, Aubrey Gundel starts to pull out a little bit of a gap. Do you think here Aubrey in this stint can try and hold on to this 3rd position?
This is definitely a good opportunity to hold on to that 3rd position and try to establish a gap. We saw that Will Coffey was very, very quick in this car. Not really got a good read on Aubrey's pace yet. The benefit of having the fewer cars on track here is you get a bit more time to run free of lap traffic. Maybe can establish a gap. Maybe close down on Justin Barrera a bit too. They're not very far off that 98 car. We see the 369 and I believe the 296 here engaged in battle coming through the middle part of the track.
As Randall is on a sick one this morning, says Adam Thompson in the broadcast text chat. Here goes the prosciutto punch down the inside and able to make the move before the corner even starts. Clean and as clean as you like, able to get up into 6th position. And now press on in an amateur car as well, making a move on a Pro-Am. So certainly very interesting. One for the ego, one for the clips, and even though it doesn't yield any championship points, that's fair enough. And through into that 6th position. Here is again that battle between the 86 and the 57. The 57 in the lead of it at the moment. I imagine Nin here is going to be on his way to probably ending up with this the car handing over at about 3-hour mark. Here is Nathan Olsen as well. He's into that number 70. What can he do as we go on through the course of this race? Being lapped at the moment, trying to unlap himself. We know he's got a razor sharp pace, razor sharp consistency. One more stop than the Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, who's just come into the pits on this occasion. Olsen now, don't count him out of dragging his car up to podium, as there's a massive moment with the GT3, and down the inside goes the 86, and that is such an opportunistic move that he has made so beautifully indeed. And now the 88 is almost 288 is all going to take out the 57 as well, and just about squeezing through the both of them. Incredible racing from all three involved.
Wow, very opportunistic, like you said, from Q-Nin. Definitely has the dagger in his teeth, out for blood, and got those elbows out. Saw an opening, went for it, made it stick, and then the 288 really getting bullied by these LMPs. We see very, very late move. Aubrey keeps the car to the left very early, kind of indicating that he's going to follow that GT3 through this section, and Q-Nin says, I don't think so. I'll have that place. Thank you very much. Makes the move happen. Keeps off the rear end of that 288. And very, very cagey maneuver there out of Q.
Yes, caginess personified there as Aubrey Gundel is trying to get past the 59 to lap. And does lap indeed. Is probably a little bit taken aback by that move. Just so... he pulled the wool over Aubrey's eyes, didn't he? It was incredible. And, well, now Aubrey has to reset herself and go again, or reset himself and go again in this race. The number 57 car definitely having the pace to challenge for a podium in this one, but as does the number 86. And I just wonder, when does Q go into the pits and change and hand over this car? Do you really want it when you're on such good pace at the moment? Maybe one more stop after this?
If you're in a groove, it's very hard to give up the cars. We see Justin Barrera struggling coming out of tower turn. Moves over in front of Nathan Olsen. Nathan in a bit of a foreign position for himself here. Normally we see in these endurance races, he will start it and come out to a really commanding lead and then hand the car over to Dan to see if he can maintain that. Now finds himself, I believe, 2 laps down, trying to make his way back up to the front. And if anybody can do it, Nathan Olsen can, but he's kind of found himself beached here behind Justin, as he's going to make the move going into sunset, but may find himself in a similar situation to Q-Nin a few laps ago with a windscreen full of Porsche and not going to be able to get it done.
Yeah, no windscreen full of Porsche in the end, but Olsen definitely with a little bit of run down into turn 1. Barrera would be smart to just let him through here down into turn 1. I don't suspect this will be contested too hotly, and it won't be. But he gets the move done, does Nathan Olsen, in that car, and now on the comeback trail into 5th position, has now got 1 minute and 45 to catch up to the Wrong Stuff Black. And you know, in 3 hours and 45 minutes, that is absolutely possible from Nathan Olsen here. He has got a proper chance of even securing a 1-2 for his team. I think Barrera now needs to keep an eye over his shoulder, as we're going to bring Joshua Lahn into the chat. Joshua, it wasn't the easiest day for Miranda's on both sides. However, the 33 does hold the lead of the race. Your friends over at the 70 are just having a bit of an issue in the early stages. But I think from your side of the garage, it's been all pretty decent. How did you find the track out there today?
I got to start off, if you hear kids screaming, we're in the car driving to a family Christmas, so that's why I'm out of the car so early. I gotta say, the race started horrible though. The track feels good, but the race started horrible. Coming out of turn 4, my wheel disconnected. I don't know if you guys saw that. My brakes just locked up and I just went straight. Luckily, nobody hit me and I didn't hit anybody, and basically able to put a full pit stop on the rest of the field. So other than that, yeah.
And in terms of this 33 car, now you must be feeling that your chances of winning this one are pretty nailed on.
It's a long race, and all it takes is one person making a mistake in front of you, or you making one mistake, and you can cycle back. But it is nice to have a full pit stop buffer for each pit stop. So.
And in terms of traffic management, how was that out there today? I know we've got the smallest grid, to my knowledge, of the season, but there's still a lot of GT3 cars, and well, I saw that it was getting pretty hectic towards the back of Sector 3.
Yeah, it was kind of hectic for a while. It's the same thing, you know, whether you watch racing on TV or whether you're sim racing. Indecisiveness gets people wrecked out, killed, injured, hurt. Obviously, sim racing, you don't get hurt or injured, but just not being decisive with where you're going to put your car and watching your mirror, it leads to mistakes. But as a whole, everybody's kind of progressed. It looks like, you know, most people that tend to have issues tend to take themselves out before you get in the flow of things.
And I'll hand it over to Randall if he's got any questions for Joshua.
So dealing with electrical gremlins kind of resembles real life. How were you able to recover so well after having that issue? Was it there in the back of your mind the rest of your stint?
Actually, it never went away. Like, so my wheel and stuff disconnected. I guess I blinked out on the screen or something. But then, like, all the lights and stuff on my dash were off. So, and my, like, preset force feedback and my load cell pressure points were off. So the whole entire time I was driving, it was just complete chaos. And then I was like, oh, sweet. Time to pit. I'm going to power cycle. So I power cycled everything. Came out, it fixed my load cell, but my force feedback, I felt like I was driving on a G27. It was not fun.
Oh, that does not sound fun. So even more impressive the way you were able to recover and drive to the front. You had a good race out there, and hope you enjoy your family Christmas.
Yeah, you guys take care.
Merry Christmas, Joshua. Thank you for joining us. And, well, we'll drag in, I believe, Will Coffee. Next is the... Oh, no, hang on. Pit stops. There we go. Pit stops. Instead, as the GT3s start to stream into the pits, before we talk to Will, I believe here that it's all of the front runners have made their third pit stops of the day. As if we look at the gap now, it's 9 seconds between the DS Racing Skin Lab and the MIA WSL Endurance. 10 seconds between those two, 21 seconds then back to the shut up and drive it cars. And well, Shane Larson has, despite that issue earlier on, has probably come into the pits, got that fixed with his quick fix, and can now start to pressure the lead of this race, Randall.
That's right. Shane has been having a lot of pace all day, so that 10-second gap, I suspect we'll start to see it shrink. If you're in that 288, gotta be mindful of what's coming and prepare your defenses. Save some tires, save a little bit of fuel, maybe try to get off strategy a little bit and make sure you hit your marks for the end of the race still. But you gotta know that Shane Larson kid is coming, and he's quick.
Absolutely, he's rapid. Shane Larson, he's really having a good race so far, despite the obvious. He's recovered very well up into the second position. He's now attacking. So I think in a moment's time we will be able to drag Will Coffey in. But quickly before that, I'll just give you the news that the Green Valley Motorsport car has retired. Plenty of laps to go now. I don't think we addressed it on the stream. That is the fourth of the GT4s to retire from this race. Prismatic Motorsports Bruganta has come into the pits. They haven't retired, don't worry, Prismatic fans. They're into the pits for their third stop of the day, by my reckoning. And well, dragging Will Coffey into the booth. Well, I'll ask you a couple of questions about the race, and then we'll move on to the league as a whole. Now we're dragging towards the end of this first endurance season. You had an absolutely incredible stint in, I think it was your second or third stint, and you just all of a sudden woke up and put in some incredible laps and ended up finding yourself in the second position in the end, but eventually back down to third. How did you find so much pace in the car so quickly?
The track's kind of starting to come alive. I think you can tell it's getting rubbered up, and then feeling comfortable in the car itself. And we were kind of fuel saving for a while, trying to eliminate a whole stint. And then I think once we hit our numbers, then it was time to put the pressure on. Plus, I saw Justin Barrera up there, so I've been battling him for over a year now. So I just thought we put the heat on just for fun.
Had a pretty intense battle at that as well. So, well, in terms of the race, now you've handed over the car to Ori. You wasn't quite able to hold on to that third position, but fought it very hard indeed. Are you feeling confident of getting back into that third? And, well, are you getting back in the car at all today?
Yeah, so we'll probably switch off like every couple of stints. Just Aubrey and I right now. Aubrey's just kind of out there, just kind of getting the flow in the field. So I think we're in fourth right now. We're watching some of the drivers probably make decisions they shouldn't. It's still pretty early, 2.5 hours in. So I think it'll probably play the probability game. You know, as long as we play safe, we keep ourselves at 95% general pressure. I think we'll be top 3. I'm pretty confident in that part, as long as we just don't screw it up ourselves. So we definitely have the pace. I see that. Looks like Nate Olson just got in the car for Morad. So like now it's just going to be him hunting down the field like, you know, a pack of rabbits. So we just need to stay far enough ahead of him. We're about minute 35 ahead of him now. So we'll see how it goes. But I was just talking to Josh, who just got out of that Morad car too. So like, you know, or excuse me. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, so I know they got a plan. I know how Morad's crew is. You know, they definitely do very good job of planning and everything else. So we're kind of suspicious of like how well we're doing it. You know, so we're wondering we're waiting for the hat to drop or what's the so. But we'll just go out there. We'll do our best. I think we have the pace, so I think you'll see us up there in the top 3 somewhere.
And to switch to the league now, it's been a reasonably successful first season of these endurance races. I know you guys have said in the past that you're thinking about just taking sort of Christmas off and then assess where you are from there. I know Mike was talking a lot about the plans for season 4. Do you see these endurance events returning in any capacity in the future?
Yeah, I do. I got to get some planning ahead, you know. So basically, we talked about in the podcast a little bit. So I just looking for some admins. This takes 5 times the amount of work it does than a sprint like league. So just looking for some people that you know, are administratively minded and can talk to people well and everything else. So I've been slowly fielding a couple of people, and once that gets settled out, then we'll do some more planning, and then you'll definitely see something. I have a couple things in mind. It won't be this format, but I got some stuff in mind. So you guys will be the first to know, I'm sure. I'll need your guys' help once it comes time.
Yes, well, thank you very much. Well, and in terms of this season as a whole, I know we're still halfway left in this first race, but what have your thoughts been on it?
Sorry about that. What was the last thing you said?
Sorry, what have your thoughts been on this particular season of the Endurance League?
I liked it. So as far as like the racers, it was kind of cool. I got to meet a bunch of people I never probably would have met up before, and I think that's the fun of leagues, is kind of getting sort of faces to the names, you know. So made some friends here. Definitely have learned quite a bit, especially watching some of these guys like strategies and skills and hearing their thoughts. So from a personal standpoint, like I feel I'm better for it, and I've also watched other friends in here develop and learn fuel strategy and tire strategy, and like just working the field out there, learning to live a little bit in the rear view and thinking a little bit ahead. So it's been kind of fun just to watch like everybody's development. We've definitely had a couple things where we probably could have did a little bit better, and I take ownership of that. So it's just kind of we'll learn from those and then basically try to make the next thing that we do just that much better. So I really enjoyed the season. I had a really great time, still having a great time right now. I'm super grateful of everyone that's helped me. Everything from the drivers. I mean, I have, you know, hundreds of direct messages of like suggestions and help and everything else, and they've been really good. And then also just like from you guys, everything from like the stewarding to the broadcasting and everything else. Like I've learned a lot, so I plan to take that knowledge and not just can it. We'll develop something, and we'll make something better, you know.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Well, I'll quickly throw over to Randall, ask if he's got any questions for you.
So you mentioned that you've seen a lot of drivers really develop skills over this season. What would you say, what percentage of the drivers was this like their first experience with endurance racing?
Probably say about half. I think that they've done like 1 or 2 hours, like officials and stuff like that through IMSAs and stuff like that. But most of them haven't done, after I was talking to them, they haven't done anything like 4 hours or more. So it was interesting watching their development of like, hey, it's not like a sprint plus, you know, like it's a legit, you have to think ahead and think about risk management and whether or not this little pass might get you that second, but it might also cost you the race, you know. So
Looks like we have a bit of an incident here with Andrew Korsecki from Prosciutto Punch, getting it just a little bit wrong at the hairpin, going a little deep and mowing some grass out there, helping the grounds crew out. Going to get that car back on track safely. Looks like, yes, and back on his way. Loses that position that he had gained earlier on the 296. This team, though, has had a really good race, so one little mistake and not really a whole lot lost. They can get back into it.
No, you're good. I don't know if you guys know Andrew. So he's like full blown like COVID right now. So he's been he was debating with fighting this race like through fever and everything else. So he was just, and he's soloing. So he'll dude's a stud, man. So he's helped me actually a bunch through this league too, and he actually like funded some of the challenges and stuff like that, along with the Shut Up and Drive It team and everything else. So it's just been he's a good dude, man. If you ever get him in here, he's worth talking to. So.
That sounds incredible. I mean, I know when I had COVID, I definitely could not be doing a
right
6-hour stint solo. It's incredible, but well, wish him the best as well. That's incredible, but well, I mean, what a way to get through it. Or certainly, if he's got a direct drive, we'll sweat out the virus by the end of this week.
Yeah, he's a stud, man. He's a vet and everything else. So he just has that like drive of like, he's like, nah, we're bringing the team home, is what he was basically saying to me on the side. Like, I'm like, all right, man. Like, nobody would hate you if you didn't, you know. He's like, no, we're doing this. I'm like, all right. So I've been giving him the 6 feet rule out there on the track, you know, like. And then I told him to make sure his antivirus was updated on his computer. You know, I didn't want him transmitting. So. But yeah, I've watched him out there. He's a solid driver, always has been. So I'm really excited to see that at least he's on the track, even though I know he's like just straight up struggling. Even though sounds like he's doing pretty well. So.
Well, before we let you go, is there anything that you'd like to plug or anything else? I know that WSRL has a lot of things going on. Anything in particular you'd like to highlight?
Yeah, we got our sprint season that will be kicking off. We'll be releasing registration this coming Wednesday. For basically season 3 of sprints. It'll be 8 rounds of 50-minute and 1 hour interval races once a week on Tuesday nights, man. So if it'll be LMDH, LMP2, and GT3. And then so a couple things that we're going to be adding is, our partners with you guys. We'll have broadcasting and also something new. We'll basically have live stewarding, so we'll be having help with you, Randall, actually on that. And it'll have live stewarding and then post-protest process. So it'll be pretty fun. It's just one more element that we're trying to incorporate and learn from, and then kind of develop our field. And then we welcome any new drivers that are interested. You know, so we open up Wednesday. It'll be on the website. I think it's the wrong stuff, simracing.com. And if you guys are interested, it's $20, man, for 8 solid races, man. So I hope to see some new drivers, and definitely hope to see a bunch of our buddies in there. So, and then I know that Brian Long has his Indy League that's going to be kicking off probably just after the holidays. And then I think you guys, Dre, and Into the Apex guys are doing that 24-hour race at Red Bull Ring coming up in, was it March? Adam, I can't remember.
Yeah, it's coming in March. That's right.
March. Yeah, so that'll be an undertaking. That's quite a thing, and it's for a charity. It's for the MS Society, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's pretty cool. So I love seeing stuff like that for going to charities, good causes. We actually have some people in here that have been affected and have family members, so it's all pretty personal to them. So we'll definitely be supporting as much as we can, and obviously you guys are doing everything you can to help too. So other than that, man, yeah, we're just trying to manage what we got and develop our drivers and build some admins, and hopefully we can build something pretty cool. So we appreciate you guys.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Will. And we'll hopefully we speak to you, well, not me personally, but speak to you towards the end of this race.
All right, thanks, guys.
That was Will Coffey, owner of the showrunner of the entire show here at WSRL Endurance. And, Randall, as we head into the last 25 minutes of my stint in this race, again, I'll ask you a question I asked Mike. Who do you think is going to take this one home so far?
Right now, Moranis Green is the team to beat. They have a huge gap. Nathan Olson is in that 70 car, can definitely make something happen in this span of time, but that's a pretty big hill to climb. And Wayne Castile has found his groove, and he's really, that gap has stayed about the same to Metamorphosis, so he's able to keep that pace going pretty well through the traffic. Yeah, I think they're the team to beat. I think we're going to see that 33 car take the checkered flag first today.
And over there and sign up. Indeed, the Rockstars said, who gave Randall a bloody ticker? He's not Randall, Adam even. My bad. Anyway, 2.5 hours into a broadcast, we're on the ropes now. But anyway, wonderful piece of software that Adam's been given the keys to. But he used it all the way throughout this.
Alex and I always unplug his microphone every chance that we get, and now he's just found another way to annoy us in the broadcast booth. So I guess where there's a will, there's a way. Or in this case, where there's an Adam, there's a way. It's like a little brother that just won't leave you alone. I found it best if you just ignore him, he'll eventually go away.
I've had him on mute this entire time, and he's still being able to talk to me. It's a joke, honestly. I'll take the awkward silence that you're laughing through the mic accidentally being on mute. Oh dear. There we go. Are we there yet?
Which is a very good question. A very good question. We're in the middle part of this race. This is what I like to call the dog days of an endurance race, where you've been in the car a while, you've worked out your strategy, but there's still such a long way to go, and you're just, are we there yet? Is it over yet? Can we finish this yet? Particularly if you're the likes of Justin Barrera or Andrew Korostecki, and I guess especially in Andrew Korostecki's case, given the issues that he's dealing with, this is the hardest part of the race, is just trying to keep your focus with the end nowhere in sight.
Yeah, absolutely. And the end certainly nowhere in sight, because you remember that you've still got over half distance to go, obviously 25 minutes, and you'll be at half distance. But anyway, I know I'm certainly, not flaking, but I'm certainly sort of thinking, wow, it's a long way to go, and I'm only doing half this race in terms of a stint, and to actually drive that and have to keep far more concentration than you do when you're just commentating over the race it's quite incredible, and full obviously respect to the guys who are right on it. But anyway, as we look at the Vaporworks team, 86, 2.9 seconds to 6 seconds to the Metamorphosis ahead. The thing to keep an eye on is the fact that the Wrong Stuff Black is chasing him down there, Q, and he is hanging in there, but it's 5.6 seconds. It's starting to be a mountain. It's turning into a mountain rather than a molehill.
Yeah, the Aubrey could be changing strategies here and trying to go for a bit more fuel saving. Some of that gap could be from traffic, but it is slowly getting bigger. So now you really need to adjust your strategy to think, am I going to be able to catch the car ahead on pace alone? And if not, what can I do to catch him through the pit stops? So could be saving some fuel, trying to get extra laps out of that. We heard his teammate Will Coffey say that they may be able to completely cut out an entire pit stop. So if they have that in hand, that 5 seconds is not very big after all. So just make sure you're hitting your fuel numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. And as now a battle starts to develop between the Empire Racing Blue and the Shut Up and Drive It A1, the 299, and the number 96, as we see if Mike Scott can get round and up into that all-important 10th position. It says 10th position on the normal panel. Down the inside, Zach Rosar goes and gets up into 9th position in class, and there's not really much you can complain about there. A simple move that he did eloquently, and is able to get up into that 9th position.
Also, interestingly, the only Ferrari in the GT3 field, and they're having a pretty decent race. And Mike said he didn't have any practice, and he's going to go in cold turkey. He's not going to do anything while he has his hour break between commentating and getting in the car. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do with it. He did say Ferrari's pretty easy to drive, and I have to agree with him. Ferrari, very friendly. If I was going to have to jump into a race at Sebring without any practice, the Ferrari would probably be my first choice. But right now, it has not been a very popular car in this series.
No, the Ferrari is one of those GT3 cars that sort of goes by the wayside in a way. I guess it's just one of those cars. It's not the first thing you think of when you think of a GT3, is it? It's very much a sort of last choice, I'd say. The BMW and the Porsche definitely favoured in this league, as we've got some pit stops in the LMP2 category, about bang on the half-an-hour mark. Wrong Stuff Black and Vaporworks both into the pits. No sign of Justin Barrera coming in just yet. Brandis Green also goes into the pits. And how do you think Justin's going to be able to keep up this fuel saving and this fuel management throughout the course of the race, to the point where he is so many laps ahead of these guys?
Well, he's really only had one lap in hand according to the last pit stop. We'll see when he comes in this time. And right now, it looks like the 33 also has a lap in hand as we see him pull in, but he's nearly a whole lap ahead of these two. So he's done one more circuit of the track compared to these two drivers as they're pulling out now. So he's also got a lap in hand and has been saving some fuel. Also, Nathan Olsen seemed to be pitting a couple laps later, but they've also lost 2 laps. So he doesn't really have those 2 laps in hand. And with the amount of time that he has to make up fuel saving, it's not really going to enter into it. We saw very, very big wiggle there. There's a big bump in Sunset. You saw he had to get a little bit wide dealing with some traffic and hit that bump. Manages to keep it under control and keeps it on the track. Doesn't really lose a whole lot of time, and now coming up on his teammate to try to unlap himself. His teammate on cold tires, if he can make his way around this Porsche very quickly, he's going to have a chance to take him into the hairpin. We see really hanging that tail end out on the button, trying to close that gap down. He wants that lap back desperately.
Absolutely, and who wouldn't, to be fair? It's a beautiful picture, Nathan. Yeah, he looks rather disappointed at that car. So I wonder if he's got a pad back as well from that crash. But anyway, I'm sorry, I shouldn't. I'll keep it together in a second. Hang on, breathe. There we go. Now I tried to get the lap back on his teammate, who I suspect may just let him through here, as hopefully there's a nice little bit of chemistry in the Madness squad. The 2 LMP2 runners, there he goes down the inside, and that's not an easy move to make onto the grass as well. Nathan Olsen, I mean, I wouldn't want to be his teammate. I mean, not in a bad way. It's in, like, you've done all of your hard work, and then you see Nathan, albeit he's going a second faster than the rest of the field, but he's definitely giving you a couple of heart attacks along the way.
I wouldn't be so sure that the team chemistry is going to allow the 33 to just let the 70 have that lap back. The more that he can hold him up here, the harder time he's going to have to catch up that other lap and get back to the lead. But we see the move gets done going into Sunset, and it's pretty much done and dusted now. I expect you'll see that Nathan Olsen will pull away a little bit, but he also does need to come into pit soon. Probably this time by, so every little bit is counting here. So he'll be back under that lap again, but definitely sending a message to his teammate and the rest of the field that he has the pace. He will be there. So they need to keep their stuff together, don't make any major mistakes, and try to keep this 70 out of the hunt.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the thing here is the fact that it's only 1 minute and 20 seconds for Nathan Olsen to catch up to the next car once we factor in pit stops and things. So he's gained a good 25 seconds in this stint alone, and obviously we'll wait for him to come into the pits, but he is driving like it's his last day on Earth, and like this race win is absolutely a pivotal, or at least a podium in this race. It's an absolutely pivotal thing for him. Back onto the lead lap as well, which is absolutely unbelievable. Looking at his lap times here, he's going along reasonably quickly as well. Nathan Olsen in the 147s. I say reasonably quickly. 147 is best. 148.7 his previous lap. He's quite comfortably the fastest on this field.
That's no surprise. He's often the class of the field whenever he's out here in the LMP2. Again, just finding himself in a bit of foreign country, having to work his way up to the top instead of being at the top and opening up a gap. So we know that he has the pace, and we've seen it before. He definitely has the traffic management. Having the smaller field out here is only going to help him climb that mountain. We're on board here with Aubrey Kundle, trying to keep that gap to Q-Nin from opening up any further. Got the 328 GT3 Moradness entry there that he's dealing with, coming through the bend before the hairpin. So far, that gap has opened up a little bit more, maybe due to traffic, maybe just due to pace. But you got to wonder if Aubrey is hitting those fuel points that he needs to hit.
Yes, absolutely. And, well, we wait to see how this one all develops as Nathan Olsen does come into the pits. This is a crucial pit stop for Nathan Olsen, as now we start to find out whether he is actually, when all the pit stops have fizzled through, whether he is actually on pace with the guys ahead of, not on pace, but where he is in relation to the guys ahead of him. And that's going to be something that he will now use to how he approaches this race, what his target is, whether it is that podium that he's targeting, whether he just wants to get up into 4th position. That would be a success for him. As he comes out the pit lane, let's have a look at the timing delta then. Where is he? 1 minute and 14 seconds. So he's gained 30 seconds in that previous stint, with plenty of stints to go here for Nathan Olsen. He could quite easily find himself in the battle for this podium towards the end of this race. However, also be mindful that any little mistake can quickly change the game.
That's right. Any mistake can change the game for any of these drivers. He's got a long way to go, and the hardest part for him right now is that he has to push so hard the whole time. He doesn't have the comfort of being in the lead and saying, oh, well, I have a 30-second gap. It's not, 30 seconds or 40 seconds doesn't make a huge difference. You can take it easy. It's going to be 3 hours of stress for that driver in the 70 car, and he's really got to be on it the whole time.
And so Kunin is in the waiting room. I believe that means he has conceded that. No, he hasn't. He's still in that car. So, well, he's going to do a Justin Barrera. Anything could happen here. Let's drag him in. Hello, Q. Welcome to the broadcast. You're still in the car and trying to one-up Justin Barrera here with an in-car into. Hopefully you don't crash during yours. How's the race going so far? You're holding on to 3rd position, and you've been able to extend that gap to the wrong stuff black car, but it was it could have gone either way in that battle with Will there.
It's going pretty good. I had a really good fun start. I didn't expect so many P2s to spin out in front of me. I was like 1, 2, oh, lucky me. So I just carry on. Right now I'm trying to catch Justin, but he has such a good pace right now.
And are you solo running this race as is Justin, or have you got a teammate to hand off to in about 15 minutes time?
I have a teammate, but I'm not sure if he's going to come on because he's watching the World Cup right now. So I basically just told him to just watch it. I'll do what I can until you get on.
I'll tell you, unfortunately, they're about to go to extra time. I apologise for anyone in YouTube chat who was like saving it, wanting to watch it later. But no, they're about to go to extra time. So you've got perhaps even at least another 40 minutes left. Yeah, I'm afraid.
Unless, Wait, they're going into extra time? Like,
no. Argentina.
They have a bunch of stoppage time right now.
It was Mbappe made it two goals in like 2 minutes, and there we go, incredible stuff. Incredible game of football, by the way. If you do want, I mean, I shouldn't state this, but if you do want to go watch the football instead of us, have it on in like a separate window. Obviously, have the audio on us for our beautiful commentary, but we would understand. What a World Cup final, anyway, as we focus on the more important sporting events at hand. This race, Q, and well, I mean, if you were to somehow pull out the stops to win this race, you got to feel like that would be almost like winning the World Cup for you. How do you rate your chances?
Running in 3rd. Yeah, I think I'm running in 3rd. But as long as I keep this pace, don't get into incidents, I think I should be good. I still have my 3 fast repairs, so shouldn't be too bad. I'm going for a P2, trying really hard to catch up to him right now.
Hey, Justin, it's Adam Thompson here in the production booth, man. We can hear you straining and struggling, man. I'd say, why don't we go ahead and let you go so we don't have another Justin Barrera incident, and come back to us whenever the World Cup ends and you get another driver. How's that sound?
That's fine. I'll be in your Discord for a minute because I'm racing VR, so
okay.
The only time I can get back to my Discord if I make a pit stop.
Sounds great. No problem, man. Good luck. Have fun, and good luck catching the other guy that, well, now you might be soloing, so good luck catching the other solo driver.
All right.
See you, man.
Thanks, guys.
Not the only person Kylian Mbappe's annoyed this afternoon. Whole of Argentina and Kunin, who's now got to do more driving thanks to Kylian Mbappe. But anyway, as we press on in this race. It's 5 seconds to Justin Barrera ahead. He's actually lost time in the time he's been talking to us, but I suppose isn't unsurprising. But Barrera is just being razor sharp, consistent. He really is having a great drive today, Randall.
He absolutely is. He knows his pace. He knows what he needs to hit for his fuel number, and he's been on it all day. We only saw 2 little incidents out of him. One of them not his fault. Another one where he just carried a little too much brake into the hairpin and spun it. Got a little bit of contact, but honestly, he should be right up there with the leaders. Much closer, maybe not right up with him, but definitely much closer than he is now. A very strong race out of Justin Barrera, and let's see if he can keep it up for another nearly 3 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible to think that I hop off in 10 minutes' time and they're still going to be driving for yet another 3 hours. It's quite incredible. But as we go through into the second half of this race, who do you think are the big winners and losers from this first half?
Well, that 33 car, they had the incident early, and Joshua Lane struggling with his controls, and managed to get back to the lead. That's a huge win for that team. Shane Larson found himself mired back a little bit in the field early in the race, as drove his way up towards the front and is stalking that leader. Remember, after the pit stop, that gap was 10 seconds, and it's already down to 6.5 seconds. So 3 hours. That gap's going to disappear in much less than that. So that 288 car really needs to know what's coming. Empire Racing is up 7 spots from their qualifying position, so they're having a good race, as well as Prosciutto Punch, also up 7 spots. So far, so good. Mentioned during the last race that the difference for from a 4-hour race to a 6-hour race is you kind of split it up. So at this point in the race, they're going to start looking at the end of the race, work their way backwards, and get their pit strategy refined. We could see them maybe short pitting a little bit coming up over the next 3 hours to just time everything out perfectly and get even fuel stints. But we see now Zach Rosar's pulled into the pits. Overshoots it just a little bit, not too much time lost, but going to give Mike a little bit of a headache to deal with as he's going to jump in the car. No practice. Here comes Mike.
This is going to be a moment for sure. Let's have a follow along with Mike for the first lap or so to see how he gets along. He needs to get into the car rather quickly indeed and make sure that he gets himself in. I suspect it's probably a lot of lifting and coasting, a lot of easing himself into this stint, and not too many great concerns about how his lap time is for the first few laps. Here goes Mike Braun. I think we're going to ride on board with this. This could be it's Canadian fireworks one way or another. Out of the pit lane. First job, make sure that you release the pit limiter at the right mark. He's done that. Oh, he's a second late there. I've noticed that, Mike. As now he goes through into turn 1 in the 299 car. It's a bit tentative, Mike Braun, as he runs on through. Well, no practice at all. There's a little bit of traffic behind him to keep an eye on. Through into the left-hander again, just relaxing in the car, not on the edge just yet. Get the tyres up to temperature, get the wheel all set up, make sure there's no force feedback issues and things like that. That would be pretty obvious by now. So far, so good for Mike Braun, but big braking zone coming up.
Yeah, this is the really tricky part. Your first time really heavily into the brakes and on cold tires. You need to make sure you keep it on the gray stuff and try to keep it off some of these bigger curbs while you have cold tires. He does have the P6 car of Jesse Olsen behind by about just over a second now. And coming up to the second brake zone, he's going to have a lot more confidence this time. Coming into the corners, he makes a nice apex. He goes a little bit wide on exit, but is just fine. And you see fighting a little bit of oversteer there through the bumpy sections. Coming up to tower turn, a very tricky corner, and touches that curb a little bit. You see he has to correct just a little bit, and he's going to move over early to the right-hand side to open up the inside. I think Jesse Olsen might take him. No, he's going to stick to the racing line. You see he's really struggling with it so far, the cold tires. Now he yields to Jesse Olsen and to Shane Larson. So struggling just a little bit with these cold tires, but I think over the next lap and a half, that confidence is going to be there. He'll start putting in some good lap times.
All about, yeah, exactly, relaxing. This is impressive from Mike, who's got wonderful view of these two cars battling ahead. Is that Shane around the outside? He's going to try going to Sunsetty Wheel, and he gets the position as well. I think he might have been doing some lapping there rather than position gains. It was a lap, yes, indeed, but still a brave move from Shane Larson as through goes an LMP2 as well. First lap, Mike got it absolutely bang on and able to stay in the car and at least stay on the track, which is all you can ask for there. And I mean, look at the rig that he's got. Oh, it's gone off the screen, which I've seen the rig he's got. Shocking trial. We'll go back apparently. There's wait till you see this. You think your rig's good? Look at that. Wonderful. That's an Audi special. That is. It's well, impressive from Mike. I couldn't drive in that. I mean, that was not even connected to anything.
I heard the caster angle on those things makes it really, really hard to drive in the slow corners. So we'll see how he manages to keep that thing on track. But you saw he was dealing a little bit with oversteer. I think that may have been more from a little bit of lack of confidence than cold tires. If you go too slow, sometimes you can find the car not reacting, not set up to be going too slow. So maybe his little bit of caution causing him a bit more problems. Sometimes it's easier to just get in there and send it a little bit to keep that the tires working in the right grip range. But now it seems like he's really kind of found the pace. Much better exit that time through that corner, and I think he's going to be good to go.
And I'll tell you what, Randall, my back would be hurting in that shopping trolley after a few hours of a stint. Looks rather painful indeed. But here's Nathan Olsen still on the comeback trail. 1 minute and 5 seconds. 10 seconds gained in this stint. And that is, I'm saying that correctly, 10 entire seconds, and he's about 15 minutes into it. I don't think there was anything stopping this man. I really don't. He is unbelievable.
That's about 6.5 laps, so definitely has a lot of pace. He has a long way to go. Fortunately for him, he has a long time to get there, but it's going to take every ounce of talent that he has. He's, like I said, he's going to have to be pushing the whole time. There's going to be no relaxation in that 70 car.
No relaxation at all, and well, no relaxation from anyone who who's watching the football either. Has gone into extra time apparently. There we go. Has gone into extra time. It's almost as nervy. Two wonderful sporting events happening at the same time. The World Cup final and well, our race here. But anyway, I've got about 4 minutes until I give way to Alex Andersen, who's waiting, raring to go in this broadcast. But well, as we start to close out here, Randall, it's Miranda's Green who are in the lead of the race so far. 33 car, 1 minute 48 their previous lap, 1 minute and 18 seconds to Justin Barrera in second position here. And well, Barrera must know here that it's such a delicately, it's almost a house of cards, isn't it? This second position, because the second he makes even a small mistake, even a spin, he's got 7 seconds behind him, Nin in the Vaporworks car.
That's right. He's got to keep the focus, and even though there's a big gap ahead, you know, like Josh mentioned, they have a pit stop in hand, essentially. You need to stay on it because anything can happen, especially over 6 hours. And now coming up on 3 hours, there's still a lot of racing to go. You got to keep on it, keep that focus, try to close that gap if you can. And if not, try to keep it from opening further. Because if a mistake happens, either from the 33 or from another driver that collects the 33, you could find yourself suddenly fighting for the win.
Absolutely, and that's another thing to note, that the race lead is in itself a bit of a house of cards. Now, Fast Repairs had a very interesting thing into this. They had a very interesting factor because in a normal league, if you had a massive crash and you went into the wall, that's easily a 5. I say normal league, another league, a 5 minute repair easily, and all of a sudden you're out of the lead of the race. But here they've got Fast Repairs, so Wayne Castillo will come into the pits and he'll only lose about half of that buffer that he's got, so it's still a pretty comfortable lead for him. However, anything can happen in an endurance race, and to not use the pretty horrible cliche, it normally does.
That's right. And that 30 seconds that he would lose, or about half of that gap that he would lose coming in to take the fast repair, does not take into account if he has to drive a damaged car around the track, or worse, if he finds himself on the roof or in some way buried into the wall where he can't drive it around and has to take the tow. That lead will absolutely vanish.
It can vanish so quickly before you even noticed that it has vanished, and well, that will be frustrating if it does happen. I think that Nathan, I think that Wayne Castile is a good enough driver for to avoid that happening at whatever cost. He seems to be very much on top of that prototype. Now, I think making another point here would be a little bit pointless, as Alex is just having a little bit of an issue. So we'll make one more point while we wait for him to get on, and we'll leave you in his capable hands. But well, I think in this race, I think if I was to be asked who I think is going to win this, I actually am going to say that my top three in LMP2 are probably going to be Miranda's Green, Miranda's Sapphire, and Metamorphosis. I think Nathan Olsen, who is now within the minute of the Wrong Stuff black car, is going to get this advantage back. He's got half the race to do it, and he's already half that advantage.
It's really amazing to watch. There's always seems to be that one driver in every race that just has a little something extra, and this entire season it's been Nathan Olsen. So absolutely incredible to watch.
Incredible indeed, as we approach the half distance mark, a small and minor milestone for Justin Barrera in that number 98, and all the other solo drivers that we've got throughout the course of this field, and only a small milestone indeed. However, for the teams that are doing well in this race, they'll now know that the job is half done, and well, the job is now half done from the Miranda's Green car. The Miranda's Sapphire car, they know that their job is only going to get more difficult. What a race we've got on our hands in this LMP2 category, as DS Racing MV Skid Lab 288 comes into the pits, and that's them into third position now once they exit the pits.
It's very strange to not see them off strategy compared to the other cars. They typically run off strategy, but with the change to the pit stop rules for iRacing may have put a squash on that. They're now coming out of the pits as we see Nathan Olsen driving past through turn 1. They're going to be in third place, but I suspect they'll be back in that lead shortly once this pit stop cycle shakes itself out. So 23 seconds off P2 and another 27 seconds up to the leaders. That'll easily put them back into the lead. But you got to wonder, what's that gap going to look like after the pit stop back to Shane Larson? He really needs to get going here, be on the button, get those tires up to temp. He'll have a bit of an advantage on that first lap after Shane comes out, but he needs to work those tires.
Yeah, absolutely. As we have got an interview with Dan Willis that I think we may be able to throw to whilst we wait for Alex to get his live timing issues sorted. Dan, welcome to the commentary box. If I'm not mistaken, it was your first time starting the car all season. If I'm not wrong, there was. How did you find the track out there today?
Yeah, this was the first time this season that I got to start the Maradness Oceana Coffee LMP2. It was impromptu. My teammate Nate was having some problems with his computer and needed to do a restart. This season's update to iRacing has really wreaked havoc on a lot of people's graphics settings, and so many of us have been fighting with that since the update. And Nate had to reboot, and that caused me to get in a car. And we got off to an okay start. I mean, I don't have the pace that Nate has. A little frustrating for me because the pace that I've been showing in these last few races is not the pace I'm capable of. But that's neither here nor there. That's on me and nobody else. But the graphics issue, I don't know if you saw early in the race, I think it was leading, and I spun. And I spun because I got some graphic stuttering, and that stuttering caused me to apply my throttle too liberally coming off the corner, and I spun out. So that's put us way back in the field, and then my lack of pace against this really, stout group of people we're racing against is now where we see us now in P5.
So in terms of this race, we're sort of tipping Nathan to come back and at least get a podium here. Are you sort of tipping that yourself? Do you think that's a chance here with only about a minute gap to the podium?
If you were to ask me 45 minutes ago, I would have said potentially. But Wayne Castile in the Miranda's Green, LMP2, he's really upped his game a little bit, I think, during that discussion. And he's been showing, at least during this stint, where he's been close to keeping pace. So I'm not really sure we'll be able to make it back to a podium. I mean, we'll see. Nate's pretty good. We haven't decided if I'm going to get in the car again. I mean, obviously that will have a negative impact on our ability to reach a podium. But ultimately, today's about bringing the car home and doing that safely and bringing home that championship to the Maradness Mem squad, which is a really proud moment for us all.
And a final question I have to ask you, Dan, who's going to win the World Cup?
Oh, I don't know if you're watching it right now, but boy, oh boy. Yeah, now they're tied into extra time. I would say, me personally, like, Messi's been such a joy of a talent to watch over the years. I wouldn't mind seeing him, get his first World Cup. Like, that would be nice. So that puts me in the side of, watching Argentina. So, although the rarity of winning back-to-back World Cups, I mean, it hasn't happened in 50 years. So that's a very, very compelling story. But I guess my money's on Argentina.
Thank you. You should get into punditry, Dan. Very well summarised, and thank you very much for joining us as well. It's I hope that Nathan can bring this car home for you and in a very good position as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Again, you guys have done a great job, broadcasting the series over the course of the season. I know, at the time there isn't a season 2 planned. I hope to keep in touch with the admins and see what they have planned in the future, and I hope that they'll have Maradness back, and we'll continue the progress in this endurance racing. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan, and have a good rest of the race. That was Dan Willis, the driver of that number 70 car that had a couple of game issues earlier on in the race that has caused them to go further down the order. Frustrating from his perspective, but again, just one of those things that happens in endurance racing. Unfortunately, they've got a heck of a race ahead of them, that's for sure. If I can stop hiccuping, that would be helpful. Is the WSL Insurance MIA 431 into the pits, and we'll be waiting to see where they re-emerge, as well as the Prosciutto Punch Racing team. They've also come into the pits, as there goes Nathan Olsen down the inside of his teammate. A solitary wave as well, I should say, as the sun starts to set around this Sebring circuit, only making that sunset corner, Randall, even more difficult.
That's right. And I've been watching it while you were doing the interview with his teammate. I've been watching Nathan's lines around the track, and he is using 100% of the track. He is using just that little bit extra track width that other drivers are kind of missing out on. That is definitely key to his pace. That can make a huge difference over the course of a lap. And then when you spread that out over a few hours, it's no wonder that we see those gaps disappearing in front of him.
Absolutely. Are we ready to swap? I'm trying to figure out if Alex is all sorted now as we press on in the race. Justin Barrera trying to get through some GT3 traffic. And
a quick note here: we have Carson Keene now in that MIA WSRL endurance car, taking over for Shane Larson, and that gap is only 1.3 seconds, with Justin Barrera right now sitting between them. So that gap is gone. Let's see what Carson can do.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be interesting, isn't it? Can he keep up the pace of his teammates and chase down the lead of this race, which is only 1.4 seconds at the moment? Shane Larson has had an incredible stint despite that crash that he had, and still able to focus on the lead of this race. The question is Carson Keene as fast as his teammates, and can he take it to the line and make for a very, very interesting battle indeed? He's for what it's worth, and it's not worth a lot, he's got roughly around the same I rating as the guy he's chasing down, but I always like to devalue the use of I rating as a measure of how good someone is, because I think it's mainly a matter of experience rather than anything else, but at least it's something encouraging for Shane Larson.
That's right. And Carson may not be as fast as Shane. We'll see. It's going to take a few laps to determine that. But there's also been a driver change in that 288 car. Gonzalo is back in the car again. And I'm not sure between him and Franco, who is the faster of the pair, but they're both really quick. So it's not going to be an easy fight here for Carson. We see over this lap, the gap has opened up a little bit here. So maybe the Mercedes playing more to the strength of the early run, and the Porsche coming on a little bit later, we'll see. So it'll be interesting to see what develops here.
Yeah, absolutely. As 288 is heading around, knowing that they have got that other car breathing down their neck. It's a Mercedes and a Porsche, yet more full-on German battling in this league. I love the difference between the Mercedes and the Porsche, and just how they've been the favoured cars throughout the course of this season. As well, welcome along everyone as well in the YouTube chat as we head along to the second half of this race that's been so enthralling and entertaining so far, and will continue to be so. I would suspect, but Randall, as the sun starts to set, we probably will get a little bit of night running in this race. Do you think there's going to be anything that this dropping temperature affects in terms of the race?
Well, we see the track temperature right now is at about 80 degrees Fahrenheit or 27 degrees Celsius. Once the sun goes down, it'll go down a little bit more. We could see it get down as low as 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Not exactly sure what that is in Celsius. I'm going to guess about 20, 23 maybe. Not really going to be a huge difference. The biggest thing they'll notice is when they come out on cold tires, it may take an extra half lap to get some temperature in there at most. But honestly, right now, an 80-degree track is very good for endurance racing, and cooler will be even better. So I think it'll only lend confidence, but some of that confidence will be taken back by the darkness.
Yes, absolutely. And well, as we continue on throughout the course, Metamorphosis is now going to go an extra lap as Vaporworks and the Wrong Stuff Black both into the pit lane yet again, into these pit stops. Here's a battle between Stephen Finch and Empire Racing. The Empire Racing a little bit further behind. Oh, that's Matthew O'Leary. That's a lap car. I apologise. There is a battle going on though, as we see Diaz Racing heading on through.
No, you're right. That is a battle for position between Steve Finch and Mike Braun. So
my producer messing me up, Randall, all the time.
Yeah,
honestly,
you can't trust the guy. He's shady. I wouldn't believe anything he said. And we got a 10-second post-race penalty for car number 14. And I think that may have been we're switching over production here on the back end, and I think that may have been a bit of a ghost message from a previous race making its way into this one. So disregard that. No 14 car in this field. And even if there was, not getting a 10-second penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. And, 3 hours and 11 minutes into the contest now. And this is the battle that we're keeping an eye on. Can the Empire Racing car get through at any opportunity? 4 tenths per second as wait for this battle to sort of develop as Alex Andersen is ready. Down the inside into Sunset, not quite going to make the move. So what will take this opportunity for me to duck out the box, and I'll leave you for Alex Andersen, but not before Randall McGrew's closing thoughts.
Well, Tom, it's always a pleasure to work with you, so it's been good sitting in here with you for the past hour and about 10 minutes. And we've seen a really good, interesting race develop. Not a very frenetic start. Normally you see some very exciting starts at Sebring. They were all very calm. They knew they had 6 hours ahead of them. There was a couple technical issues and a couple people spinning out in the LMP2s, but other than that, a very clean start. The field got spread out pretty early. So now we're just into that dog days of the race. Try to stretch everything out. And Tom, go enjoy the rest of that World Cup while they're still in extra time.
Thank you very much.
And Alex, we have quite a race in our hands developing here. Mike Braun jumping into the car with no practice, got tapped to drive at the last minute, and now stalking that number 96 of Stephen Finch. Have you been watching? What do you think is going on here?
Yeah, Mike Braun has shown some pretty impressive pace throughout this entire race, especially on an impromptu ride that he wasn't even supposed to be in. Now, only half a second behind the Shut Up and Drive It A1 BMW. I think if he just can keep this pace up, he might be within range for a move. And now, looking at the timing tower, I'm seeing that there could be a battle in the LMP2 class as well as the Maradna Sapphire number 70 car, I believe, being driven by Nathan Olson at the moment, is just about 2/10 behind the Vaporworks LMP2 car, so very close indeed.
Yeah, we see Qnin is on an outlap, I believe, or has recently come out of the pits and given up that gap and now falling victim to Nathan Olson. I expect we'll see Nathan Olson in this lap or the next to take his service and going to continue to march his way up through this field. He's dealing with the traffic now. He's going to give that spot back, but this is a bit of a preview of what we're going to see in about an hour and a half, I believe, with these two cars battling for position on track.
Yeah, from what I have been seeing, it looks like hasn't been the best of races for Nathan Olson in this Maradna Sapphire car, if I am not mistaken. I believe I heard you and Tom talking about them having a little bit of internet issues with one of their drivers early on in the race, which led them to be this far back. But so far, a decent recovery effort so far from them as Qnin, like you mentioned, probably on an outlap, maybe cold tires, cold brakes affecting his driving just a tad. Now as they head towards Sunset Bend, so pretty decent recovery effort from this Maradna Sapphire team.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Last minute, Dan had to take the start instead of letting Nathan start like they normally do. And Dan having some issues with his graphics as well, causing him to have a couple mistakes out there and just not being able to find his pace the way he would like to. Found themselves in quite a big hole that Nathan has to climb his way out of, which is foreign territory for him. He's normally the one setting the pace, getting a big gap, and handing it over to Dan to finish the race. So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with this adversity.
Yeah, as they are into the pits now, so as we were looking at Mike Braun, just barely behind the car in front of him, that Shut Up and Drive It A1 team, but now Qnin, that Vaporworks car, only 11 seconds behind the minimum of his team as we go back to the leader of the GT3 class, Aubrey Kundal. I believe that's how you pronounce that. If not, I apologize. Leading the GT3 class overall. Now, as we look at Carson Keene driving the MIA WSRL Endurance BMW. So, a lot of drivers all over the place. I think as Adam just reloaded the overlay for us just then.
Yeah, this gap between DS Racing MV Skin Lab and MIA WSRL Endurance has been a very interesting one to watch. Shane Larson was in that MIA WSRL car earlier and worked his way through the field and got that gap to the leader all the way closed down. And now over the few laps after some driver changes, we see the gap is opening back up. Still just about 2 hours and 45 minutes left to go. There's a whole lot of racing. Lots of things can develop still. Mike Braun here again following Stephen Finch. Maybe just doing some fuel saving, not looking to be very aggressive to try to make this move happen. So could just be saving some fuel and taking care of those tires to have something to fight with later, or maybe take advantage of an opportunity if Finch makes a mistake.
Yeah, and the biggest thing for a lot of these drivers, especially drivers that are in a battle like Mike Braun and Stephen Finch, is just going to be consistency. They still have a ways to go, about 2 hours and 43 minutes left in this race. So, I mean, just the biggest thing for pretty much everybody in this race is just going to be just not making mistakes. You just have to keep the car clean, just get it to the end of the race, and hopefully get some fast laps in while you're on the way, and just try and keep the car clean. Just run some fast laps and hopefully get a good result.
Keeping the car clean is paramount. We mentioned before, this is the smallest field that we've seen in this league so far, as some of the drivers deciding to take the last race off to go watch the World Cup instead. So traffic management a little less of an issue, and raw pace more prevalent here of a concern. So especially on a track like Sebring, pace can really change the view of your race. And when there's less traffic to deal with, you can't really lean on your traffic management skills to make up for some of that pace. So some drivers are going to be struggling with if they're just not up to muster when it comes to actual raw speed.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, there was just a pass for 4th in the GT3 class. I'm pretty sure the Radness purple car just got around. Yeah, it's Matthew O'Leary driving this number 3 at 34 car, I believe. He just got around the car behind him, that Porsche you see coming into frame out of the first corner. The shut up and drive it A2 machine there, now 1.3 seconds behind. As still we go back to this battle as Mike Braun has just been riding the back bumper of Stephen Finch right now, just hasn't been able to find a way around him, and Wayne Castile in the Maradnas green car still just dominating this race.
Absolutely, still dominating. Opened up that gap by about 4 seconds since the last pit stop. Justin Barrera has been doing a good job of keeping that gap pretty static. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and overall things have been relatively holding station. Mike Braun gets the move done, going into the hairpin, finally sets up that move, gets a good run coming off those S's there at the beginning of the lap, uses that slipstream through the bend, and then sets up the inside move on the hairpin. We watch Q-Nin go around here, dealing with Georgina Mackey, who's a couple laps down, gets out of the way, lifts a little bit early, and allows Q to take the apex there. Very clean and well handled.
Yeah, as we go back to this battle once again, it looks like Mike Braun did make this move to take a GT3 top 10 provisionally. So I'll see if we can maybe get a replay on that move, but obviously it was a pretty clean one, it looked like. No damage done to either of those cars, as they're still just driving around just fine. As we go back to Wayne Castile once more, and I mean, just the way this team has led this race is just, it's been absolutely incredible to watch. I mean, they've just dominated every step of the way, and usually you'd have the Sapphire car up there challenging them, but due to just unfortunate mishaps, just hasn't been able to go that way for them. As now we look at Giancarlo Lee leading the GT3 class by just over 7 seconds back to the MIA WSRL Endurance car.
Gunsall really able to open up this gap back to P2. Dealing with some traffic, he got caught up there by Q-Nin in one of the tougher sections to get overtaken in the GT3, because you want to leave a gap on the inside, but you really don't have the grip that those LMP cars have. And it can be very, very spooky to be overtaken in that double left-hander there before Le Mans, and manages to get it done. That 288 car has been a bit of a punching bag for the LMP2s here in the middle section of the lap, and so far they've kept it pretty clean. Very heads-up driving from those two drivers.
What it takes pretty much all the time in a race like this is just heads up driving. You have to be so careful of your surroundings and know exactly where you're going at any given time. You have to just make a pass. You have to think about a pass pretty much 3 corners in advance to make sure that you don't end up hitting somebody, especially if you're a driver like Justin Barrera. You know, that Maradnas green car is very far ahead, but I mean, you just got to keep the car clean, just try and hope for the best. And just, I mean, that's the thing about driving an LMP2 car. You just have to keep the GT3 cars in a good spot for you trying to get around them. It can be very sketchy at times.
We're seeing Justin Hall here in front of Andrew Korsecki, just lapped him. Justin Hall, we saw one little mistake out of him earlier, but other than that shut up and drive it G1 car has not made many appearances on the broadcast, which in an endurance race is typically a good sign. They've had a very solid race, running in P3, up 3 spots from where they qualified, in a bit of a safety bubble here, able to click off laps, save some fuel, and work on their strategy. 26 seconds ahead to that MIA WSRL, and that gap might be going away just a little bit lap by lap.
Yeah, definitely just not being mentioned by the broadcast is definitely a good thing. It's been a pretty quiet race so far for the Shut Up and Drive It G1 team, if I am not mistaken. So just trying to close this gap down right now is, Adam, I saw you mentioned earlier that Mike probably won the award for the best profile picture. I think you were just on. Eric Latesky, I think, might have overtaken that, as looks like he didn't get the memo and flipped it around the other way.
Well, hopefully he's upside down for his picture so that he's not upside down in his race. It currently sitting at P5, which is exactly where they qualified, having a pretty decent race. Another team that we really haven't seen on the broadcast much, having a quietly good race. just now ahead of Mike Braun, who is on a slower lap. I'm not sure if Mike's faster here or not. If Mike's faster, you may see him yield the spot to Mike. Just get it out of the way, get it taken care of without losing much time. But here comes Q-Nin behind them, going to be eager to get around these two. As we see, he's already on Mike's bumper and going to get it done here on the run up to Tower Turn, and then have to deal with Eric.
Yeah, and I mean, Tower Turn is a pretty difficult corner to make moves regardless, and it's very narrow. You have to brake a lot earlier than you would think. It's almost like Oscherslebben's first corner, just not as sharp. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about when I mentioned Oschersleben, it's the first corner of that track. It just recently got added to iRacing. It's the first corner that they used to use was pretty much a complete 90-degree left-hander. It didn't have pretty much any flow to it like the Tower or Le Mans corner does at this track. It was just a straight 90-degree corner, and cars were prone to wrecking in there. So Tower at Sebring is a little bit safer for drivers to go through, but typically you want to go through their single file just to be safe.
Yes, very much you want to go through their single file. Not a very good opportunity to make a move. It is a racetrack, though, so you can make a move anywhere, but that's definitely a place where patience is a virtue. Whenever I teach people how to take that corner, particularly in the LMPs, I always liken it to the final corner of Road America. Like you said, you have to brake just a little bit earlier than you think because it's not a threshold braking zone. You're going to keep that wheel turned a little bit to the right, try to keep the weight on the outside tires to keep the grip loaded up. So you can't be completely on the brakes like you would in a straight braking zone. It's a very tricky corner to get right and go fast.
Yeah, as Leishy's still trying to hold on here as he's getting passed by another by another LMP2 car right now. As now we look at the leader of the GT3 class, Aubrey Kundal. There's another reload of the overlay real fast. Here we go once more once again, the 57 leading the way for the GT, we
have a little bit of an issue with timing here. The LB2.
Yeah, that's my bad. So the DS Racing MV Skin Lab car driven by Gonzalo Lead is actually the GT3 leader. I do apologize.
So it looks like we're having some issues. We're trying to change producers on the back end, giving you a little bit of inside baseball here. So we're having some issues getting the correct things transferred over. It's not like producing a broadcast like this virtually is much different than what you would do in real life. We don't have a lot of the same tools that you would have in real life. So we're kind of at the whims of the internet right now. We're trying to get things worked out, but we see he's reloaded again. And now we got back to the correct classes, and we see the 57 back up in the LMP2s trying to close down that gap to P3. Now getting his way around Georgina McKay to lap her and carry on, and we'll see what those gaps end up being as they get across the line.
Yeah, as that Prismatic Motorsports Minerva car has just not really had the best race so far for that team. It's just they've been struggling a little bit, 3 laps down from the leader. So I haven't been here this whole time, so I'm not exactly sure how those drivers ended up in that position, but just not the best race for them as Aubrey Kundal looked like easily able to make a move into Sunset Bend. Maybe Georgina McKay just let Aubrey by, or maybe just a little bit of understeer going into the corner, as it looked like Georgina went straight pretty awkwardly there.
It went a little deep, probably just surrendering the corner and letting the move happen to try to lose as little time as possible. Sebring's one of those tracks that people love or hate, and this could just be the track for that Minerva team. They just are not strong at, and it's understandable. Sebring can be a very difficult track to tame. We see Aubrey putting down, I believe that's Matthew O'Leary in the Madness Porsche car there. It's a very tricky track to tame, especially over an endurance race.
Yeah, as you saw with how narrow that move was going into the 90-degree corner after the hairpin, you saw Aubrey go to the inside of Matthew O'Leary there in the Madness purple car, and you just saw how Matthew looked like tried to take that corner normally, didn't expect the 57 to be there, almost turned down into that LMP2 car. So just everybody 3.5 hours into this race, maybe senses starting to wear down just a little bit as we head closer towards the night cycle in iRacing. So drivers are just going to have to sit through this, try and slog through it, and just get to the end here.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, this is the dog days of the race where you really have to struggle to keep focus. The end, it seems so far away still, especially if you're one of these absolute animals in these cars that is soloing this race. That end has to seem so far away, especially if you're used to doing 4 hours. Oh,
Yeah.
I believe I detected a little bit of a wall scrape there. Now,
Yeah, I
it is
heard
turn
it.
one. They say
Yeah,
if you don't touch the wall, you're not really getting the apex there. So Aubrey Kundle using every inch of the track.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of a scrape there from the 57 car. So Aubrey obviously pushing this car just to its limit right now, just trying to make up all the time possible. Only 11 seconds back from the Vaporworks car of Q Nin, but still it's a pretty decent gap. Or, well, technically speaking, in an endurance race, that's basically nothing, but it all just has to depend on whether these drivers can just keep their cars clean, just get to the end of this race. Obviously, we still have a couple more pit stops to go with about 2 hours and 31 minutes remaining in the race. So that's also going to come into play. Just the pit stops. Drivers just got to keep these cars clean.
Let's see, the 57 car has had a really good race. Will Coffey was in there earlier, was setting an absolute blistering pace. Managed to find something in that car that had been missing before and really, really close that gap down. We saw them fighting for that P3 spot. The gaps opened up a little bit now. They could be just saving some fuel, and that gap could go away in the pit stop. But I'm seeing something on my timing screen. Maybe that gap between P1 and P2 has opened up quite a bit now. I think maybe Carson Keene had a little bit of an issue. So we'll try to see what happened there. But now that gap up to nearly 14 seconds.
Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, it looked pretty close before that, so obviously a little bit of an issue for Carson Keene there in the 431 MIA WSRL Endurance Porsche there. So, I mean, maybe just a little bit of a mistake, ended up going into the grass, so not quite sure what just happened there, but here's the replay of it.
We see him coming down after the hairpin, coming through the S's, the little chicane there, coming up to the second big braking zone on the track, and gets it in there. I don't see anything there. Maybe it was in tower turn where he had an issue. So far, looking pretty good as he approaches tower, gets out there all the way to the curb. Looks good there as well, and I don't see anything wrong there. So maybe a bit of a false positive there on our live timing, saying that he had an incident, but so far it looks pretty clean.
Yeah, so it looks like maybe just lost time a little bit from Carson Keene. Maybe just ended up having just a bad lap there. Just car slid up on him maybe just a little bit, got the tires a little bit overheated, but it looks like he's gotten back into the groove so far, just maintaining that gap at just under 14 seconds, but it looks like there might be a little bit of a battle in the GT3 class a bit lower on the field, as the GPVA Natural Sir Porfia Racing team was just over a second behind the Shut Up and Drive It A1 car, so those two drivers, Stephen Finch leading them, and then Hector Fiore, I believe, right behind Stephen Finch now. So pretty close these two drivers are, so could end up in a little bit of a battle maybe if Hector can really turn on the afterburners.
We see Steve Finch was fighting with Mike Braun earlier. Mike Braun's opened up that gap by 7.5 seconds. So Steve is struggling with the pace a little bit, and now going to be feeling the pressure from Hector behind him in that 377. He's definitely within slipstream range. We can see that gap disappear, even though Steve has a bit of a draft himself from Andrew Leitchke ahead. That gap is going to really start to vanish over the next lap, 2 laps, and we'll definitely be seeing a fight on our hands unless they are approaching their pit window.
Yeah, that could also be another possibility. Maybe the GPVA car might have just come out of the pits and maybe just ended up right behind the Shut Up and Drive It A1 car, which could mean the A1 car has to come in a couple laps from now, which is a definite possibility. So we just have to see in a couple laps' time what Stephen Finch does behind the wheel of this BMW. But so far, Hector Fiore doing a great job of closing this gap down.
GPVA PPA is another team that we haven't seen much on the broadcast yet so far. So getting some camera time in. They've had a very clean race. They're currently running P11 exactly. Well, sorry, 4 spots down from where they qualified. So trying to make up some of those positions. I don't know if it's just been pace or if, we see a very, very big checkup there going into the hairpin, and Hector able to close it down, and is going to get a bit of a slap on the wrist for running across the dirt like that. I don't believe that triggers a slowdown in iRacing, but definitely going to give them an incident point to have to deal with. But that gap is disappeared, and Hector is now applying the pressure. We see Olivia Hayward putting the move on Daniel Nist in turn 1 for position, going to take over P13.
Yeah, so decent move there. So it looks like 2 battles going on at the moment in the GT3 classes. Is Hector Fiore still trying to make this move, and the Maradness black car trying to get around the Prismatic Motorsports Brigantia team. But it looks like, that's a car
That's
around.
the GT3 leader.
Oh my God, yeah, you're right.
Collects Hector Fiore coming into the bins before Le Mans. You see they go through the double left and then a big braking zone, and it looks like Gonzalo just carried more speed in there. Hector not able to get to the throttle as early, and collects him there, tags him in the rear end, spins him around. Hector loses a bunch of time. Gonzalo able to carry on. That gap closes down by about 5 seconds back to Carson Keene.
Yeah, and so that definitely helped Carson a little bit now, as that's going to make his job a tad easier. As Gonzalo, like, just unfortunate timing there, trying to get around the lapped car, and just didn't end up making the move at the right time. Took them both for a spin. No damage to that Mercedes as far as I can tell on that number 288 MV Skin Lab Racing at Mercedes. So they look okay for now, but definitely going to be a bit of a shock for Gonzalo behind the wheel, and you're just going to have to try and get back into a rhythm here and try and make sure Carson Keene doesn't close that gap.
It'll be interesting to see if the stewards have to take a look at that after the race. But definitely, even if there's not a penalty applied, there's a lesson to be learned here. He had a big gap back to P2 and was a little bit impatient there. If he had shown just a little bit more patience, he would not have lost nearly as much time getting around that lap traffic and would not have the incident to deal with.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just, lap traffic is just such a big thing in these endurance races. It's a lot of some drivers are really good with getting through it, others not so much. So that's just one of the main skills in endurance races like this. You have to know how to make moves to get around lap traffic, and it's a very difficult skill to learn, because obviously you have to completely predict where the car in front of you is going to go, as to try and maybe defend his lap, or try and defend their lap, or maybe just get out of the way, just try and make room for you to go right on through. So it just kind of all depends. It requires a lot of prediction skills and just trying to be as smart as you can behind the wheel of one of these race cars.
It's exceptionally difficult whenever you're lapping cars of the same class, because it's easy to forget that you're lapping them because you're faster. So sometimes they'll catch you off guard. Maybe that's what happened there. Gonzalo was expecting Hector to be on the throttle a little bit earlier and carried a bit more speed, and could have left just a bit more space and prevented that from happening. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Those cars that you're lapping are going to be slower than you. As you see Hector here struggling to keep out of the way of the 98 Justin Barrera. That gap opened up now to a minute 23, so 33 has more than a pit stop in hand currently, as they're making their way down the straightaway towards Sunset Bend.
Yeah, Sunset Bend, I mean, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I heard you and Tom talking about this, and that corner gets a little bit more difficult to get into as the night goes on in the sim. And Randall, if that is true, because I could be completely wrong on this and I'm just thinking of stuff randomly, but how come that corner gets more difficult as the race progresses?
Well, it really comes down to why it's called Sunset Bend, because whenever you're driving into it, you're driving directly into the sunset. So if you're, especially for some of the VR users, that sun and the glare that it produces on the windshield can really cause issues. Seeing your line through there, finding your braking marks, seeing other cars. So right now is the hardest time of the race to deal with the sun there, but after it goes down, it's a little bit easier to take again. Darkness plays a whole different role on this track. This track actually pretty good for night driving, but still, darkness can really catch some people out.
Yeah, as a lot of drivers, Wayne Castile a little sideways there through towers. A lot of drivers are going to get used to the slicker, hotter track temp, and as the track cools and gets faster towards the night, they might not expect the levels of grip that they're going to have, and it could catch some of these drivers off guard as a lot of them turn for the corner. Like, the track is still very hot and the sun is beating down on it. Meanwhile, it's pretty much just nighttime. The track is cooled off, it's got a bit more grip to it, and they end up taking a corner like it's the middle of the day, and it ends up with a bit of a mistake and maybe even a spin from some of these drivers. So I reckon the experienced endurance drivers aren't going to have much trouble with that, but for some of these drivers that don't do these style of races all that much, it could catch them off guard.
Changing track conditions are always a thing that you have to struggle with. Luckily for these drivers, when this race is taking place, the track temperature was never super high, so the grip levels will change a bit, but not as huge as you would see in a typical 12-hour race here at Sebring, where in the daytime you're going to have very high track temperatures, and in the night it's going to cool off and you're going to find that extra grip and may need to make some adjustments on the car with the tire pressures. Not really going to be a huge thing in this race, but definitely something that can catch an inexperienced driver off guard. Even just a 5 or 10 degree shift can really catch somebody off guard if they're not cognizant of what's going to happen. And like you said, in an endurance race, it's easy to lose track of.
Yeah, so I mean, just these drivers just gonna have to stay aware of those track temps. Maybe as some of these drivers are gonna have teammates with them, just coaching them through it. They can tell them, hey, the track's getting a little bit cooler. Expect some more grip and being able to push the car a little bit more. So that's another thing that can help as well. Hey, the track's cooling down, so just be wary of the changing grip levels. And a lot of the drivers that do endurance races normally aren't gonna need that, but I mean, it all depends on where you are on the track.
You bring up a really good point there. One of the best things you can have in an endurance race isn't necessarily pace or the right car or the right setup. It's a teammate that knows a race strategy, that can talk you through a race, talk you through your stint, let you know when conditions are changing, let you know when there's a car off track ahead and things like that, help you work out the fuel strategy. That is a huge thing in endurance races, having that teammate that knows what they're doing, that you can trust, so you can just get in the car and drive and not have to think about anything else.
Yeah, and I mean, another thing that comes in, I know we keep talking about this going into night, but it's a very real threat for a lot of these drivers when it gets towards the nighttime. This is very close there, as Eric Leitchke just let a BMW by, I think that is Stephen Lynch, driving the Shut Up and Drive It A1 BMW. So I think Eric maybe might have let him by, just trying to be careful there. And I mean, that's just, we keep talking about night, but it's such an important factor in these style of races. And one thing that comes into play is, say you got a driver on your team that might be exceptional during the night stints. You're gonna put that driver in the car, let them go to town on the field. But say you got a driver that is better during the day in the hotter track temps. You're gonna let them be on track right now and let them play towards their elements. Here's Eric Leitchke going to have an LMP2 car coming up on him shortly.
We see overall race leader Wayne Castile making his way through the GT3 drivers here. This is a very tricky spot to be catching the GT3s, though this seems to be where it happens the most at Sebring. You're going to see he's going to be very patient here. He's got a huge gap. No need to push anything here. He'll wait till after Le Mans and get it done on the corner exit. Very, very cleanly executed there by Wayne Castile. And that gap back to Metamorphosis still sitting at a minute 26, as he's now lapped the number 57 car of Audrey Kundal.
Yeah, so I mean, it's been a fantastic race for Wayne Castile and this Madness green team. They've just been dominating this entire race so far, about a minute and a half. back to Justin Barrera, who's doing this race solo, I believe. So, wow, doing this race solo, 6-hour endurance race at this track, no less. I would not force myself to do that, honestly. So just props to Justin Barrera for sitting through this in that car. But still, he's got a while until he can get up to Wayne Castillo. But actually, I think the Maradna Sapphire car, currently driven by Nathan Olson, if I'm not correct, if I'm not wrong, just set the fastest lap overall with a 1:47.48. Unless the overlay is lying to me, I'm pretty sure Nathan Olson just set the fastest lap overall.
That's right. He is absolutely flying out there. He's at the end of his fuel stint, so that car is going to be the lightest that it is. And over the abbreviated fuel stint that they have with these 80% size fuel tanks, the tires are not going to be worn, especially with this track temperature. So he is going to be absolutely on quality pace, which we're seeing now with that purple lap time. We'll expect to see him come in probably at the end of this lap. So he's currently inherited third position, got 24-second gap over the 86 car. We'll see that go away, but he is closing in on that 57, and then shortly after them, the 86. So it's not going to be very much longer before we're going to see Nate Olson making moves for position on track.
Yeah, as Nathan Olson, that team, I know we mentioned it a lot, but that team didn't have the best start to their race, but really but Nathan has just been turning on the afterburners ever since he got into that car, so he's doing a really, really nice job at just keeping his head clear and just focusing all on his driving right now, as he might actually, I know they're on different pit strategies right now, but he might actually get around Justin Barrera, as Justin is currently in the then. Yeah, looks like he just took the LMP2 second, or he just took second place in the LMP2 class, second place overall, so doing a great job behind the wheel of that car. Obviously, he's going to lose it by the time they head into the pits once more, but still doing a very nice job behind the wheel of that car.
It could be a preview of things to come. He could find himself in second place before the end of this race. I think a win might be off the books currently, but P2 is definitely available, and he has a chance for it if he keeps with the pace that he's been able to carry thus far in the race. We watch Will Coffey back in that 57 car, a driver change there, taking over from Aubrey Kundle. He was absolutely flying earlier, so it'll be very fun to watch him try to close this gap back down to the 86 car of Q Nin, who is still in there. His teammate is still watching World Cup and has not taken over for him. I can feel that pain. Q Nin having to stick it in there a little bit longer than he expected.
Well, I don't blame him for watching the World Cup game, as I just took a look at what's happening right now. I won't spoil it for anybody watching, but it is just absolutely insane, and it hinges on one more move right now. So it's a pretty good game going on. I just turned it on just to see what was happening at the moment, and I don't blame him for sticking out watching the World Cup. It's not been it's been pretty entertaining so far, but Q is gonna need his teammate to come in and a little bit from here on out, just to give a little bit of new blood into that car, just to try and help that team out a little bit.
Yeah, maybe I should have offered my services to a team to drive this week. I couldn't be any less interested in soccer. I would have enough problems staying awake this early on a Sunday morning anyway if I didn't have this to do. So, yeah, we see a few drivers, a smaller field likely from the World Cup, and Q having to stick it out there. I had a 24-hour race in the countryside of France, since we're not allowed to call it what it really is anymore on iRacing. And in the wee hours of the morning, my teammate that was supposed to relieve me was still asleep, and I was stuck in the car for about 4 hours. So I can feel Q's pain here as he's having to deal with stayed in the car when he didn't expect to be.
I have a similar story. That was, for me, it was this year's Daytona 24, and I guess all of my teammates were asleep. So I ended up having to do the 4:30, or not even 4:30, the 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. stint, all by myself. My teammates were all asleep. I don't know what they were doing. So by the time, Yeah, they were all sleeping. They just left me out there to dry. So from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m., I was stuck behind the wheel of an LMP2 car that was destroyed because we all wrecked it a couple of times, and yeah, that was eventful. And as soon as one of my teammates was able to get back in the car, I let him back in the car, and I just went to bed and just forgot about the race. So I mean, yeah. So similar story to yours, Randall. Is it's not very pleasant getting stuck on one of these cars for a while.
It is not, but very, very interesting development here, Alex. That 70 car is now in P4, has passed the Wrong Stuff Black for position. I don't know if that happened just through the pit cycle or on track, but Nathan Olson has driven that car into fourth and is only 19 seconds behind the 86.
Yeah, sorry, I completely zoned out there. I do apologize, but Nathan Olson looks like probably headed into the pits just then, as he is now fallen back behind the Vaporworks and the Metamorphosis cars. So still a long way to go, but just trying to hang on as yeah, there it is. Just looks like it was just counted as Nathan Olson is currently sitting P4. So unfortunate for Nathan, but still a long way to go in this race. Just over 2 hours remaining. So still a long way to go for the 70 car to make his way back to the field.
Yeah, he's been showing that absolute raw pace the entire time since he's gotten in the car. Hasn't set a single toe wrong. So he needs to keep up like that. We're going to jump on board with him just to see. Watch how much of the track he uses. He is using every single inch of the track available, getting all the way over to the lines on entry, at apex, at exit, and absolutely flying around Sebring.
Yeah, so, I mean, just obviously still a lot of raw pace out of that number 70 car as he's making his way around the second place car in the GT3 class, the Shut Up and Drive It G1 car, being driven by, I believe, Justin Hall, if I'm not mistaken. So, obviously doing a very good job right now behind the wheel of that number 70 car, and just has to keep it clean and consistent. He might be able to get into the podium places for his team.
I think a podium's almost guaranteed at this point. I think he's even looking forward to P2 at the moment as we're on board with the overall leader, Wayne Castile. And I'd like to jump back to the GT3 discussion there for just a second. That Shut Up and Drive It G1 is now in P2. So the DS Racing MV Skin Lab has made a pit stop, it looks like, and is in P3. So we're going to see those GT3 cars starting to take to the pit lane. We're going to see that pit cycle start to work itself out. MIA WSRL right now coming into the pit lane from the lead, and we'll give that lead up to the Shut Up and Drive It G1 unless they come into the pits as well. So pit cycle here could be very crucial. We'll see if that Shut Up and Drive It can manage to make the jump and keep that P2, or have closed that gap down any to MIA WSRL.
Yeah, so obviously doing a very good job behind the wheel of that car. Eric Leitchsky now into the top 5 in the GT3 class. It's also ways to go before he gets back up to Gonzalo Elite, who is conceded to 3rd at the moment. But obviously a very clean race throughout the GT3 field. It's very spread out between everybody in that class, but still a ways to go for them to come back together towards the end of the race.
Let's see, MIA falls back to 3rd place, giving up the spot to DS Racing, now coming out of the pits, 23 second in arrears. So that gap between those two cars has opened up over that last stint, and looks like Carson Keene is still in the car, likely going to finish the race for that team. Will Coffey in this car again. I wonder if we'll see Aubrey Kundal again. Right now, 4 seconds behind Muradness, and about 18 to 20 seconds behind Vaporworks. So we'll see if he can close either of those gaps down. He comes out of Lamont down on the Olin straightaway, heading towards Sunset Bend, and
I
Gonna
do
have a bit of a slipstream there. Welcome
I
back,
do
Alex.
apologize. I do apologize, Randall. I started talking, but after you started talking again, I realized that my mic was muted. So I do apologize for that. But what I was going to try to say was the Wrong Stuff Black Team car being driven by Will Coffey, having a pretty nice race at the moment. He's still in the top 5 in the LMP2 class, only about 5.5 seconds behind Nathan Olson, still relatively in striking distance for a move to try and maybe put himself in the top 4 or maybe on a podium step at the end of the race.
He's really going to have his work cut out for him for a podium, but definitely still in the running, especially if there's any instance we see some gamesmanship here out of the 255 and the 431. 255 trying to break that draft, and in my experience, it's never really worked. It's kind of just slows you down, and it's going to make Carson Keene be that much closer here going into turn 1. I think we're going to see defense here out of the 255, as though he fades back over to the racing line. Still takes a bit of a defensive line to keep Carson Keene from trying to go to the inside, but right now, lots of pressure. I don't know if this defense makes a lot of sense. This is cars on different laps. I'm not sure. Maybe I think the 255 here is playing the team game and defending in favor of their teammate in the 288 to try to keep this 431 from getting around.
Yeah, and it's pretty decent gap there, but Carson Keene has shown a lot of speed at the moment, so I definitely think that could probably get back around this car. But currently, this DS Racing Mercedes doing a pretty decent job holding him off, even though I think that this DS Racing Mercedes is a lapped car. But obviously, a lot of drivers, even with their lapped cars, they don't really like to give that spot up. But it looks like going into Tower Corner, the DS Racing Mercedes going to give that spot up.
Yeah, it's a very interesting position to be defending in. There was a couple corners there where easily could have let the pass happen without losing much time, and I think he actually lost more time by defending. So you really have to wonder if that was a teammate move there, like we saw out of Sergio Perez at the end of the couple seasons ago there in Formula One, blocking Lewis Hamilton for his teammate. Yeah, I don't know how the stewards are going to look at that.
Well, the difference there is I think it's just a normal lapped car stuff going on there. Meanwhile, compared to that was all for a Formula One World Championship. So I think a little bit less weight on that one. So I don't know if the stewards are going to mind it that much. But yeah, definitely a bit of a sketchy move from that lap car. Could have probably just pulled out of the way and let Carson Keene by, but overall didn't really hurt either of them, so I don't think the stewards are going to really mind it all that much.
We see now the 33 has caught the 86, so this could be a very, very stout defense here by Q-Nin to stay on the lead lap. This could be a very important move. We see he's moving over to the racing line very early, trying to break that draft. Maybe just saying, I'm not going to fight you for this and just let it happen. And exactly what's going to happen. Q does not fight to stay on that lead lap. Lets the pass happen. The 33 now ahead and has lapped everybody except for Justin Barrera.
Hey, it's Adam here. You got me for just a little while, Randall. Alex had to go take a break, man. But been sitting here in this production booth for the last 3.5 hours, almost 4 hours of this race now. Thank you, John, for taking over for a little while. Get my lungs stretched out here just a little bit. But been watching this Madness Green car, as you were just talking about. He had just now made the move past Q-Nin. At what point do you start worrying about that number 70 car?
Right now, I don't. If I'm Wayne's teammate, who's at a family Christmas, so probably can't really send a message now. I'm telling Wayne, just run your race, man. It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
there are 2 hours left. There's still a lot of time, but the gap that he's established, that's monumental. And Wayne may not be as fast as Nathan, but he's not slow either. So I'm telling, don't even worry about it. If they start badgering you in Discord, just mute them. Just turn them off. Don't listen to them. This is our race. Go out there and win it. Bring home those groceries.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it'd be pretty cool. I think these last few endurance races have kind of ended this way, right? We got two Maradness drivers up there, or two Maradness teams up there in the top two. So, big shout out as well to Justin Barrera as we got a spinner right in front of the leader.
I was going to mention this earlier. One of the two GT4 entries has rejoined the race and now finds himself spinning out of the exit of Sunset Bend right in front of the overall leader. And now a little bit of a miscommunication there with Eric Leitchke, who's now flashing his lights. And don't let anger blind you to what else is happening. Here comes Q Nin. Oh, very exciting development there on in a very short time, as Wayne Castile is going to be dealing with Daniel Nist, one of the sister cars in the GT3 category, going to get around him cleanly. But wow, that things happen fast out there.
Yeah, that was it appeared to be Dan Babick. Looks like he said he crashed and then entered the pit lane. So I think he may have spun into the pit lane, which was probably better for most of the other drivers around him. But yeah, we were just talking about, how there's still 2 hours left in this broadcast or in this race. And God, things can change so quickly. Amazing agility. I mean, doesn't hurt that these guys are in LMP2s driving around the wrecks, but amazing awareness for a 4-hour race for them to still be this aware. Wayne Castile, down to the inside. I don't know who exactly that was. One of the Sudi.
Kevin Medina.
Adam, he got really excited there.
Yeah, one of the Sudi drivers, Kevin Medina, came. I would say probably didn't see him there, but yeah, amazing for Wayne. 4 hours into this race. Also, 2 hours into his stint almost. Going to be covering the rest of this, I think, as his teammate Joshua Lane is at family Christmas right now. So, I mean, this is the longest race that we've covered so far. The longest race that they've had this season. 4 hours takes a mental toll on you. What about 6?
6 hours is a whole different monster. 4 hours is like just kind of dipping your toes in endurance racing. 6 hours is proper endurance, where you're starting to split up the race into multiple parts and having to really strategize. You have more chances to try to save a pit stop, try to save fuel, and it's just harder to keep your focus here in the middle stretch of the race. Now with the lighting condition change, that's really going to bring out another challenge for some drivers who maybe don't have much experience with nighttime driving.
And another thing about that is, I mean, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but if you're driving this, if you're somehow sane enough to drive this race solo, like Justin Barrera, I mean, that's just that. I mean, you're used to 4-hour racing. I mean, 4-hour racing by yourself, I've done races that length before. I mean, obviously, it wasn't a 4-hour time race. I mainly do ovals, but I've done races that are 4 hours in length before, and it's not horrible. But when it gets up to 6 hours, especially driving an LMP2 car around Sebring, I don't know how Justin Barrera does it, but he has some special kind of finesse for these endurance races, and he is just so good at just managing these races by himself. As actually now we have passed the point where the race normally would have ended by about a minute and a half, so just under 2 hours to go in this race.
And don't look now. That gap between the 86 and 70 is down under 4 seconds. So in the next lap, 2 laps, possibly as many as 3, we're going to see a battle for position between that 70 and that 86. And then shortly after that, he may be catching this leader and trying to unlap himself for the last time and get back onto the lead lap.
Yeah, so, I mean, just trying to just keep these cars clean, as Wayne Castile is coming close, actually, now that I'm looking, is coming close to lapping basically the whole field. As if you look at the track map we have up in the up on the right side, or if you just look at the timing tower, you see that Wayne Castile's about 1 minute and 40 seconds ahead of Justin Barrera. So then, after knowing that, if you look on the track map, you see the 33 circled with that green, the black 33 circled with that green color. And then if you look a little bit further up the road, just out of Tower on the track map, heading towards Bishop, you see the 98 of Justin Barrera. So just about, I would say maybe half a straight away from lapping the entire field. And I know how fast Wayne Castile is, but that is absolutely incredible, especially in an endurance, or not even in an endurance race, but especially on a track like Sebring with a length that's over 3.5 miles long, to be that fast that you're lapping second place in the LMP2 class. That's incredible.
Definitely, he's found his rhythm. That's really a big key to endurance racing, is to get into a good rhythm, as we're going to see him take the P1 and GT3 car down another lap going into Sunset Bend. Keep that rhythm going, and you're going to have minor interruptions. Try not to let those minor interruptions derail you. Keep that rhythm going, and it's really been paying off for this 33 team. Like you said, almost has the entire field lapped, and the gap right now back to Metamorphosis, a minute 39, minute 40. It's wavering a little bit. We know Justin Barrera's pace has been right around 150, so he's really only about 10 or 11 seconds behind him.
Yeah, so I mean, not too far behind, but it's still. I don't know. We still have about 2 hours left in this race, but it's still going to be or difficult to ask for that driver. So I mean, just everybody just trying to get to the end of the race right now is pretty much. This is. I would assume that we're just over where the races normally would have ended. I assume is where a lot of these drivers are going to start to maybe lose a little bit of focus, realize maybe thinking that the race should have been over maybe 10, 20 minutes ago, and realizing that they still have over an hour and a half left in the race. So a lot of these drivers might start to lose focus soon. So we have to see which drivers adapt to it and start to push towards the end, or maybe some drivers are going to start to fall off.
All right, so this is the time of the race. This next pit stop coming up is going to be probably the most important. Right now, if you're one of these drivers that has a good teammate, what you need to do is start finding that fuel number. What is your full out fuel number, and what is your race pace fuel number, and start strategizing when you're going to take those final pit stops, how you're going to break your stints down so that you can minimize your time on pit lane, try to put as little fuel in the car as possible on each stop, and make it to the end of the race. So that being a lap down can help a few of these teams in the fight for second and third place by easing up the fuel strategy a little bit. As we see, they're lurking in the background. The number 70 is catching that 86 and is within a second. So that move is going to happen any moment now.
Yeah, only about 9/10 behind. It closed down a little bit as they braked into turn 2 just then. So Nathan Olson showing a lot of pace right now as we're still looking at the leader of the overall race. And actually, another thing to discuss is that a GT3 class car that is on pace in class and has not fallen behind at all, just headed into the pits. So I'm not sure if that might just be a separate car on a separate strategy, or if the GT3 field, if the pit stops for them, their pit window for their next stop, maybe even one more stop, then another stop, then the end of the race, this might be their second to last pit stop. I apologize if I worded that a little bad.
Yeah, like I said, it's really the time where your strategy needs to come into fruition. You need to get those final numbers in so you can get that strategy into place. We see that the 70 is now fighting with the 86. They're swapping back and forth for position. It looks like right now the 86 they're alongside each other coming down Olney straightaway. Here's the move. It's going to be coming up. The 86 squeezing over, just trying to take away any of his room that he can, and then ends up yielding the position there at the last second. Or not necessarily yielding, the 70 going just a little bit deeper before hitting the brakes, outbraking him, getting that position, and now going to have the lead over him coming into turn 1, flashing his lights with that GT4 ahead to let him know that he is going to be making that move. And now Brad and Sapphire back on the podium and going to start tracking down Justin Barrera and try to open this gap up to Q Nin. Q is going to be very much on the button to try to keep with Nathan Olson here as long as he can.
Randall, I think that's the only GT4 car I've seen this entire race. So
you're right. There was only 2 of them entered. They both pulled into the pits very early on, and then suddenly the MIA team Merc rejoined, and
maybe the maybe
out
the
there playing
driver.
spoiler.
Yeah, maybe the driver of that team just a little bit bored watching the race, wanted to get a couple laps in by themselves driving that MIA team Mercedes. It looks like that team is just going to have the win regardless, as none of these Sapphire SimSport Delta drivers are even in the session. That car isn't even sitting in the pit lane, so I think it'll be a pretty easy win for the MIA team Merc, as there's only GT4 car in the session right now. Just needs to hold on for about an hour and 50 minutes. Doesn't even really have to be driving the car right now. They could leave the session
out there probably trying to play spoiler. I don't know why they would take back out to the track, but they're out there having a good time. I think with Dan Babbitt currently in the car, we saw him have a bit of an issue earlier coming out of Sunset right in front of the race leader. And I got to give a shout out here to Q Nin for fighting with Nathan Olson the way that he did. Did not let Nathan just have the spot. Got passed him back, fought him down into Sunset, and made him actually work for it. You see Nathan definitely has much more pace than him, but good job taking the fight to Nathan and not just letting him have it. We jump on board with Justin Barrera. Justin Barrera here in P2.
Wait, I'm here.
And Alex is here in spirit. I hear his voice, but I think we lost him in the sim.
Oh no!
I'm seeing now. So... Yes, Alex is dropped. So back here with Nathan Olson again in P3. We see that he is about 12 seconds back from Justin Barrera. So here in about 5 or 6 laps, maybe after a pit stop, he's going to be fighting with Justin for P2. Wayne Castile only about 7 seconds behind Justin Barrera, and only about 4.5 seconds ahead of ahead of Nathan Olson. So we could see the fight for Nathan Olson to get back on the lead lap before they catch Justin, or this could all develop all at the same time. We could have a big fight.
Yeah, this is...
Oh. Okay. I'm sorry. So I think I'm okay. I think I just had a little bit of troubles with the session, but I'm here now, and I think I'm seeing what I'm supposed to be seeing right now, which is Nathan Olson in P3 overall and in the LMP2 class. Now we're looking at Justin Barrera, if I'm not mistaken. So I think everything is okay at the moment. I do apologize for that little hiccup from myself on my end. So as we're looking at, I apologize for that, as we were looking at Justin Barrera, who's still doing this race by himself, about pretty much, believe almost maybe going to be lapped by the overall leader, which would result in a lap of the field. But now a battle in the GT3 class is a Shut Up and Drive It G2 car trying to get around the Shut Up and Drive It A2 car.
You see there side by side, what a camera angle there. Coming in to the hairpin, the 296 is going to take the position there. The 327 still right there on his tail as they race down through the S's. Actually, sorry, that was not the hairpin. Now they're in tower corner, and 296 gap is opening up a little bit here. So I think the move is done. Bradley Alves is going to have this position, and Eric Leitchke going to do his best to hang on, but I think he's going to see him start getting a little bit smaller every lap here in his windscreen.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, probably just going to start to pull away just a little bit. Is that Shut Up and Drive It G2 car has been showing a little bit more pace at the moment than the Shut Up and Drive It A2 counterpart. So like you said, Eric Leitchie probably going to start to pull away a little bit as Nathan Olson now has pulled out about a 7.5 second gap to the Vaporworks LMP2 car there in the LMP2 class. And now under 10 seconds behind the Metamorphosis driver of Justin Barrera. So I think that Barrera might honestly be under threat from Nathan Olson here in maybe 10 or 20 minutes, as Nathan Olson is just continuing to show a lot of pace behind the wheel of that car and really closing this gap down.
You see Korostecki here struggling with the braking in the entry to the hairpin, runs it a little wide into the runoff. No harm done, just loses some time there. He's really struggling, and gotta give Korostecki a lot of props here. He's running this race solo. He has COVID. What a trooper.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow.
He is out there really, really taking it and showing it how prosciutto punch racing comes to race. They are the toughest team out there, and Korostecki definitely showing that today.
Well, massive props to Korostecki then. I did not know that. I thought he had a couple of teammates at least, but driving a 6-hour endurance race at Sebring solo while having COVID, that's very, very impressive. That is something I would not be able to manage to do. Here is Andrew Korostecki in the Prosciutto Punch Racing Porsche. And just very, very impressive to be able to pull that off. That's not something I can do.
And luckily for him, now he's in a bit of a safety bubble here. 22 seconds to the car ahead, 51 seconds to the car behind Mike Braun, who's dealing with some LMP traffic. So plenty of time for him to get himself back together and take it easy and not necessarily have to push, and just keep the car on track for another hour and 45 minutes. Bring the groceries home, so to speak. And that is, if he finishes this race, that's a victory to me. If I'm any one of his teammates that couldn't make it today, and he finishes this race by himself in the position that he's in, that's as good as a win. Nathan Olson, though, oh, here he comes. Wayne Castile has to know that here he comes.
Yeah, so honestly, might that Muratinus Sapphire car might unlap himself now, as we have Justin Barrera in the booth for a little bit of an interview now. So Barrera, I know you might be under threat from Nathan Olson here in a little bit, but how's the race going behind the wheel of that car?
Well, we had a little mess up in the hairpin earlier where we tagged Justin Hall. We got together. Fortunately, it didn't cause any damage to the car. I'm just trying to save fuel to cancel out a pit stop possibly, and go from there.
Yeah, and obviously it hasn't been the worst of race for you. It's been a pretty successful race so far, I would say, for yourself. And as it looks like you are trying to just hang in there at the moment, how's doing a 6-hour race by yourself compared to doing a 4-hour race by yourself?
Well, I'm still fine mentally. No issue there. I'm just stretching here and there, and we'll see what happens shortly. I'm probably gonna have to hold it a little bit for one more go, but definitely gonna have to have a bathroom break shortly.
All right. Well, as it looks like you might be being caught by Nathan Olson and the overall leader, and back to racing at Sebring. So good luck for the rest of this race. Hopefully we will be able to see you maybe even in the lead at the end of the race.
Justin, we have a guy in here by the name of Randall McGrew that told us that all you need to do, man, is you just got to get a bottle. Get a bottle, put it between your legs, and do your thing. You gotta improvise, adapt, and overcome, Justin.
It's already been done once so far.
Here's another idea I got you. You can just commit, show dominance. I mean, I know you're doing this race by yourself. You can show dominance over the teammates that are gonna have to drive this car eventually, and just pee your pants. It might work. It might work. I'm just putting that out there.
Outright bottles here for the.
All right, well, good luck with that.
Yep.
And I apologize if I just made the entire stream uncomfortable, which I probably did. And you know what? I'm going to live with that. I'm going to live with that for the rest of the race. So I'm going to let you get back to racing. Justin, good luck for the rest of it. And that was Justin Barrera, who is driving this race all by himself in that Metamorphosis car.
We can bring Q
But
in.
looks like we have another driver who is waiting for an interview, and that is Q Nin. So, Q, it looked like you pretty much, or I believe, you have now gotten your teammate who is back from watching the World Cup to get back into that car, or is it still you out there?
Indeed, but he kept on coming back to check up on me, and then he was like, "Oh, they're going to penalty time. Oh, they're gonna go for another whatever. Can you do another set?" I'm like, "Okay, yeah, go watch it. I'll do it what I can." And by the time he got in the car, and I was ready to get out. My heels hurt, my knees hurt, my wrists hurt. Everything's just aching right now.
Yeah, but so you had a pretty successful stint by yourself. And I know Justin Barrera and a couple of other drivers are doing this race completely by themselves. So if you did have to do this race all by yourself, what would be the thought process there? Do you think you would be able to make it the entire way, or do you think you'd have to take maybe a little bit of a break in between?
I think if I really push myself, I can make it, but I really have to, tell myself to stay on it. You can get through it because doing really good since the beginning of the race, you just don't want to give up, right? So that alone would just drive me to finish, unless something happens. I'm like, okay, well, it's whatever at that point. But I'm glad nothing happened.
Yeah, as you guys are still in the top 5 in class, how are you looking towards the rest of this race? Do you think your teammate's going to be able to hold on, maybe even get you guys in a podium place?
Yeah, he's a pretty consistent driver. I have confidence that he can, if anything, would just be like right outside of the podium or very close to it. But it's going to be difficult. It's not going to be easy because I know Justin's saving fuels. Oh, he just hit the wall. I know Justin is saving fuel, so he's not going to have that splash and dash to where we're going to have that. So, depending on how his pace, Nico's pace, if he could get a good pace in, then we might be able to get close to them at the end of the race.
Yeah, so hopefully your teammate can finish out the rest of this race and hopefully get you guys in a better position. But I'll let you go so maybe you can talk him through the rest of this race as we have about an hour and 40 minutes to go. So good luck for your team the rest of the race, Q, and congrats on what you were able to do so far by yourself.
I appreciate you guys broadcasting. Thank you.
Thank you too. That was Q Nin, who is currently in P4 overall, P4 overall and in class driving that LMP2 car. So, it's just a pretty successful race for that team so far. Just gotta keep it clean, finish off the races. They might honestly be under fire from the Wrong Stuff Black number 57 car here soon if they aren't careful. So they got to be wary of that now, as it looks like
a very interesting development while you were doing that interview there, Alex. The number 70 car now in P2 as we jump both the 70 and 98 in pit lane, and look who comes out first. None other than Nathan Olson. So manages to get the move done on the pit cycle and now takes over P2.
Yeah, so Nathan Olson, he's also been showing a lot of pace. He honestly could unlap himself. He's not too terribly far behind the number 33 car of Wayne Castile, currently leading this race. Yeah, so actually, Adam, I just heard you mention that Barrera is smoking there, or he was, so could have been maybe a visual bug there. But Wayne Castile obviously showing a lot of pace, but Nathan Olson going a little bit faster at the moment, and honestly could unlap himself, which would take away Wayne's little shtick of having lapped the entire field. So Nathan Olson, after pretty much being in last, he might honestly be able to put himself back on the lead lap in second place, which would honestly be a really impressive feat for that team.
Yeah, he's right there. He's only got a GT4 between him, and now that GT4 is out of the way. He has a clear picture to hunt. Clear sight picture aiming there at the 33 to try to get that lap back, and then how much time will he have left to try to make up as much of that gap as possible? I still don't think he's going to have enough time to completely make up an entire lap, but anything is possible.
Yes. So, I mean, Nathan also, he's honestly, he's closed his gap down a lot. So, heading down the front straight, I want to say, although I think my overlays are messing up just a little bit on me, so Randall, I mean, Nathan's just doing a fantastic job at the moment closing this gap down.
So right now, they were fighting, or he was much closer before the pit cycle started. So Wayne was able to make up a little bit of time on the pit cycle, as maybe, I don't know, saved a little bit of fuel. I think now that Nate Olson is fighting to get back on the lead lap, he's had to adjust his strategy, maybe had to take a little bit more fuel than he was planning, so made that stop just a little bit longer. But he's slowly closing that gap down. He's going to be there, but is he going to have enough time to try to close down that gap over the course of the remaining time to get a whole another lap? That's going to be a monumental task. Wayne Castile is no slowpoke.
Hey, so real quick, we've just been talking, to Justin about the bottles and asserting dominance and all that stuff over a 6-hour race, but Patio Yeller, great name by the way,
my bad,
decided to come through in the YouTube chat and said, real pros get a catheter. That's when you've really got to be committed to your craft at that point.
That is next level.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm 16 years old and I don't know what that means, and I'm not gonna Google it. So I'm gonna sit here and pretend I know what that is, and hopefully it won't get the channel demonetized. But we're gonna sit here and the 16-year-old child that is currently covering this race for the next maybe 35 minutes, something like that. And yeah, I have no idea what that means. So good luck with that, Justin. Do with that information what you will. But yeah.
So a similar story. I had a teammate. Luckily, he finished the race and didn't have to hand the car to me. Who has a notoriously small bladder. had to finish a 4-hour race at Nürburgring, and he didn't quite make it. And he has a gently used racing seat for sale if anybody's interested.
Oh God!
But it does happen, and it happens a lot in real life. If you ever watch even an oval, if you ever watch a driver dump the drink on themselves, they're normally covering for not being able to make it to the end of the race, as it were.
Yeah, I know that does happen in NASCAR sometimes, but still, that is just. I know. I told Justin that if he wants to commit, that but that's just unfortunate. I mean, that's just got to be so uncomfortable just sitting through that for an entire race.
But we see Wayne Castile here carving his way through traffic. He's going to be a little bit more aggressive now to try to get around some of these GT3 cars to try to get them back between him and Nate Olson. Nate has made his way around him now. He's just trying to make this as difficult to close as possible. And I expect that we'll see Wayne defend this position. Even though Nate is the faster of the pair, he does not want to give this lap back easily. The gap getting smaller and smaller. Now you can see it's about 2 seconds now and closing. So over the course of the next lap and a half, we're going to see that gap disappear. Nate Olson is going to be there, and we'll see what kind of defense Wayne can mount here on an opening skirmish that might be a preview for the end of the race.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing that that Wayne is going to have to look out for, I mean, it's just another thing it just depends on is how bad does Wayne want to keep his little moniker of having a lap the field. And honestly, I mean, that's a pretty impressive feat in an endurance race like this. But I mean, if I was Wayne, I don't think I'd fight it too terribly hard. But I don't know. I mean, because lapping the field, I mean, it hasn't been done completely. I mean, the last time I can remember it being done on the oval side of things was in 1996, I want to say, at a short track called North Wilkesboro Speedway. Maybe I could be wrong on that one, but It's been a while since I've ever heard of somebody completely lapping the field in any sort of race. So, I mean, it would be an impressive feat for Wayne, no doubt. But I mean, how badly does he want that? Especially when he knows how fast Nathan Olson is, as Nathan Olson is also going to get up to draft range shortly.
Well, here's the thing. Nathan Olson is fast, and if you're at all worried about him making up another entire lap to fight you for the victory at the end of the race, you don't often get the chance to defend twice. So anytime you can cost him now is going to make him have to work that much harder to catch you at the end and give you that much more time to mount another defense if it comes to that. So if you get to defend twice, use it, defend, make him absolutely work to get that lap back.
The only thing is, I mean, that could also, I mean, I know he has a lap over Nathan Olson, so if Nathan really wants to get up to the overall lead, he's going to have to make up an entire lap. But, I mean, I just don't think it would be in Wayne's best interest, as they just maybe an hour and a half left in the race. And, I mean, 3.7 miles, I don't think Nathan is that much faster to the point where he could close about a 3.7 mile gap, even with pit strategies and lap cars coming into play. So if I'm a Wayne, I'm just going to probably let my teammate by, just let him through and just try and run the race out and just try and keep the pace up as much as I can and just try and run the race out. Just get around the lap cars nice and just finish the race in the lead.
But we'll see. It's going to happen soon. The gap down to 1.4 seconds. So we're going to find out which one of us is right. Is Wayne going to fight to keep this lead lap, or is he just going to let Nate by? It'll be interesting to find out. They're coming up to Le Mans. This is going to be the point where we're going to see that gap close. Maybe the most. You could see it close even more on the front straightaway, as Nate has to deal with Carson Keene. Has to give up a little bit of time, but he's definitely within the very, very tail end of slipstream range in that car now.
Yeah, as now we're looking at Nathan Olson heading through Sunset Bend. You can see the raw speed out of this number 70 car, and you can see the pretty much the relative, as if you were driving the car on the bottom right of the screen on the overlays. So you can see that Nathan closed the gap a little bit, but so far these two cars are fairly even on times. That the gap between them hovering at just about 1.6 seconds when they're on, or when they're both on about even lap times. So Nathan is he's not closing this gap as much as he used to be, but still closing it quite a decent bit. It's just been such a consistent and clean race for him, and just needs to just put a little bit more pressure on Wayne Castile, and he can make sure that there is still one car not a lap, or there's still one car, or not. Just gonna try that one more time, completely from the top. Nathan Olson just gonna try and get around Wayne Castile, make sure that there is more than one car on the lead lap. There we go.
You finally got it. Third time's the charm. We see Andrew Korsecki holding station in 7th place. That gap to Eric Leitchke getting a little bit smaller. Yeah, he's that gap was bigger before, and now it's 9.5 seconds. Maybe he's found something here. We see that he was about 50 seconds ahead of Empire Racing. I think maybe the pit cycle here is in effect, and he's made up a couple spots. So it'll be interesting to see where that gap is after he takes his stop. I don't know if I don't believe that he has stopped yet, so we'll be checking the timing tower over the coming laps to see where Korsecki comes out.
Yeah, so now we just got to keep track of that, as Korsecki, just like you mentioned, or like we were talking about earlier, doing this race by himself with COVID. So very impressive feat for Andrew Korsecki to still even be in the top 10 in class, having to deal with all of that. So he's being a bit of a trooper right now for his team, and really just carrying the torch for them at the moment now. Is, I mean, it's just such an impressive feat for him to be able to do that. That's not something I'd be able to pull off. It's absolutely incredible.
It's a very impressive performance. Gotta give it to Andrew here. Yeah, I don't know if I could pull it off myself either. I would certainly give it a shot, but Yeah, this is a really, really impressive, gutsy drive out of Forrest Stuckey, and definitely one to remember.
Just about an hour and a half left as we have a crash from Will Coffey now. He's doing a great job behind the wheel of this car, and it looks like... I'm not sure where this is, Randall, but
Yeah,
obviously
he's in the hairpin. Yeah, coming out of the big bend and down to the hairpin. Gets the braking a little bit wrong, locks up the rears and slides it. Doesn't spin it, loses a little bit of time, and does not touch anybody else. So no harm, no foul. And he'll continue back on his way. That gap up to Vaporworks is about 4 seconds now, so he was really closing that down. That's going to cost him a little bit, but he has plenty of time to close it back down again.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously not too costly of a mistake, but definitely isn't going to help his chances all that much. But doing a really good job catching up to the Vaporworks car, as we were talking about earlier. Q-Nin finally got his teammate in the car. Said teammate, being, if I can look at them, said teammate being Nico Zan. I apologize if I butcher this name. Zanadakis. There we go. Thank you, Adam. So Nico Zanadakis doing a decent job now getting into the car after watching the World Cup over this race. So just going to try and hold on, try and finish out the race. That's just going to be the story mainly for everybody. He's just trying to finish this race right now as we have under an hour and a half remaining. And this, I would assume, or maybe in the last hour of the race, but this point right here, for maybe hours and 30 minutes, and that's where a lot of these drivers are going to start to lose their focus and start to fall off maybe a little bit. But Nathan Olson now right on the back bumper of his teammate almost as they head towards Tower. So Nathan Olson obviously still showing that he does have more pace than his teammate. And I reckon he honestly could probably make this move in Sunset Bend using the draft down that straight.
Yeah, right now, Nathan Olson is a lion stalking his prey. Wayne Castile, you can tell that he is really pushing to keep this lead lap over Nate Olson. As you can see, the tail end of that car ahead really hanging out. But right here, Nate Olson is nearly on the gearbox of Wayne Castile. Is he going to make the inside move? Yes, shows his nose, makes the move happen. Wayne takes your strategy there, Alex. Does not fight him very hard. Lets him have the spot. Lets him get back on the lead lap. And now, an hour and 24 and a half minutes to go for Nate Olson to try to make up an entire lap. Wayne Castile going to try to hang on to him as long as possible to try to keep him from getting away. That slipstream really going to help Wayne keep that lap lead over Nate. We'll see how long he can keep there, though.
I'd say even if Nathan Olson can close this gap down to maybe half a lap to Wayne Castile, I would call that a success. But had they not had issues early on, I reckon that maybe Nathan Olson could be leading this race right now. So just unfortunate that that they're this far back, but still about an hour and 24 minutes left in this race. So there still is a lot of time for Nathan Olson to at least make a solid attempt at making a luck and skill from Nathan Olson. He's gonna have a solid pit stops, and maybe have Wayne make a little bit of a mistake on his pit stops. He's gonna have to get lucky with the with where these lap cars, and overall just have a lot of solid lap times. So it looks like we also have a bit of a crash here.
You say Georgina McKay coming out of Big Bend and approaching the hairpin. We've seen a lot of the LMP cars struggling with the braking here, and she gets it just a little bit wrong and takes to the safety of the runoff. We've seen her do this a couple times this race. Very smart move. Instead of trying to lock it up and then spinning in front of other cars, just use that runoff. That's something you don't see enough in sim racing. So props to Georgina McKay for doing that. That's something you would see in a real life race much more often, and does a lot less damage that way.
Yeah, so obviously Wayne Castile just needs to hold on now for the rest of this race. He knows his teammate is very fast in that number 70 car, but obviously it's going to take a lot of tough driving from Nathan Olsen and a lot of luck in order to close that gap. So Wayne can just probably relax for a bit, just try and hold on to this lead as best as he can, which, he will, as isn't really under threat from anybody at the moment. So Wayne just needs to hit some solid lap times, just make sure he doesn't make any mistakes in the pits or anything like that. Speaking of the pits, 2 Shut Up and Drive It cars are in the pits at the same time. It was the Shut Up and Drive It A2 and G2 machines. As now we're looking at Carson Keene, the leader of the GT3 class, pulls into the pit lane now, as it looks like this might be the final GT3 pit stop of the day, although I'm not quite sure, but the next car catching up to Carson Keene is going to be the Shut Up and Drive It G1 number 294 car of Justin Hall, and it looks like Justin, not pitting this time by, is going to take the GT3 class lead back. So looks like Justin Hall still the overall, or not the overall leader, the GT3 class leader driving his BMW, but the thing is, Carson Keene might be the actual GT3 class leader over pit stop, so we just don't know. Is still stuck in his pit stall right at the moment, maybe taking tires as well, added on to that fuel stop, as Carson Keene just stationary there in his Porsche at the moment. Now he exits the pit lane.
He exits the pit lane, and we see DS Racing MV Skinlab has taken over that position, now 17.5 seconds behind Shut Up and Drive It G1. It does not look like a Shut Up and Drive It G1 has pit yet, so they will still need to stop, which will give DS Racing this lead back to being a little bit off strategy for this team. Not necessarily off strategy, but the first of the GT3s to pit among the leaders. They seem to have their fuel strategy worked out and have split up their stints pretty evenly so that they will have a full stop at the end instead of a splash and dash like some of these other drivers will. And yeah, so really this is their race to lose at the moment.
And also Adam giving you guys watching the stream a solid message at the moment. If you look towards the top of your screen, the pit stop counts that you were just seeing on the overlays are incorrect, as we had to do a little bit of an overlay reload at mid-session. There they are again, so you can see those are not accurate. They're in reality, all the drivers have had pretty much over 5 pit stops at the moment. So ignore those if they come up. Those are not accurate. So thank you, Adam, for giving the stream viewers that little bit of insight as to what is happening behind the scenes. But currently, there might be a bit of a battle in the LMP2 class, as the Wrong Stuff black car is pretty much right on the back bumper of the Vaporworks car. Will Coffey trying to make this move around Nico Zanadakis, I believe, if I pronounced that correctly. And it looks like Will is going to make that move. Or no, excuse me, Nico's going to make that move back as they head into the hairpin. So really, Will is just trying all he can to get this move done now. They're going to head side by side towards Tower with a lap car in front of him. They have to be wary of that side by side into Tower, and it looks like Nico almost had it done now that was not Tower. Now they're going to head side by side towards Tower. Nico is still trying to get the sun, a little bit of contact. Will goes off track into the asphalt that barely noses into the tire barrier. That is definitely going to be a bit of damage, and that is not something you want to see. Rear end damage as well.
That is not what you want to see at all. Luckily, the tires there make that a little bit of a softer impact. But yeah, side-by-side racing, chasing a lap car in a very, very tight section of the track. The 57 here has the lead very clearly coming through these corners leading up to Tower Turn. And then the 86 is going to try to stick a nose back in there and really has no coverage, no overlap at all. So it's the 57's apex, and contact is made. It sends poor Will Coffey off into the tires. He gets it back underway. Has lost quite a bit of time. 10 seconds now back up to that 86 car as he's going to dip into the pits and think about taking a fast repair and maybe trying to change their fuel strategy here at the end of the race.
Yeah, I was looking at Will's onboard heading down the back straight, and it looks like they're probably going to end up using a faster pair, as if I'm not mistaken, I saw the wheel offset a bit to the left, which usually indicates that there was some suspension damage to that car. So I reckon they're going to take a faster pair to fix that. And they might even change tires as well, as it looks like that that car is currently floating in the pits. So I believe they might take tires now. We're looking at Kevin Medina driving the Shut Up and Drive It A1 car, just not really too far behind the car in front of him, being the DS Racing Mercedes, driven by Marco Villela at the moment, is Kevin Medina trying to get this spot for the Shut Up and Drive It team.
Shut Up and Drive It really closed down this gap to DS Racing here, and we could see a good fight for that top 10 position. The car, I'm not sure which class the 96 actually falls into, but the 255 is in that Pro-Am category. So it could have big leaderboard implications in that GT3 category. Of course, two divisions of GT3 drivers, the Pro-Ams and the Ams, all racing for the same points, effectively two leaderboards for that class. So it doesn't matter what that car number is ahead of you. If you're faster, you want that position.
Yeah, pretty much is now getting around Bjorn Stange, as Andrew Korostecki is actually, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Andrew Korostecki is only half a second ahead of Bjorn Stange at the moment. There could be a move, as now you see the splits between the GT3 Pro-Am and the GT3 Am category now, as Andrew Korostecki, you can see just slightly a little bit up the road from Bjorn right now. It looks like Bjorn has a nice draft run down this back straight, as another GT3 Am car in Patricio Montevero a little bit further behind them, although he is a lap down compared to these two. So Bjorn could make a move for position here in the GT3 Am class, which would put the Shut Up and Drive It A2 team into second place in the GT3 amateur class. And actually, realizing that there are separate classes, being the GT3 amateur class compared to everybody else, I honestly think that I honestly want to applaud Andrew Korostecki more, because not only is he driving this race solo with COVID, but he is currently P6 overall for GT3 and currently P2 in a separate GT3 class. So round of applause for Andrew Korostecki being able to make that happen. That is absolutely insane now, as they're getting passed by Nathan Olson. They'll be able to go back to their battle now.
We've seen after the previous stop, he was in P9 and now worked his way up to P6. So he's found something out there and gotten the strategy right to make some spots up over the pit cycle, and is sitting in a good position to be maybe challenging for that top 5 here at the end of the race.
Yeah, it definitely is. Now we look at, now we go back to the normal side of things, and you can see now that this battle is for 6th in the GT3 class overall. And now there's a little bit of a bug in the overlay. There's the reload, so now it's accurate as to what is happening. So as Bjorn Stange just tries to close this gap a little bit more, it looks like Bjorn is just a bit stronger in the first couple sectors, maybe falls off in the back half of the lap, but now he has a decent amount of draft from Andrew Korostecki. And as Wayne Castile dips in between them to head by as they race towards Sunset Bend now, it looks like through Sunset Bend, Bjorn always cuts a little bit more inside, goes wide through the center, and then cuts back down on exit, gets some nice exit speed, barely almost clips the grass there, but gets a really, really nice exit as they head back towards the first corner now. And really, I think it's only a matter of time before Bjorn gets the spot.
Yeah, it's one thing to catch and another thing to pass, as we've heard so many times throughout the racing world. Bjorn Stange really, really applying the pressure now to Korostecki. We heard Will Coffey earlier mention maintaining social distance with Andrew during whenever he was lapping him to keep his safe space. As we see now, Will Coffey going through the pair now. I don't think Bjorn Stange is going to afford that same amount of room as when he goes to make this move. He's right there now, so we could see this at the end of the lap or possibly turn one in the next lap.
Yeah, as it looks like that last corner is really where Bjorn closes the gap a lot to Andrew Korsecki. I think we're going to see the gap start to extend from here till the back straight, and then as they head through Sunset Bend, it's going to really start to close down. But I think this is where really Andrew starts to shine over Bjorn Stages. Now, just right on top of each other. It looks like compared to where they were last lap as they went into this section of the racetrack, it looks like Bjorn has closed it up quite considerably now, as it was about 0.6, but now it's only about 0.2 of a second as they head into Bishop.
Coming in, approaching here in through Bishop, and we're going to see who's got the better run out of Le Mans. Right now, Bjorn Stage looks like he's doing a pretty good job. Doesn't quite get to the apex completely, but he's going to have the slipstream here to help him close the gap down. I don't think he's going to have enough to make a move here, but he could set up for a good exit and have the run for turn 1.
Yeah, this last corner is always where Bjorn has the advantage over Andrew Korsecki. Now, as you see, the same line goes wide through the center, gets on the gas early, gets a really nice exit here. He closed the gap down to about this much as they head down the front straightaway last lap. So it looks like almost close enough. He's going to try it down to the inside, side by side into the first corner. Now, as it looks like they're going to have to adjust for how narrow it gets as they head towards turn 2. It looks like Andrew Korsecki going to maintain that spot for now, but Bjorn Stage definitely showing that he can and will make a move for this spot.
Korsecki doing a very good job defending. They're not taking the inside line away from Stage, but not leaving him very much room at all to keep him nice and choked down, not able to get to the throttle as liberally as he'd want. Korsecki able to carry just a little bit more speed by running that outside line, and he manages to maintain the position, as now they're going to have to deal with the 59 car of Georgina McKay trying to make her way through them, and this could provide a bit of a pick here for Korsecki to open that gap back up again.
Yes, Georgina now, it looks like at the moment, just getting around them, but now we look at Will Coffey, who has caught a back up once more to the Vaporworks car, as Nico Zanadakis has now realizing that the car that he shoved off the road in Tower is once again right on his back bumper, and this time it's for position as well. So I think this is just off raw speed, but Will Coffey going to try this move to the outside as they head into Sunset Bend. Will not giving Nico as much room as he would have liked. It looks like Nico runs a little bit wide, but Will going to easily take that move around the outside, and Nico Zanadakis, nothing really could have done there. Will did a great job just closing off any real advantageous line that Nico could have taken through that corner, and just really well executed pass there.
You see Will keeping the car in the middle of the track, not opening up the entry, not giving Nico any room at all, has completely run out of patience after that last incident and not going to use the kid gloves at all. Really pinches off his entry there and manages to get the pass done, and now is going to try to open up that gap to try to keep that rear bumper from being contacted again.
Yes, it looks like while that move was being made, the Muradna Sapphire car of Nathan Olson headed into the pit lane, presumed for the last time, which is going to put Nathan once again a lap down, but probably everybody else still is going to have to come in and pit again. So I reckon Justin Barrera are going to have to pit again, as well as Wayne Castile. So Daniel Willis actually has gotten into the car now. So Nathan Olson no longer driving this car. It's now swapped over to the hands of Daniel Willis. I assume that's going to be their last pit stop and last driver change now for that team. So now we have to see if Daniel Willis can start to keep up the pace that Nathan Olson had as they race towards the final hour of the race.
As I say, we're going to have at least one more stop for the LMP2s and one more stop for the GT3s. That 70 car may need actually 2 stops at the rate that it's going. They can get about half an hour of fuel in that car, and there is 70 minutes left in this race, there or thereabout. So they're going to need to stop probably twice. That second stop will be much shorter. They could split it up evenly and make 2 shorter stops, but the GT3s are definitely going to have to pit again, and some of them may even need a splash before the end of the race.
Yeah, and I mean, that's another thing that comes up all the while through endurance races is people realizing that they haven't really compensated for their final pit stop, and they may have to underfuel or overfuel the car compared to what they would normally have to do. But I think there is a move being made right now. I think Bjorn Stange trying to make a move around Andrew Korostecki at the moment. So I want to see if we can head back to that fight, because I think Bjorn Stange may have just gotten around Andrew Korostecki. It looks like, according to the timing tower, no, he has not, but I assume they went side by side once more into turn number 1, and once again, Andrew Korostecki was able to hold on to that spot.
I think they were fighting through sunset, and Korostecki had the lead through turn 1 this time. Not the same spot, but a similar outcome. And now we're going to see Stange showing his nose there going into the hairpin, not actually stepping out to make a move, just getting his nose out there enough to let Korostecki know that I'm still here, buddy. We're still fighting. I'm not going anywhere unless it's in front of you.
Yeah, so the only other thing I could think that would split these two cars up would be a pit stop now. But so far, as they now have a LMP2 car right on the back bumper, I believe that is Daniel Willis driving the number 70 at the moment. Now going to try for a move there, almost made contact with Bjorn Stange as they headed through Tower, but that's going to open the door for Bjorn Stange. It looked like Andrew Korostecki took it easy that corner as Bjorn now heads around the outside through Bishop. He'll have the inside into this next corner, onto the brakes, maybe going to go a bit wide, back to the inside goes Andrew Korostecki into Lamar. Andrew on the inside, Bjorn on the outside, a little bit of door-to-door contact. Bjorn goes sideways, not sure if he saved it. It looks like he does save it, but that is going to give quite the advantage to Andrew Korostecki, as now Bjorn Stange over a second behind.
That's an unfortunate turn of events there. A little door-to-door contact. We're going to see them coming through the S's here, leading up to Le Mans, and they're fighting. Korostecki pulls the old over-under, and then takes the inside line coming into Le Mans, and that's a 50-50 move. That's just a racing incident there. Good hard racing. Bjorn Stange comes out the loser there, and that one doesn't lose very much. But then immediately after that, we saw the 33 take that lap back from the 70. So the 70 is a lap down once again. And I'm not trying to talk down about old man Dan Willis. He's still a good driver, but Wayne Castile has to be breathing a sigh of relief seeing that Nathan Olson is no longer in that number 70.
Yeah, but I mean, that team is still a threat. I mean, like you said, don't count out old man Dan there. He still is very fast himself and could do quite a decent job closing this gap down, as he's now right on the back bumper almost of Wayne Castile as they head towards the corner. I'm just going to call that corner before Tower, as it looks like Wayne might have gotten a bit of a better run out of that corner now as they head into Tower. So old man Dan just trying to hang on in this number 70 car after an impressive display of driving from his teammate. We'll see if Dan can hold on to it.
So it'll be interesting to see the gap between the 70 and the 98 and see if it shrinks any. Justin Barrera also going to be privy to that situation and try to close that gap, get that second spot on the podium back to break up the Maradness 1-2. You see here Diego Eric leading or trailing Kevin Medina, trying to get that spot back. This fight for the top 10 has swapped. I believe the 96 was trailing before. The 96 is ahead now. So 377 trying to take the fight back to the 96.
Yeah, as it looks like the drivers have turned their headlights on. You can see right there, as you can see the headlights beaming out from Kevin Medina as they head towards the hairpin onto the Sebring Bridge. As now we go back to Bjorn Stange, who has started to close this gap once more for pretty much for like the 1,000th time this race almost to Andrew Korostecki. It's been a very close fight between these two so far, and so far Bjorn Stange showing he has a bit more pace than Andrew Korostecki, just has not been able to make the move. And now we go back to the GPVA Natural Sir Porfio racing a car driven by Diego Aire, chasing down Kevin Medina. These two pretty much right on top of each other. I reckon that Diego could possibly make this move into Sunset Bend after that long straightaway, and if he doesn't, he could do what Bjorn Stange does and try and make this move into turn number 1. It all depends on what Diego can do, but now we go back once more to what Bjorn Stange is doing, chasing down Andrew Korostecki. These two are heading out of the hairpin right now, as it looks like Bjorn trying to make something happen there. Differing lines from these two. They'll be side by side into this 90-degree corner. Onto the brakes. It looks like Andrew going to have the advantage, but no, he goes a bit wide. That's going to easily give the spot to Bjorn Stange, and finally, after several minutes of trying to get around, Bjorn Stange takes over P6 in class, and that's going to put Andrew Korostecki down into P7 in the GT3 class. I believe third in the GT3 amateur class, but still nothing to be ashamed of for Andrew Korostecki. He's showed a very impressive display of driving, as now Diego Aire has made the move around Kevin Medina for P10 in the GT3 class.
A very impressive defense out of Korostecki, and now we'll see if Kevin Medina can close this gap back up to the 377. These two cars swapping positions back and forth, lap by lap. This is going to be an interesting race, fighting for this P10 spot here in the closing stages of this race. And Alex, I only have about a minute and a half left here. This time has flown by. We've gotten through the dog days of this race, and now we're shaping up for a very exciting finish.
Yeah, definitely is. Everybody's still... I mean, I would reckon this part of the race is going to feel like the longest. Maybe this part, from pretty much the 5-hour mark until about 15 minutes remaining in the race, probably going to feel like the longest portion of the race for these drivers. They realize they just have 1 hour left, but I reckon for a lot of these drivers, especially the leaders in class like the DS Racing MV Skin Lab car leading the GT3 class, and the Maradness green car of Wayne Castile leading in their classes, I reckon it's just going to feel like the longest race ever for them. But for maybe some of these drivers who are invested in battles like Kevin Medina and Diego Aire, it might not feel too long for them, as they're going to be racing each other so much that they're going to forget how much time is left in the race, and just all of a sudden it's going to be the end of the race for them.
They really need to stick together, though. The pit window is going to open very soon for these drivers. They're going to have to try to keep pace with one another and try to save fuel at the same time. They want to make this last stop as short as possible. So it's a fine line between pushing super hard and saving a little bit of fuel. But they definitely need to stay there together to have a chance to get the spot back in a pit cycle. Otherwise, they're going to have to do it on track the old-fashioned way.
Well, Randall, if I'm not mistaken, we have about just 10 seconds under an hour remaining in this race, so I believe we will be seeing you bid farewell and see Bobby Ross joining us just shortly. Bobby's still not ready, so we'll give him a bit of extra time. So Randall, I mean, for how exactly long have you been covering this race so far?
I've now been in here for 3 hours, so I've been around the entire time watching the race and feeding the notes to the other commentators. So I'm very much invested in this race, and I'll be watching till the end, hanging out in the YouTube chat, so that if anybody needs somebody to chat to, I'll be there to talk to you, and we can watch this race together. For a small field, this has turned out to be a very exciting endurance race. Sometimes these endurance races can just stretch out into draft trains and not much going on. And I was a little worried that it would be a kind of a dull one with a smaller field, but this has had a lot of action, and exciting to see what happens at the end.
Most certainly, I'm with you on that one. And wow, Randall, me personally, I would not take what Adam just said. If we look at the in-game SDK chat, he said, "Thank God Randall is leaving." And me personally, as a commentator, I know we've shared a lot of time in the booth together, and I think you're great to have up here. I love having you being up here with me in the booth, and I don't like what Adam just said about that right there, and I don't think you should either. I wouldn't take that if I were you.
Don't worry, Adam will get a piece of my mind later, as he always does.
All right, fair enough.
He's just compensating. That's what it really is. We keep unplugging his microphone, so he's got to get his jabs in however he can.
Yeah, and so far it looks like the only way he's able to do that is through the in-game SDK chat. But how entertaining has no, you've already answered that question. But how has this race been for you in the 3 hours that you have been here? Has maybe the last couple of hours seemed like some surprise drivers have showed up out of nowhere?
Yeah, so there's been some big surprises. Prosciutto Punch, Andrew Korstecki is. I mean, I can't be any more impressed with the driver than I am with him today. Absolutely insane. Not only is he dealing with what he's dealing with, he's making up spots. He's moving up. That's insane. He's up 7 spots from where he qualified. Mike Braun jumping in the car with no practice after being in the booth for 2 hours. That team up 8 spots, and I haven't seen him set a toe wrong. Mike's doing an incredible job. I love commentating on these endurance races. Sprint races are fun. I enjoy them, but these endurance races, you can really, really see a story develop over the course of 4 or 6 hours. And it's been especially exciting to watch today. I was really looking forward to the 6-hour race because I knew that it was going to be a different animal. And even with the small field, that animal has definitely reared its head a few times and caught a few drivers out. But everybody's adapted pretty well to it, so it's good to see the growth in the drivers in this league.
And I think Adam. Oh shoot, Mike Braun.
I did.
Track.
Adam was right.
Yeah.
I just jinxed it.
Yeah, Adam sent a message in the SDK chat saying, "You just jinxed it, Randall." And what do you know? A corner later, Mike Braun missed turn 1 just a tad, went off track. Thank God his car didn't implode or anything. But wow, that's really. Some people say the commentator's curse doesn't exist. I don't know what else to say. When you see something like that happen.
I'll say this. Mike Braun always delivers. And that's what's happened.
Oh no. So I think my prediction after you saying that is he's going to miss Sunset Bend by just a little bit. And what's going to happen after that is he's going to hit a glitch like some of the outdated iRacing cars do, where they fly to Mars. Or it's going to be like that one clip on Twitter where an LMP2 car just started spinning over and over again. So I think that's my prediction for what's going to happen to Mike Braun for the rest of this race. And I think Adam agrees with me. He said, "No, we aren't watching Mike anymore." So yeah, now we're looking at Wayne Castile, the leader of the race. But that's my prediction for what's going to happen to Mike after that one.
Well, it's been a fun 3 hours, and I'm excited to see what happens at the end of the race. And Bobby, I think you're ready to go now, so I'm going to hand it over to you, and you and Alex can bring this home.
Awesome. Thank you, Randall. And hello, Alex. Hello, Adam. And hello, everyone that's watching on slow motion broadcasting. From what I can hear, it's been quite the race going so far.
It most certainly has, Bobby. And I hope you are looking forward to the next 55 minutes of racing action, because there are still quite a bit of wrinkles that have yet to smooth out in this race so far. We still don't know if maybe that 70 team can get themselves back on the lead lap over Wayne Castile. We still aren't sure if any of the LMP2 battles have figured themselves out. And the GT3 class has just been all over the place. There have been battles left, right, and center in there. And even here, we have a wreck from Andrew Korstecki.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Do they overshoot the turn a little bit, or oh yeah, maybe a slight lockup of the brake?
Maybe just a little bit there. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, like you said, maybe a lockup of the brake there as Andrew Korstecki had.
I believe we did lose Alex briefly.
Hey, Bobby, Adam Thompson here. Figured I'll come in for just a minute, Bobby, get you caught up. I don't know how much of this race you've watched so far. This Maradness green car has been ahead most of the race. Wayne Castile and Joshua Lane. Joshua had to correct me in our chat. Said he did a little bit. He helped for about an hour and a half, an hour and 50 minutes. So I apologize, Joshua, for throwing you under the bus there. But Wayne's been in this car for about 4 hours, or will be in this car for 4 hours by the time it's over, and has lapped the entire field, including his whole GT LMP2 class. So there was in this Maradness Sapphire car. Old Man Dan, we call him now, is back in the car to finish this one out, but there was a very quick driver by the name of Nathan Olson who had unlapped himself and could have made this race interesting, and I'm not saying that it won't still be interesting. You know, there's still an hour left in this race, but really that's kind of what's gone on here in the LMP2 field. In the GT3 field, Francisco Pereira in the DS Racing entry has just basically outclassed the rest of the field all day. Carson Keene had Joshua Larson in there, and they were slowly catching. Looks like they've kind of leveled it out now, about 17 seconds, which is still an attainable gap over an hour. As you know, you are a pretty good GT3 driver. Justin Hall there in third place. Been pretty quiet today, which isn't a bad thing. Matthew O'Leary, about the same thing in the Maradness Purple. They've had a few battles, but really nothing going on. Andrew Korostecki's racing today, Bobby, with COVID. Sitting there in 7th place overall, doing a great job in that car. Him and Bjorn Stange had a crazy mix-up a few laps ago. Just unbelievable driving by Andrew. And then Mike Braun, as you know, was up here commentating earlier, Bobby. Got down into that car with absolutely no practice at all. And is doing a pretty good job. So I'm going to switch off of him before we decide to commentators curse him again. And we had 2 GT4 entries that are now out of the race completely.
I noticed that too with the GT4 cars, because I did see a little bit at the beginning of the race, but other than that, because I just noticed the GT4 cars, are they all out?
They are. They're both out of the race. There were 2 entries, the MIA Team Merc and Sapphire SimSport Delta. Sapphire SimSport Delta was in the lead, and by a few laps, actually, and then they went back into the, just left the session completely. But at that time, MIA Team Merc was sitting in the pits in that GT4 entry. They waited in there for about 2 hours, came out, ran their laps, got in the way a few times, and took that lead and win in the GT4 class, and now are out of the race as well.
Wow, that is quite bizarre to see a whole class out like that. But like you were saying earlier, it's been a heck of a day for Maradness Green to be able to lap the whole entire field, including your own class, for Wayne Castell.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting. I'm going to go back down here into my hole where I've been told to stay. Alex, I think you've got Bobby back, or Bobby, I think you got Alex back. So enjoy the rest of the race, guys.
Awesome, thank you, Adam. As we're watching here with Wayne Castell leading the LMP2 class. And then what I got here, we got Old Man Dan Willis. 2nd place, but 1 lap down. Then we got Justin Barrera. Then Will Coffey.
One thing I wanted to say about Will Coffey here, he did have a bit of a coming together with Nico Zanadakis with the Vaporworks team a few laps ago. They both had to come into pit for repairs, and they are now good to go. Alex, can you hear us?
I think so. Am I back now?
You are back.
Okay, so
I'm going to go back to my hole now.
All right, yeah, you stay in your hole unless you stay in your hole unless my PC dies. So I do apologize for the random hiccups that I keep having, but my PC doesn't really like endurance races all that much. I mean, I love endurance races. My PC doesn't really, so had a bit of a minor hiccup there, but hopefully I am back now for good for the rest of this race. Now as we're looking at Will Coffey, who a couple laps ago overtook the Vaporworks Motorsport Racing Team LMP2 car before you came in here, Bobby, and now he just has a nice 3-second lead over that car. And as Will was heading into, I believe, heading to the tower now, you see Daniel Willis again, our friend Old Man Dan right here. He's actually starting to close this gap a little bit. Last time I checked, it was about 4.5 seconds to Wayne Kent. Oh, excuse me, I got that completely wrong. Barrera is starting to close this gap. Now you can see, you see the lap intervals down low. Barrera has been closing this gap to Daniel Willis by pretty much the better half of a second every single lap since pretty much lap 160. So Daniel Williams needs to start to worry just a little bit, because Justin Barrera could honestly start to become a threat for P2 in the LMP2 class for him.
Yeah, because if he keeps gaining a second and a half per lap in about 13 minutes, we're going to see a battle for second place.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's still going to take a lot from him, but it looks like we have an off track from Mike Braun. I think our commentators were starting to affect him a little bit. So I think Adam might have pulled up the wrong off track there from him, but just looks like maybe a tad wide there through that one corner. So Mike Braun, I mean, he's not been doing that bad of a job. I'm not gonna complain about Mike Braun at all for zero practice. I mean, he was, Bobby, he was supposed to be with me right now in this position for the final hour of this race in the booth, but got called to drive that car last second with zero practice. And so far, I mean, he's been doing such a great job with that car. As now we're checking on this battle again in the LMP2 class. You can see the sectors down low, and really Barrera is pretty much knocking out pretty much over at least a tenth and a half every single sector.
Oh, you're right. It went from 19.6 to now it's like a low 18 second, high 17 second gap. So yeah, if he keeps us up, it's going to be a very interesting battle. And as you said, my hat's off to Mike Braun for just having to hop in on last minute notice.
Yeah, no practice. Mike Braun has no practice in this car, and he's currently doing a very nice job currently. I want to say, I believe 11th in class, and for no practice and how long he's been driving this car, that is not bad at all. So we were just checking on Justin Barrera. Now we look at Mike Braun, and he's just been doing such a consistent and clean job now, as there's another GT3 car into the pit lane, which could end up starting the final pit cycle for the GT3 class. We were just looking at Marco Villela heading to the pit lane.
Yep, as Robin Summer goes past Mike, obviously for the LMP2 class. And I believe now with that pit stop, Mike Braun might be moving up into the top 10 because he's running currently 11th.
Yeah, actually, it does look like that, as now we look at Mike Braun driving this Empire Racing blue car. Just headed across the line. He takes that spot over the DS Racing machine. And yeah, Mike Braun now into the top 10. The only thing is Mike could have to pit once more for that Empire Racing car. And actually, I think there might have just been a major mistake from the Wrong Stuff Black car driven by Will Coffey, because he is losing time rapidly to Nico Zanadakis, who just got that spot away from him out of the hairpin. So I'm not sure what just happened to Will, but he's off track again, and he's not having the best of laps here. I'm not quite sure what happened to him. I can't see any damage from here, but going very slowly right now around this track. He could be out of fuel. That's a possibility, but don't see any damage on the rear end, so just driving very slowly out here. I'm not quite sure what's wrong.
Yeah, because right now we're going through Bishop. I'm guessing if something did happen, it might have been around turn 10, because it doesn't look like he doesn't have any damage like with the steering. So maybe he might be out of...
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but I just checked his onboard. He's in 6th gear, barely on the gas, so yeah, running out of fuel, just trying to crawl it to the pit lane. If you can get closer to his car, you can hear that he is in 6th gear, trying to run it in as low revs as he can. Yeah, so he is almost out of fuel. He's going to get passed by Robin Summer now. Now he has the clutch completely in the car, trying to get it to roll through Sunset Bend way on the inside of the corner. So Will Coffey completely out of fuel here. He just has to roll it through Sunset Bend at a solid 55 miles an hour.
Oh, man, that's such a bummer for Will Coffey, trying to stretch out the field as much as possible.
Yeah, he's gonna have to roll it through the pit lane now. He's got it back to the pits, and he's gonna have to completely roll it through here. I think he will make it at a solid pace of about 33 miles an hour, and getting lower is... Looks like he's just barely there, but very impressive for him to get that car back to the pits. He started saving right out of the hairpin, and he has managed to get it into his pit stall. as he's just coasting through the pits. There he goes. Now he's going to break into his pit stall, and it looks like he has made it back to the pits. Very impressive for him to be able to do that. That was almost a major catastrophe for that team.
Better to coast it all the way down to the pits than having to restart the car and get a virtual tow.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, I've had to tow in an endurance race before. Actually, another story from my Daytona 24 earlier this year on iRacing. Either we made a stupid mistake or there was a glitch, because I could have sworn that on the lap I started the car, on the lap we were supposed to pit for the first time, I could have sworn we checked off our fuel, but we had no fuel put in the car, so I had to go out there. Oh, wow, Adam, you know what? That was really rude, actually, if we're looking at the SDK chat. He said, stupid mistake there. Honestly, that's rude. I honestly don't appreciate that. I'm not going to lie to you, but didn't put fuel in the car, and I made it barely to the first horseshoe before it completely ran out of gas. So that ended up pretty much sidelining our race from the start. Yeah, so I've had a similar experience to that. Unfortunately, in that race, I did have to tow. But very impressive for Will Coffey to be able to make that car back to the pits. So it looks like, I think that maybe a little bit of team orders, but wow, that was very close out of Sunset Bend, almost contact.
Oh, right at the exit of that turn. That's a very awkward spot to catch up to a lapped car.
Yeah, we've seen stuff happen in Sunset Bend already this race. We've seen drivers make some impressive moves through there, but it's a very sketchy corner for stuff like that, and almost a wreck there. But I heard Adam mention to us that there could be a little bit of team orders going on as Wayne Castillo realizes he has a lap lead over the entire field. So what we think in the booth up here, what Adam said he thinks, and honestly I kind of agree with him, is that Wayne Castillo might have let off just a little bit to let Daniel Willis catch him, so that way Wayne Castillo can pretty much pull these two along down these straights and hopefully halt the advance of Justin Barrera.
That sounds like a very good strategy if I was in Wayne Castillo's shoes to help old man Dan.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not something that I don't think it's against the rules. So it's a very real strategy. As you can see on lap 166, Wayne Castillo pretty much, or no, I think actually that's compared to Willis. So lap 168. Thank you, Adam. I believe that's the lap that Wayne Castillo checked up just a tad to let Daniel Willis catch up to his rear bumper, and is now just feeding him draft down these straights. And if you're Justin Barrera, this is not helping your chances at all. Even with the amount, you can see just the laps that Justin Barrera is putting on compared to Daniel Willis. You can see pretty much over a second closed every single lap. So at this rate, Justin Barrera would have caught up to Daniel Willis by the end of the race with no doubt. So as Justin Barrera heads across the line, we'll see how much time was closed this lap, but maybe an incident there.
Oh, number 33 went off the track. Oh, good driving by Wayne Castillo to keep the control of that car, because that is one turn you do not want to go off the track, because you will, most certainly any other driver would have been in the wall, but not Wayne Castillo. He held that on like a pro.
Yeah, definitely is Wayne Castillo showing some impressive, pretty much, I would say, honestly, if we were to make a new sport, probably extreme lawn mowing there. he had a great save there. Actually, I think if that was a real sport, I think I'd probably watch that extreme lawn mowing. I want to know how that would work, but back to the race at hand. I think Wayne Castillo was one of the early test dummies for one of those, but obviously he keeps it back on track and keeps it back on track in great form at that. Doesn't lose pretty much any time at all, but you can still see, even with Wayne Castillo's help, Daniel Willis still lost about 0.8 to Justin Barrera that lap. So at this rate, this is not working, and Justin Barrera is still going to get this gap completely closed by the end of the race.
Yeah, especially when you go off the track like that, because old man Willis had to slow down to some extent just to avoid that accident. But I think one fact you have to worry about now is when you're behind Wayne Castell, is that are the tires going to be hot when you're behind the car in front of you for so long? It might affect your tire performance.
Yeah, definitely. Is that dirty air? I mean, obviously the slipstream down the straights is really going to help Daniel increase his speed. But actually, it looks like the team orders aren't going to matter anymore as Daniel goes into the pits, presumably for the second to last time. And I think we have a new quote from Randall McGrew that Adam Thompson just showed us. It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast. And I think that I might have to see if I can get extreme lawn mowing coined as an official sport, and that be the motto right there. I think that would be fantastic. But up onto the jacks, and by jacks I mean floating, goes the Maradna Sapphire car of Daniel Willis as he's in the pit lane now, presumably for the second to last time. Looks like there was another Porsche floating for a second behind him in the pits, but Justin Barrera going to easily take over second place. But Justin is going to have to pit once or twice more, as these LMP2 cars can't really go that far on fuel. So Justin is still going to have to pit, as Daniel Willis is going to exit the pits now. So Justin Barrera, he's going to have the spot for now, but he might end up losing it in a couple of laps when he eventually has to come into the pits.
Yeah, if Justin Barrera wants to keep this position, he's going to have to drive it like a madman.
Yeah, so as Justin Barrera heads through Tower now, he's going to have to really start to turn on the afterburners, as he kind of has, or at least we have a visual gauge as to where he would have been in relation to Wayne Castile or in relation to Daniel Willis. If you look on the track map now, as Justin Barrera heads onto the back straightaway, you can kind of see, just imagine slightly behind that number 33 dot on the track map. That's kind of where Daniel Willis would have been. So we can see over the next couple of laps how much closer to that dot on the track map Justin Barrera gets. So as he heads through Sunset Bend, we'll see if he comes into the pits this time by, and it looks like yes he will. So now we have to see where Justin Barrera comes out of the pits in relation to Daniel Willis, who is currently, I believe, around 40 seconds behind him. But that just shows how long a pit stop is here.
Justin's going to have to make it all perfect on the entry. Make sure not to overshoot the pit box. Let's see, compared to where Maradna Sapphire's at on the track in relation to where Justin's at.
So it looks like, if I'm looking at my track map, Daniel Willis should be heading into Sunset Bend right now. So Justin, if he wants to get the spot just off pit road, he's going to have to get out of his stall sooner rather than later. Daniel Willis now heading across the start-finish line. Justin Barrera still stuck in his pit stall. Now he starts to move just as he gets passed by Daniel Willis. So now he gets to click off the pit limiter, rejoin the racing surface, but it looks like not really going to be able to make that move. It looks like he might have made up a little bit of time. Yeah, made up about 4 seconds through that cycle of pit stops from both of these cars. So still, Justin Barrera still closing this gap. And now, with how far they are away from Wayne Castile, Daniel Willis is no help. He just has to ride.
Well, now the chase is on now. It's a rematch of that when he was chasing him, Old Man Willis before. And now we'll see, because remember, he was at 19 seconds back, and now he's only 6 seconds back. So it's going to be a lot easier for Justin to catch up in these closing stages.
Yeah, definitely is. Now, I believe with how short the fuel tank lengths for these LMP2 cars are, I think they should still have to pit once more, but Justin Barrera is still easily able to close down the gap a lot as Justin heads through Tower now. Daniel is heading through a Bishop, and now the gap only 6 seconds as, yeah, like you mentioned, I heard Adam tell us that the gap was closed by 4 seconds through that cycle of pit stops. So Daniel Willis still losing a bit of time to Justin Barrera, and if he doesn't turn his strategy around soon, he's going to end up having to settle for third places, as with all the effort from Nathan Olson going into that Maradna Sapphire team, they might have to just settle for a third.
And now we have Justin Barrera that was behind, I believe, from the back of the view, was behind the GT3 car. But going through the last turn now, I think he should be clear from that now. So no cars in between them. It's going to be all about how you handle that car going through the turns. Let's see if Justin can catch him up, or catch up to him.
Yes, they're both gonna have a clear track for quite a while now. As the next GT3 car that Daniel Wills is gonna have to get around is gonna be Olivia Hayward, driving for the Prismatic Motorsports Brigantia Mercedes, I believe, as Olivia currently heading into the hairpin, and Daniel Wills currently gonna be braking into the hairpin as Justin Barrera not so far behind him heading to the bend. So now something might have just happened to Justin as he lost a good second, maybe second and a half. Or no, I don't think so. The gap is still about 6.5 seconds. So I'm not sure but if we're looking at the sectors, Justin, has been losing it consistently through these first couple of sectors. Now he gains pretty much all that time back through sector 4. So might have just been a slight hiccup from Justin, as now we look at the Sector 5 split. And I want to say, oh wow, very close to that GT3 car, but now, the Sector 5 split, Justin has gone right back to closing this gap up, so maybe a minor mistake in the first couple of sectors, but he has obviously turned it right back around.
Because, I noticed it was for a while, it was kind of going over 7 seconds, and now it's 5.5 seconds. Like you said, it might have been a slight mishap here, but I guess all this traffic is making it up for that, for Old Man Dan.
The Shut Up and Drive It G1 car currently in the pit lane now. Is Justin Barrera going to head around Olivia Hayward? I believe. Yeah, there he goes. I think, or unless I'm looking at the wrong car. I might honestly be looking at the wrong car. Oh! That was very close there for Justin Barrera. It doesn't get much closer than that. We've seen contact with the inside wall in that first corner before, but that was very, very close there that time. I wouldn't be shocked if there was, or if Justin Barrera did make a little bit of contact with that inside wall. That was very, very close.
Close contact with the wall and almost a close contact with the GT3. And I don't want to put another broadcaster curse on Justin, but if you remember last race at Watkins Glen, we were following Justin when he was trying to make a move for the podium spot, and at the end he had some mismatches with one of the GT3 cars, ended up getting an incident point penalty because of that, and hopefully that is not the case for Justin this time.
Yeah, as it looks like he has recovered swiftly. It pretty much didn't affect him at all, and he still is closing this gap up to Old Man Dan now. As they're both heading through Bishop at the current moment, we take another look at the sector splits. Justin Barrera hit the turn 1 wall and still gained time on Old Man Dan. It looks like Old Man Dan has a little bit of an advantage through sector 5, but still Justin Barrera's sector 3 split isn't really going to make that matter all that much now, as they're on the same straightaway at the moment. Only one GT3 car of Justin Hall, who's currently third place in the GT3 class, splits them now. As we're looking at Old Man Dan heading down the front straightaway, it's about I want to say about 3 seconds the gap at the moment, as it was just 4 seconds about half a lap ago. So Justin Barrera knocked out 2 full seconds out of that gap on lap 175. And that, Justin Barrera, he's closing this gap down so fast, I don't think there's anything that Daniel Wills can do to hold him off.
Definitely not, and he's gonna, I guess, hopefully, maybe the traffic will hinder him just a little bit, hold him up just a little bit, so he can make it up until these last 30 minutes for this race. But it seems like nothing is going to be in the way for Justin and P2.
As the next GT3 car that Daniel Willis will catch up to is 16 seconds ahead, that being Matthew O'Leary, who is P4 in the GT3 class. So I think if just no mistakes from Justin Barrera, he will easily be able to close this gap down and make the passes. Now it was under 3 seconds for just a little bit there as they headed through Tower now. But Justin Barrera, he's just so fast compared to Daniel Willis right now.
Yes, and I think the weakest part for Justin right now, the weakest sector for him is the middle sector. But sectors 1 and 3, he's on fire right now. He goes one step back, but then he makes it 2 steps forward.
And also, I think his biggest time gain there, do you see, no, he actually lost a little bit of time through Sector 3 that time, but I think his biggest time save is this last corner. It looks like, if I'm just doing quick math, I think with just Sectors 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, he should have maybe gained about 2/10, maybe up to 7/10 after the 6th sector. We'll see how much time he gains on this lap as a whole as they head across the line, but I think the overlay was having a little bit of fun there. Is actually, I think the overlay was just having a tiny bit of fun, as it showed the gap being 38 seconds for a second, and I thought Justin Barrera somehow went to the shadow realm, but looks like he's okay now. So close to about a full second out of the gap there, and I think by the time they get to the back straightaway, Justin Barrera might be on the back bumper of Daniel Willis.
I was about to say, please, I hope I did not just give him the commentator curse again. But yeah, a second and a half. Oh, and now coming him to turn 7. And I think at this point you would start getting the effect of the draft. So now he's really going to catch up now, especially when we get to the backstretch.
Bobby, don't worry about giving somebody the commentator's curse. It happens to the best of us. You'll get used to it up here in the booth. It happens a lot more than you might think. So eventually you'll get used to it. But yeah, it was very close there for Justin Barrera. Well, it wasn't even really close. It was just we thought that his car had a seizure for a second, but looks like he didn't. And now Justin Barrera within a second of Daniel Willis as they head towards the Lamar corner now, and I think into turn 1 is where Justin Barrera could make this move, but he honestly might even be able to make it down this back straightaway using the slipstream. They're right on top of each other now.
Ooh, yeah, let's see. Now does old man Dan make a defensive move for the inside? At this gap, I would keep it the way it is. Hog that left side, then go right.
Yes, it looks like you can just see how much faster. Yeah, you can just see how much faster Justin Barrera is through that last corner. He'll have a nice slipstream run. Daniel's going to have a little bit of help from this lap car in front of him. Now Justin Barrera's going to try and put him 3 wide all the way to the bottom. Justin is going to have the best of entries into this corner. Daniel might be able to go back to the inside. Looks like Justin is going to be able to make that move. Does Daniel have a counterattack planned? Looks like no, he doesn't. Justin Barrera closes a 20-second gap to take second place in the LMP2 class. Wow.
Oh, he went from the high lane down to the bottom like that to go 3 wide. Oh, it reminds me of is when Mika Hakkinen split the lap car with Michael Schumacher to get the lead back in 2000 for the Belgian Grand Prix. That was an amazing maneuver by Justin. Wow.
Yeah, it took them 3 wide with a lap car and just absolutely flew by. So Justin Barrera, he's been putting up some great laps He's been putting up some fantastic laps, used the pit strategy perfectly, and now finds himself once more in second place in class with just about 25 minutes left in this race. And it looks like we have an interview planned as Jesse Olsen for the Shut Up and Drive It team, for the Shut Up and Drive It G2 team, currently running P5 in the GT3 class. It looks like you have your teammate Bradley Alvis running right now. But how has this race been for this team?
Oh yeah, it's been a roller coaster of technical events for us. A few little mishaps for Bradley and for myself. So Bradley actually did his whole first stint without force feedback.
Oh God! Wow, that's impressive. That is, I know I've said this a lot about drivers this race. That is not something I'd be able to manage to do. But how was your stint behind the wheel of this Porsche? As it looks like, even with some technical difficulties, y'all have managed to get it into the GT3 top 5.
Yeah, stints were good. Car felt good. We went pretty conservative on this setup just for longevity, but it's played out. I had a little bit of VR trouble in the opening laps. I think I spent the first 3 laps kind of driving out the side of my window, if you would. We lost some ground early on, but we've been trying to claw to keep at it. But it's been a pretty good race for us. No major mishaps outside the technical snafus that have cost us time.
So if it makes you feel any better, my PC doesn't really like endurance racing and has had some minor hiccups throughout this race. So makes you feel any better. I've been dealing with some of my own technical difficulties throughout this race, but so far, really clean race after those technical difficulties for your team at the moment. You reckon you can just maintain this top 5, get it to the end of the race? Only about 23 minutes left?
Yeah, we've been stuck in sort of an island, if you would, since that opening stint. So I don't think we're going to be able to catch up to the back of Michael Leary, who's in front of us. He's running a really clean race. We do have our teammate Bjorn behind us, who's showing some really good pace this weekend. That might actually end up closer than we want, but we'll see if team orders come into effect.
Yeah, so it looks like Bjorn is about just under 20 seconds behind you, and actually, I'm not sure if you're aware, but Justin Barrera closed about a 20-second gap to Old Man Dan to take P2 in the LMP2 class. You reckon Bjorn Stange might be able to do the same thing?
I hope not, but that was a pretty big comeback by Justin Barrera. He's in our group chat, so we know he was heads down hunting down Dan. Nate built up a pretty big lead and handed off to Dan, and we thought it'd be closer to the end when he might get him, but it turns out he got him a little closer. The move I was watching on the broadcast before you brought me up, I almost didn't hear you guys bring me up because it was a pretty wild move, 3 wide into 1. That's pretty sensational here at Sebring.
Yeah, so I think unless Adam's going to interrupt me or Bobby wants to ask you a quick question, I think we're going to let you get back to the race at hand. So congrats on what y'all's team has been able to do so far, and hopefully you can just maintain the spot to the final part of the race. So good luck for the rest of the race, and it's been fun talking to you.
Yeah, thanks for doing the broadcast, guys. It's been great.
Hey, Jesse. Adam Thompson here.
Adam.
Beginning of this race, you have said you've run into some issues. We were talking with Joshua Lane earlier from Radness Green. Had some connectivity issues. His wheel was having some problems as well. You were having some technical glitches. What do you think's been going on? Do you think it's been something with the session, or what do you think's happening? All the updates, iRacing stuff? I have no idea, but I've heard of more issues today than I have in the very recent past.
I hate to blame the software. I don't think it's that. Bradley and myself have both acquired some new hardware between the last race and this race. So if anything, it's probably on our end. Just sorting out sort of the bugs and working through them. So, I don't think it was anything to do with iRacing, their fault on the season update or any of the patches. Just probably teething, learning curve, teething issues with new equipment on our end.
Well, thanks for letting me know. You're making me feel a little better. I've got a race to win against Bobby Ross a little later this afternoon. So just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to have the same issues.
Well, best of luck to you.
Now to who exactly?
Alright.
I just gotta say though, that is something, dude. You have to overcome that with your VR headset just going off like that, and it's like, and you have to, like he said, driving out of the window just
Bobby,
to be able to drive. That is
Bobby,
something.
Oh, you race in VR too?
No, I do not. Oh. I probably get motion sickness if I use the VR headset.
I have raced in VR before, and I haven't had an issue like that in the couple of races I've done in VR, and I hope that never happens, because that would be quite difficult. But I applaud you on being able to do that. That's very impressive, just having to drive out your window. So congrats on that, and hopefully your team can just have a nice, quiet, clean finish to the end of the race.
Yeah, we hope it's all quiet for the next 15 minutes or so, and looking to see where we shape up in the point standings. I think we'll come in probably P2 as it is. Thought we had a shot for P1 here, but the guys up front are quick, and we just didn't have enough pace for them this weekend.
All right. Well, good luck with those championship standings. Have a good race.
Thanks, guys.
That was Jesse Olsen, one of the team members of the Shut Up and Drive It G2 team members who are currently running in P5. And what Jesse was talking about at the end with the leaders, he would be talking about this Mercedes right here, currently being driven by Francisco Pereira for this number 288 DS Racing MV Skin Lab Mercedes. And they've just been so quick. They've just been really leading this GT3 field throughout the event, even with efforts to take the lead away by drivers like Carson Keene and drivers of the Shut Up and Drive It G1 team. Just such an impressive effort from this DS Racing team to just be able to hang on to the lead throughout all 6 hours of this race.
Yeah, good job for him. It seems like it's been very uneventful, which is a good thing if you ever want to win these endurance races. And I gotta say, I love how some of these cars just glow in the night. Just very stand out so well. Like 288's car, very nice, awesome paint scheme.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that's one of the things about these endurance races. Typically, when you aren't mentioned by the broadcast as much, that is usually a good thing. So that's pretty much been the case for Francisco Pereira and this DS Racing team, as well as the Shut Up and Drive It G2 team there in P5. So it's been a great effort from them all races. Now the field winding down for the final, for about the final, I believe 17 minutes of this race. Is everybody's trying to finish. I think there could be one more pit stop coming out of the LMP2 class, although I'm not quite sure. Everybody just trying to maintain their spots and hold on to where they are.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that it's a Mercedes.
So,
you know, that might be true. That might be true.
Yeah, Adam obviously having a little bit of fun from the production truck there. So, Bobby, I believe you are a bit of a Mercedes fan yourself, if I am not mistaken.
When it comes to the world of GT3 racing, I love the Mercedes. It's a good car right off the box, at least when it comes to the baseline setup.
You know, me personally, I'm gonna say I agree with you on that one. If I had to pick a choice of a GT3 car to drive, I'm picking either the old Ford, because that thing's a blast and nobody can convince me otherwise, either the Mercedes or the Porsche. And it looks like Adam also thinks that you love Mercedes and F1 too with that most recent message.
Unfortunately for the world of because Adam's having a good laugh right now. In the world of Formula One, I am a diehard Max Verstappen fan. So when I see Miranda's green up front with that 33, that number 33, it just warms my heart.
You know what? You see, that time I can't agree with you there, because Valtteri Bottas is the best F1 driver of all time, and nobody can convince me otherwise. So do with that what you will. But getting back to the matter at hand, and Alfa Romeo also being one of the greatest car manufacturers, been a quiet race for another car we're looking at right now, and that is Diego Aire driving the number 377 GPVA Natural Sir Porfia Racing Team number 377 car. And it's been a pretty quiet race for this BMW so far, as we're looking at Mike Braun just in front of him, actually. So might have a late race battle between these two, as Mike is trying to keep this car in P8 on zero practice, which is, once again, I can't stress how impressive that is. Bobby, he was supposed to be in your position with me for the final hour of this race, and he ended up in this car, racing it for part of this race after the Empire Racing Blue team realized that they did not have a driver for part of the race. So, great job for Mike Braun to hop into here with zero practice and end up inside the top 10 for the GT3 class. It's very impressive, but he still is under threat. He's not out of the woods yet. He's under threat from Diego Aire behind him.
That he is, and I noticed the last time we were talking about Mike, he went from 11th to 8th, so good job for him for making a few more positions. But now he's got to hold off for 8th spot against the GPVA Natural Slur team. And then you got an LMP2 car coming up, the 57 of Wrong Stuff Black, cutting through them. Luckily, they get out. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, apologies. And also, Will Coffey almost off track there. It was very close for him, as he's currently getting around these GT3 cars. And one thing that I do want to mention is Wayne Castile also with him. Wayne's off track, and he's doing some more extreme lawn mowing there. He's keeping it off track for the moment. Now he gets it back on the racing surface, very close, kind of just kept it on the grass from Tower until Bushup gets it on the grass a little bit more there as he goes into that corner. So Wayne, little bit of a hiccup in the final 15 minutes of this race, almost sends that car straight into the guardrail, but very impressive driving once more from him to keep that car back on track now as he'll look to get around these GT3 cars once more heading into Sunset Bend now. But that was almost a disaster for Wayne Castillo and the Maradness Green team.
Oh my goodness! And he's adding more to your lawnmower sport you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, extreme lawn mowing. He's the guinea pig for it. Here he goes into the tower corner.
He was passing the GT3 car there, and unfortunately he put way too much momentum, and he really is cutting the grass. Woo.
Yeah, just like the Valtteri Bottas quote in Austria, just cutting some daisies over here. And but great job to just it was a great job just to hold that car together. It's the second time he's had to do that so far in the final hour of this race. Is now Diego Aire is trying to make this move into the hairpin. He was right there. Looks like he didn't have it now, but now they're going to be side by side on the exit of this corner. I think it looks like Mike is just going to barely be clear of him. There could be a move into this 90-degree corner if Diego wants to be adventurous. And there's the quote from Randall again. It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast. And I think, that's 100% the motto of extreme lawn mowing. You can't disagree with me that doesn't sound like a fantastic sport.
No, I agree with you. And
exactly.
Props to Mike for holding him off in turn 7. That was phenomenal job. How he was able to keep all that momentum, especially on the exit. Because I thought for a moment, 9th place was going to catch up to him and get by. But good job for Mike.
Yes, Diego's still trying to close this gap down. He was right on the back bumper through that middle sector there, but now as they head down the back straightaway, he's just under 5/10 behind us. Now they have Justin Barrera quickly getting around him down the straight, giving the flash of the headlights a little bit of a warning. As we are, I think we're officially under night conditions, so it's where some drivers that prevail in night conditions are going to start to show their hand, even though there's not that much time remaining in this race. But it looks like, Diego could honestly, he's close enough to maybe consider a move into turn 7 once more. That hairpin is Mike going to launch it into that corner very early, and Diego's going to start to close time or make up more time on the exit of that corner, being more conservative and getting more time made up on the exit of that corner. So now, I thought I saw a car. I thought I saw somebody spinning based off headlights. I thought Old Man Dan might have spun out judging off the headlights, but no, it appears I was wrong. And now Old Man Dan gonna start to really. I think Old Man Dan probably gonna think about a move on Mike in the hairpin. Now he's gonna let these two race it out. Gonna probably make the move before this next 90-degree corner. And Mike he's losing a bit of time through that hairpin every single lap at this point.
Ooh, quite the way to go by him that way. Usually you just go on the inside, but at least now Old Man Dan was able to get by him. Now we can continue watching this battle for 8th place.
Yeah.
Sorry. And
all right, you go.
yeah, my apologies. I'm just in such a good battle right now. And Mike, like you said, no practice whatsoever, and he's running 8th place and holding off Diego. The way he's doing right now, for at least this lap, one more lap, and my hat's off to him.
Yeah, it's just been such an impressive drive from Mike Braun now as they head down the back straightaway. I think Diego is usually a little bit faster in the first, second, and third sectors, but then as soon as they get past Tower, that's where Mike starts to pull away. So it's just pretty much a dead heat between these two. Nobody really getting a leg up over the other now, as it looks like Diego has pretty much the last corner covered on speed. You can see the sectors there between Mike Braun and Diego Aire. It looks like the first couple of sectors and the last two sectors, Diego is closing the gap, but through the middle two sectors, Mike Braun is starting to pull away. So Diego, he's doing a pretty good job holding onto the back bumper. He just needs to try and get close enough to make the move in these first couple of sectors.
Yeah, man, because for a little bit there, going into that very last turn, Mike went way too early for that turn, and Diego just had so much momentum. But just not enough going into turn 1 to make the pass, but definitely now going to turn 7 here. Diego's got the momentum. He's got the draft. He's going to try to pass on the right side. Mike, of course, is going to guard on the inside. Now let's see how they get the momentum on the outside. Ooh, Mike kind of goes wide a little bit there. Ooh, and he holds off for one more turn.
Yeah, that was very close there. Could have been a little bit of an incident there, but Diego is still able to just maintain a clean amount of rate, or still able to maintain a clean line between these two. And I think this is the lap where the middle sectors aren't really affecting Diego as much. He's still able to keep this gap closed, but now he loses a lot of time there in tower. That's really where he bleeds most of his time, is in tower.
Yeah, it seems like that, and I think right now he wants to take it easy. He doesn't want to risk it because you're almost at the end of the race. You got a top 10 finish right now. Don't risk it all for just one position, you know?
Yeah, and the next DS racing car only about 10 seconds behind these two, so if either of them spin, it could mean a move to try and get around for Marco Villela, who is not too terribly far behind as they both exchange slipstream opportunities from the LMP2 car of Robin Summer. Now, as they head through Sunset Bend, this is one of Diego's best corners compared to Mike, but he lost a bit of time through there that time. Could have been affected by the LMP2 car, but once again, Diego just starting to lose a little bit of time. He'll make it up in this first half of the lap, but I think just tower is the corner he's really struggling with. He ends up closing the gap pretty much to Mike's back bumper, but ends up losing all of his time in tower.
Yeah, so right now it's just very even. The only spot I could see Diego going for that pass is on turn 7, but he has to have an amazing exit. He has to have a phenomenal exit just so he can have all that momentum. Right now he's got the draft. Ooh, he might get it here. Let's see.
He could think about it here. He's going to look to the inside, not going to be able to pull it off, and now he's just going to have to hang on, but I mean, he can get as close as he wants here, but he can't make a move into this next 90-degree corner, and then he just starts to lose his time into tower, and that's just pretty much what has been mainly happening between these two. Diego gets to about 0.2 of a second behind Mike, and then, yeah, you see, he gets the gap to about 0.4 of a second behind Mike heading into tower. Then this corner, look at the intervals between them. This is where Diego usually loses all of his time, but actually that time, he was able to stick it out and keep that gap consistent. So this time, Diego went quick through tower, so he's still going to be right on the back bumper of Mike Braun as they head through Bishop now. He's just going to have to keep it clean. He could consider a move down the back straightaway or maybe even into turn 1. He needs a good exit through the Lamar chicane. That's exactly what he'll get. He'll start to close this gap a little bit down the straightaway now as Robin Summer going to start to catch these two towards Sunset Bend. I apologize. I said Robin Summer passed them last lap, but that was Will Coffey that passed them last lap. So now Robin Summer going to try and take a move around these two without interfering with their race all that much.
Let's see here. At least now Robin's able to get by, hopefully relatively uneventful. Goes to the right, passes to the left. And now we're back to the lead.
Yeah, so Robin easily able to make that move to get around both of the T3 class cars. And another issue has arisen for this race. There is another car that is going to be considerably more on pace with them, and that is going to be Kevin Medina, of which they are less than a second behind. Kevin is now going to be the next car in front of these two, as Robin Summer is going to move in front of Kevin. So now they have another on-pace GT3 car in front of them. That was a very big send to that corner from Mike Braun. Almost made contact, and I think that might have costed Diego that might have costed Mike a lot of time now. Is the gap under 2/10 heading into this corner? Diego's going to consider a move, not able to get there this time.
Ooh, man, that was a bit of a nail-biter there. And I think, Robin might have made a little mistake up ahead, too. And it might have done like a bit of accordion effect where kind of everyone overreacted just a little bit. But see, now Robin's still maneuvering right through the traffic. Mike is still having about, let's say, 5 or 6 car lengths in front of Diego.
Yeah, but then they have Diego. Looks like he was closing the gap a little bit heading through Bishop. Sorry about that, Bobby. But he was closing the gap a little bit through Bishop, now trying to get a nice exit through Lamar. But the thing is, Diego's slipstream is just going to be all for naught down this back straightaway now, as he has a pick of Kevin Medina right in front of him, so Diego isn't going to be able to use the slipstream as much. It's going to be all off corner speed at this point.
Let's see, we just had the 70 going by Mike on the outside, so that might affect Mike's performance. As you see there, number 70 is cutting through the traffic.
So now I think we just took 2 laps to go at the line as Mike's... No, Mike... Wait, no, I think this should be normal for most of the cars in this field, because if I'm not mistaken, I was looking at one of the leaders in the GT3 class a little bit ago before we started covering this battle, and they were saving fuel heading into the hairpin, so I think the GT3 drivers have realized that they aren't going to make this race on fuel, so they're going to have to start pitting for some splashes in the final 2 laps of this race.
Oh man, what another plot twist at the end of this race. And now the question is Diego going to save fuel? Will he have enough fuel? And if he does, will he have enough to go and make the rest of the way? As I think that's Kevin behind in the 11th spot. Ooh, a little close. A little too close for comfort there. And I guess Kevin's trying to unlap himself.
Well, so
from Diego.
Here's the deal, guys. I know Mike Braun and that Empire team have driven Sudi liveries in the past, so I wonder if there's a little bit of friendship between Sudi and Empire Racing. You wonder if Diego is now trying to race. You wonder if Medina is trying to race Diego as hard as possible to try to slow him down just enough to maybe when Diego comes into the pits, Mike will be able to get by him cleanly, but it looks like now Diego's starting to gap him just a little bit.
Well, the only issue with that is, will Diego have to come into the pits? He could have been saving a little bit, and that is why he wasn't able to get around. Honestly, he was just trying to save fuel into some of these hard braking zones. So we have to see, does Diego choose to come into the pits? And it looks like no, he doesn't. He's going to stay out for another lap. And so it looks like we have 2 laps to go at the line, as the flagman not waving the white flag just yet. So the leader, Wayne Castile, heading through Bishop right now, is going to take the white flag this time by, as we are just 40 seconds shy of the 6-hour mark.
I wonder, does Diego have enough? Because if it's either do or die right now, because if he had to have pitted, he had to have gone right then and there this previous lap.
Yeah, so I mean, that's just something we have to look out for, because a lot of these drivers might have to come into the pits, not just one of them on the last lap. So we just have to see if any of the other GT3 drivers are going to have to come into the pits. But I thought maybe a little bit slow out of that corner was Marco. Yeah, so I think Marco might be sputtering. He was really slow out of that corner last time by, so here he is. So if we can go on board, I want to see. Can go on board? No, well, no. It always says 0.0 because we can't see other fuels cars. So other cars' fuels or anything, other cars' fuel or anything. So I couldn't hear any sputtering from him. Doesn't look like he's really saving that much either. So I think he should be okay, as Wayne Castile has taken the white flag for us, and he's already headed through the middle sector of the track for the final time.
Gotcha. And my apologies with the call. I just saw 0.7. I was like, oh my gosh, he really is out of fuel.
Yeah, so I think as everybody else takes the white flag, we may see some GT3 drivers elect to pull into the pits, but we might not. We might not see any GT3 drivers heading into the pits besides Mike Braun, but I want to take a moment to look back at Wayne Castile, the overall leader, basically for the entire race. Wayne Castile, he's heading through the Le Mans chicane right now, and it's been a long, very, very long 6 hours, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. here on the East Coast of the United States for myself, but Wayne Castile and the Maradness Green team have led this race the entire way with just brute force over the rest of the field. Wayne Castile laps the entire field. He will win the final WSRL endurance race of the season from Sebring by an entire lap. That is just insanity.
Amazing drive by Wayne Castile. He even mowed the grass too while at it. He was so far up ahead.
Yeah, it's just absolutely insane race. And across the line, the DS Racing MV Skin Lab team, currently being driven by Francisco Barrera, comes across the line to win the day in the GT3 class. Carson Keene gonna end up P2 at the end of the day. Very solid effort from him. And normally, the next thing I would say was, and here comes the MIT Merc around the final corner to win at Sebring. But there were only 2 GT4 cars in this field, and neither of them are currently with us. So, yeah, so the MIA Team Mercedes is going to win, but there won't be any cars to cross the line.
Oh.
Wait.
Oh, Carson is out of fuel, and he had to reset.
No, Carson's already across the line. He's already across the line.
Woo-wee!
So
Here
both
we have Adam.
so both Bobby and Adam just had a heart attack, but because they thought for a second that Carson Keene was out of fuel, but they had already crossed the line. As everybody now just heading across the line, the next cars we're waiting on are Diego Aire, Marco Valela, Mike Braun, and Kevin Medina, and that should be it for today. Is now Mike Braun going to be the final car to come across the line. And he's slowing down the back straightaway. Something might be wrong with him.
Wonder, did he
go on board?
It's not over yet for him because he did not cross the finish line.
He's in 4th gear, heading down the back straightaway right now. So he's not in the max gear he could be in, but he's yeah, I think he might be out of gas. Yeah, oh yeah. Hold on, listen to it.
Yeah, he's just feathering it.
Yeah, I think he's sputtering right now.
And thankfully for him, the person who's in the 11th place is over a minute ahead, so he might have misjudged on how much fuel to put in.
Yeah, so I think
it's sputtering.
Yeah, so yeah, no, I think he's completely out of gas right now, just trying to roll to the line. He might need push. Now he puts the clutch in, heading at a solid 20 miles an hour down the front straightaway. I think this is the race of the century right here. This is like Lightning McQueen when he blew both of his rears at a turn 4. He's trying to get to the line, rolling slowly, 15 miles an hour now. He keeps losing speed. He's heading towards the line. He could use a push from Robin Summer, but heading towards the line at a snail's pace. 13 miles and 12 miles an hour across the line. Mike Braun gets a top 10 for the Empire Racing team.
And a last minute push by the 59.
Yeah, the 59 gives him a bit of a push now to get him across the line. That's the best thing I've seen all day in this race. That's fantastic. So that, I believe, is going to end out the race for you tonight. Here are your results in the LMP, or here are your race results overall. The Maradness Green team dominates this race to finish first overall. And Justin Barrera, driving this race by himself, finishes P2 after the Maradness Sapphire team ended up losing a bit of time there at the end. The Vaporworks Motorsport Racing team finishes 4th with the Wrong Stuff Black there in 5th. Prismatic Motorsports Minerva there in 6th. And the DS Racing MV Skin Lab team, driven home by Francisco Barrera, going to finish first in the GT3 class, 7th overall, with the MIA WSRL Endurance car driven by Carson Keene in P8. Shut Up and Drive It G1 team there in 9th. The Maradness Purple team in P10. The Shut Up and Drive It G2 team in 11th. The Shut Up and Drive It A2 team in 12th. The Prosciutto Punch Racing team, and we can't stress this enough, Andrew Korstecki was the only person driving the Prosciutto Punch Racing team Porsche today. Well, you may think, that's not that bad. You know, Justin Barrera did the same thing. He had COVID. Andrew Korstecki did this race with COVID by himself. So give him a round of applause. as he has already left the session. He's done with this race, and honestly, I don't blame him after having to do all those 6 hours by himself, day into night, with COVID-19. So, congrats to Andrew on being able to pull that off. But the GPVA Natural Serlaporfia Racing Team finishes 14th, the DS Racing Team in 15th, and the Empire Racing Blue Car in 16th. And another round of applause to Mike Braun. Bobby, he would have been in your position, but he ended up being called up to drive that car last minute and drove it home to a top 10 in class. So great job from him. And we also have I think Adams making some stuff out there for fun as a fan has yelled from the patio that Korsecki has received driver of the day. So round of applause to him. Oh, excuse me, a YouTube chat. YouTube chat has voted that Andrew Korsecki is drivers of the day. So give him a round of applause for that one. Very impressive driving. And then the Shut Up and Drive It A1 team in 17th, the GPVA PPA Racing team GT3 car in 18th, the Prismatic Motorsports Brigantia team in 19th, the Tabula Rasa Esports in 20th, Radness Black in 21st, the Natural Serlaporfia Racing team in 22nd, the Green Valley Motorsport car in 23rd, the Moradness Yellow team in 24th, and the Prismatic Motorsports Athena team in 25th, and then the only two GT4 cars in the field, with the MIA team Merc getting the best of Sapphire SimSport Delta by just under 20 laps there. So very close race in that class there between those two cars. But overall, I think we have some final interviews to get through before the end of this, before we round off this stream here. So first off, I want to see if we can have a little chat with our overall race winner, Wayne Castile. I hope I haven't grabbed you at a bad time when you were talking to your fellow competitors, but that was such a fantastic and dominant race from you overall. How was it from behind the wheel?
You know, it was a great race. Sebring is quite possibly my favorite track on the game, so that was more of it wasn't really much of a hard kind of thing for me, just because I love it so much, so I can lap that track all day, every day, and just enjoy it. So to take home the victory doing so, that just makes it even better.
Yeah, definitely. It was such a fantastic race from you. And did you have any teammates that race, or did you do that all on your own?
No, Josh actually started the race for us because he had some prior engagements going on after the race, or during the race actually. So because normally I start and I'll let him do a stint in the middle and then I would finish, but he had to get going, so he did the first 2 hours and then I did the last 4. So but we were actually going to have me just do the whole thing, and I said, if you can do a little bit, that'd be great, because I just did the 4 hour the last race for in WSRL. So I was like, let's try to, cut this up a little bit. So he started for us, and he got away with the lead for a little while, and then gave me the car with a good gap, and I just continued on with it.
Yeah, and it looked like a fairly easy race from you guys up front, and also, you probably know this, but you guys lapped the entire field, and I mean, that is just such an impressive feat, and that is just absolutely insane to think about, especially in an endurance race like this. So how difficult was it to pull that off, and did you have any doubts that maybe somebody would have come along and try and stole that away?
Well, our sister car, Sapphire, Dan started the race, and Dan's a very quick driver. But Nate is obviously, first off, congratulations to them for winning the championship. But Nate is an absolute, what I like to call an alien. So when we saw that, he was getting in the car and he started charging through the field, I'm like, oh no, if anybody's going to catch me, it's going to be him. And they decided to put Dan back in for the end. But that would probably have been, everybody here is quick, Justin, Will, everybody's quick. It's just like I said, it just happens to be that our final race of the season happens to be my favorite track. So that's, if this was any other track, I don't think we would have won this anywhere near as dominating. Even heck, I don't even know if I could say we would win for sure. But Sebring, I had a lot of confidence going into for sure.
Yeah, you definitely showed it to us today. And anybody you want to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, I can't do any of this without thanking Muradness, Dan, Stu, Dion for making the setups. Their coaching has been phenomenal, and I'm such a better driver than where I was even a year ago. It's not even funny. Of course, also, we got to thank Ginger's Liveries for the absolutely killer liveries we've had this entire season. Oceana Coffee for paying for some private coaching for all of us. And it's been crazy. And then ASR, Advanced Sim Racing, for the rig that I'm currently racing in. Can't enjoy a nice Sunday at Sebring without a quality rig. So,
yeah. Well, unless Adam or Bobby has any questions for you, I'm going to let you go. Congrats on the win today, and such an impressive race from you and your team. Hopefully, if there is another season of this, we'll be able to see you back up here again.
Oh, absolutely. I'll be more than happy to come back. Thanks, guys.
And that was Wayne Castile, your overall winner today at Sebring. And Bobby, I believe you are on standby with our champion, Nathan Olson.
Nathan, what a season for you and your team. If there was a few words to describe your season, what would that be for you?
I would say, well done, and I don't know, like maybe just thanks to the people that made it possible.
And let's describe your race in general. Like, how did you feel you did overall tonight? Was there anything else you could have done differently tonight with regards to car performance?
No, I think I got what the car could have given me today. I didn't feel like I left anything out there. I did what I wanted to do. We didn't necessarily need to win or finish the best possible place we could finish, since we already had the championship wrapped up going into this race. So for what I did, I'm pretty happy from what I did.
Awesome to hear. And is there anyone you would like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I'll shout out the dudes at Radness, Morad, and then Dion for the setups that he gave us all season. And I also want to thank Dan for being my partner in this. He did his job, even though he might be a little down today from his performance, but I still think that he did a great job this whole season, and without him that we wouldn't be here. So thanks to all them.
Awesome. There's your champion, Nathan Olson.
Yeah, Nathan, it was just such an impressive season for me every single week. I heard that you guys had a little bit of difficulty early on with like technical stuff.
For me, there was like really bad graphics, but that wasn't really a big deal. It was just the game didn't look as good as it could have. And then for Dan, there was a little bit of stuttering in the beginning of the race that caused him to half spin once, but I'm pretty sure after that everything was fine for us.
Yeah, that is definitely what it looked like there. And just congrats on the championship, man. If there's another season of this, I hope that we can definitely see you and Dan take to the track again. It was so impressive watching you guys dominate week after week in this series. So congrats on the championship, and hopefully we'll see you back up here once more.
Thank you. I'm not sure about the coming back, because unless they increase the rating level, but yeah, I mean, maybe I will if they do, and it'd be nice to talk to you guys again.
All right. And that was Nathan Olson, your WSRL Endurance Series champion. And it looks like we have one more interview, and I believe it is for, I want to say, Muradness Purple. I believe you guys finished third overall. Correct me if I'm wrong there. And it was a pretty quiet race for you guys. We didn't mention you all that much on the up here in the booth, which in an endurance race, that's typically a good thing. So how was the race there for Muradness Purple?
Yeah, definitely. Glad it was a little bit uneventful in that sense. I think I did finish fourth overall, but first in AM and wrapped up the AM championship. So super happy about that, and very glad to be talking to you all again. It was a long 6 hours. I'm hurting pretty bad, but it was a good one.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I've been asking this to most of the people I've been interviewing, but did you do that race solo, or did you have a teammate there?
That was all solo today.
Wow.
Yeah,
So-
it was interesting. I didn't even actually know which car I was going to drive until this morning. I had actually done a lot more laps in the Ferrari, and then Dillon, our setup man, he had put together a Porsche setup, and it was super stable. Did a few laps before I registered this morning and hopped in.
All right, well, it looked like a pretty clean race for you in that Porsche, so I reckon you adjusted that setup quite well. Before you let you go, anybody you want to give a shout out to or give thanks?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you've heard it already, but I started my morning with some Oceana coffee, and that's definitely what got me through it. But the whole Maradna squad, Stu and Dan, of course, and Ginger Liveries, beautiful liveries on the car, like you heard, and just all the guys, getting into practice together and just having a good group to roll with. That's really what got me through it all.
Yeah, and that's just exactly what it looked like from up here. I mean, for me, I'm not usually an early riser. Actually, I forgot about this, and the only reason I was in time for this was I woke up to watch the World Cup final. So I applaud you and the rest of the drivers who woke up early to participate in this race. So congrats on the 4th place finish in the GT3 class, and hopefully we'll talk to you soon.
So thank you guys, appreciate it. Shout out to you guys, of course, for broadcasting all this, and WSRL crew for putting this all together.
Our pleasure. It's so fun to watch from up here, but congrats on 4th place.
Thank you.
And that was Matthew O'Leary, the 4th place GT3 finisher today. And before we round out the stream, we have a singular upcoming broadcast, and that will occur tonight at 8:10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it will be the XSLR, the Cross Series League Racing Championship. Bobby, I believe we'll see you racing in that series tonight. Adam, you as well. And
let's go!
That I'm not gonna lie to you, that scared me. That scared me. I don't know if you unmuted yourself for the stream, but that scared me. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I definitely unmuted myself.
Perfect.
So that race will be done with the Radical SR8s at the Daytona Road course. So definitely going to be an interesting show after their venture on the Daytona Oval last week. We'll see who ends up with the win, but that is it for the upcoming streams. Just that race. But Bobby, before we sign off here, any final thoughts?
It was another great day of broadcasting here for Slow Motion Broadcasting. Always fun to be with you, Adam, Randall, and everyone else with this team. This has been a heck of a run, and I'm looking forward to the next race, and especially for tonight.
Yeah, I think that race tonight is going to be a show. I love races at the Daytona Road course, especially when it's in slower cars that usually have a world of slipstream following them. So looking forward to that one, but it looks like, unless Adam's going to interrupt me in the middle of the outro, or I'm going to sneeze in the middle of the outro, that's also a possibility. But looks like that is all we have for you today, besides the XSLR race later tonight. So my name is Alex Andersen. I've been joined in the commentary booth by people I could not thank enough for doing this earlier. I'm gonna scroll up to just give each one of them a shout out. So shout out to Tom, Dillon, Mike Braun, Randall, McGrew, and of course you, Tom, and Adam as well, for everybody just sticking it out for 6 hours here today. It's been a pleasure. And this has been Slow Motion Broadcasting's coverage of the final WSRL endurance race of the season. And from Sebring International Raceway, we'll see y'all later.
Mercedes F1 team is better than Red Bull F1 team. Have a great night, guys.
Alfa Romeo.